What it do, chat? Hello? Feel weird being here this early. Yeah, my sleep schedule is absolutely bonkers, y'all. Absolutely bonkers. Can't do anything about it. What it do, guys? What it do? Y'all, we are looking for Trump supporters. If you guys are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop into the box, request up, tell me why you like Trump. If you're a liberal or anywhere left of that, give me some tappies on the screen. What's up, Marine? Hello, what's up, Ariel? I did just get on. W hat, thanks, Haley. What it do, y'all? What it do? Your favorite soy boy cuck liberal is here to serve face card and facts. What it do, y'all? What up, Jason? What's up, Jennifer? We're here to fucking slay. We're here to slay and talk politics. Let me grab another Celsius. Why I am correct. I think it's objective. It's an objective truth that Trump sucks. I think it's like you can just prove it. It's pretty easy to prove. Better ask my mom. Mom, I'm drinking a Celsius. She doesn't care, dude. No dino nuggies. No dino nuggies. I did just open an energy drink. We run on high octane over here, y'all. We are up late. I think I woke up at like midnight or something. No, I probably woke up at 9. Oh, nice, Haley. W. W. MAGA, why does your brain not good? Why do y'all like Trump? Can y'all read? Have y'all read the current gas prices? He completely destroyed the most qualified Democrat candidate to ever run. Says who? He can only beat women in presidential races. The people who've never won one before. He's doing the job you voted for. That's also a lie. Didn't he lie to y'all about what he was doing? He had no idea what Project 2025 was, but he's like halfway done, more than halfway done with it. Literally lied to y'all. I did see that, Oslo. I did see that. How are you doing, bub? He knows exactly what Project 2025 is. Yeah, I know. He lied. He lied, remember? I had people coming into my live screaming that Project 2025 was liberal propaganda and that's why we're going to lose. Screaming. Now it's cool. You're like, that's what I voted for anyway. I liked it. I liked it. Unitary executive theory, national abortion bans. At least he told us an idea what he had in mind. You guys just never watched or read Kamala's platform. I'm gonna start wearing chastity belts. Did I see Indiana announce a partnership with Israel? Gross. What? A strategic bridge to bring Israel tech startups to Indiana. $60 million Israel tech partnership promises jobs. Kamala was inarticulate. I don't even know if that's a word. Trump speaks at a 5th grade level. He uses a 40-word vocabulary. He's a child. He speaks in $1 words. It's so true. I want to see a bridge across the ocean. You guys would flip if we had a bridge to another country. You guys would, I guess since they're white, you guys wouldn't care. Is that what it is? I know, my sleep is fucking poops, y'all. It's poops. Chat, if you're smarter than a 5th grader and you are wanting to debate and tell me why you like Trump, hop on in the box. I'm just a silly soy boy liberal, guys. I don't know anything. I just know how to play with blocks. I think 90% of all things MAGA believes is like demonstrably false and Googleable. You can just Google it in 30 seconds. Why am I obsessed with Trump? He is the leader of the country, and he does a horrible job and is destroying the world and its economy and our relationships with every ally we've ever had. And he's simping for autocrats. I used to be a Trumper. I can't imagine believe anyone would still support him. Yeah, I know. I know. They don't know why they support him. That's why they don't come up. They like him because their mom told them to. Hello.
How are you?
Good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Why do you like Trump?
Because he's different. Because he's changing the ways that we were doing in America for 100 years.
Have you ever heard of a
Because
progressive?
Sorry?
Have you ever heard of a progressive?
Yeah, the leftists, right?
Yeah, so progressives also literally their entire platform is change all the time. Do you know that?
Yeah, but I don't align with their views, They're kind of socialist, communist, pro-abortion, pro-transgender, pro-open borders, pro-free, everything for everybody. I don't
All
agree
right.
with that.
Let me get all these written down. You said A, B, trans people, and then you want free shit. So my first thing I would say is,
I say I don't align with that. You said progressives. I'm not a progressive.
yeah, I know. And your problems with progressives are these things, right?
And much
Free
more.
free stuff, very emotional.
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I would say all of these are wedge issues. All of these are made up issues, issues that don't affect you, don't affect me. And I think that you guys are the ones who fall victim to identity politics all the time. And there's a good graph I found yesterday. It was how often Fox covers trans people. And Fox is basically just blasting y'all with trans disinformation.
I don't watch Fox News.
All right, well, Trump himself spent $217 million on anti-trans ads. Can you tell me a thing that one of our politicians
We
has...
don't like that because of truth, not because of the people. Because we have to call woman, woman, and men, men. That's all.
Can I ask you, are you religious?
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
but I don't.
I can do the same thing to you, right? Like I can say you guys believe in a sky daddy. You guys believe that if you put your hands together, you pray and you talk to and do telepathy to magic people.
I don't want to force my religion on you.
Yeah, neither do we, right?
Are you transgender?
No.
Okay, the people that wants us to call them woman when they're not, that's and they make laws preventing us to.
What about all those people who knock on my door and try to convert me to Christianity? What about all those people who...
Okay, tell them no. Tell them no.
So, do you see us knocking on your door?
No, I believe in truth. And as a society, we have to.
If you're religious, you absolutely believe in things that can't be proven, right?
Yeah, but I'm not making laws. You can tell me whatever you want about my religion.
You guys are making laws. So in the state of Texas, you've put the 10 Commandments in every classroom? You absolutely are doing that.
What's the problem?
And I would just say this is a thing that the Republican Party is really good at. They project. So the thing they're about to do, they're doing it. So and they blame us for it or say that we're doing it. So like we want trans people or kids to learn trans ideology in school. No one's doing that, but y'all are doing that to children.
What is good about trans or gay people? Or
what is good?
I don't have anything bad about them. Okay,
I think you're onto something. So trans people,
what is good about it?
Trans people aren't good, bad, right, or wrong. They just are. And if you guys don't know how to leave them alone, that's on y'all. We haven't done anything to shove it in your face, have we? Can you give me an example?
I can give you an example that in our society, we cherish truth, and whenever
you're religious.
Truth. Wait a second. Whenever we find truth, we encourage it. We teach it. We go and place it in schools and say, well, it's good math and it's good science and good this. What is good about being LGBTQ? That we have to teach it in school. So will you teach that in school?
Yes, I would love to teach the existence of these people. And I don't think that is an absolute truth, right? They exist?
Yeah, they exist. I have no problem with them. But what is good about it?
Okay. Again, this isn't good, bad, right, or wrong. This is amoral.
Yeah, but we don't encourage that.
What do you mean encourage?
It's not good. Do you encourage people to be gay?
No.
Do you encourage people to be gay?
No.
Exactly. Why not?
Because you can't force somebody to be gay.
Do you encourage people to go and learn mathematics, or physics?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Does your religion do that? Does your religion coincide with like what we understand about the earth?
I don't take all my the things that I do in my life are not 100% aligned with my religion.
I don't care. I don't care. Every single one of y'all are pushing this on our children, though, right? You're trying to indoctrinate our children, right?
Indoctrinate? What do you mean indoctrinate?
So the Christian Bible or the Talmud or whatever you follow, it's a doctrine, right? That is a doctrine.
Do you think it's bad?
Yes. Yeah.
How come it's bad?
Because it neuters people of their critical thinking.
What do you mean? You have morals and values based on that.
That's not true.
Of course.
I say that morality is doing the right thing no matter what you're told, and religion is doing what you're told no matter it's right or wrong. So
you don't believe in objective morality, right? It's subjective.
There's no such thing.
It's subjective?
It's subjective, yeah.
Okay, so please say you have to tell me from where you think that if something is good or is bad for you, okay?
Yeah, it's
How
called a
you claim that?
preference. It's called a
How can you
preference.
claim that? That is good or bad?
So, can you tell me what's wrong with slavery and where your Bible disowns it or condemns it?
I condemn slavery, sure.
Where did you get that
That's my.
morality?
Where did I get that morality?
Yeah.
Well, Jesus didn't
There's
want
instructions for
slaves.
slavery in the Bible.
Yeah, it's in the Old Testament, not in the New Testament.
Okay, is there anything else that he says that slaves are bad?
Well, I don't know if he agrees with that, but I don't think that he encouraged
So
it.
that's something that you came up with without Jesus or a book?
Again, sorry.
You came up with that without a 2,000-year-old book, or without Jesus, or without a Sky Daddy?
Well, what is the teachings of Jesus is to put the other cheek, to love each other the way that you love
There's a
yourself.
ton of stuff. I feel like you guys do just cherry pick the stuff out of the Bible that you deem
maybe,
morally
yes.
acceptable, right? So that obviously just leads to the fact that it's subjective. So
Yeah,
you
but
don't follow
have
the
any
Bible.
stance.
You don't follow the Bible
You
word
don't
for
have
word,
any
right?
stand. You don't have any stand to tell me why something is good. At least I
Of course
have
I do.
something.
Of course I
What?
do. So like, I don't want to be murdered, so I can make a social contract with the people around me
What
to
is
not
bad?
murder each other.
No, what is bad about that? You have to justify, not just claim it. Justify that. What is good and bad?
I don't believe that a thing can be good or bad or evil. I just think that thing can be morally right or wrong.
I'm gonna go to the normal extreme. Okay, 1939 Germany. Are
Uh-huh.
they good or bad?
Bad.
How can you claim that?
Because the unjust murdering and othering of people like y'all are doing to trans
How
people.
is that good or bad? You're just saying it.
So the same thing that y'all are doing to trans people, they did back in 1930s Germany. Why are you
wait.
co-signing it today?
The thing that I'm saying is that you can say that it's good or bad, but you don't have any standing. You
Of
can
course I
say
do.
it. And
I don't like to be
exactly, you
hurt.
say it.
So in my head, I can identify with a human being with sentient experience that being killed for something that's immutable, something that they cannot choose, is unjust and wrong because that causes them harm. And I know what that's like. So I say, hey, I don't want people to go through that.
Well, what about if somebody don't have your same idea and they claim different?
Well, that's what happened in Germany.
So what do you mean?
That's what happened. They used Christianity too, didn't they?
Do you believe? Okay, I'm not saying that they are good. Do you think that the Nazis, or the Yazis, believe that they were doing good?
Yes.
Were they
Therefore,
doing
it's subjective, right?
Yeah, but I have a stand and you don't. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Were the Nazis Christian? Were the Nazis?
I can say that God.
Were the Nazis Christian, Henry?
Yeah, they were Christians. Not all. I don't know if all of them, but at least their leader.
Yeah.
Their leader claimed to be.
Cool.
Yeah. So what? But they have a standing. They have a standing. You don't have a stand. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I absolutely do. My framework is far more infallible than yours because I don't go around shaming gay people, trans people. I don't go around. I don't think anybody should have their tongues cut out for speaking bad to their mother. I don't think that rapists should be able to marry their victims. I don't think that wearing two different types of cloth is sinnable and punishable by death. I think all of that's stupid.
You're exaggerating a little bit. That is not punishable by death. Come on.
Okay, is every sin equal in the eyes of God?
Sorry?
Is every sin equal in the eyes of God?
Every sin?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Am I going to teach you something today?
Teach me, please. Teach me. Sin is sin, yes. And sin takes you to death, yes. Repentance is needed.
All sins.
But not all the sins are the same. Like, come on.
There is a scripture about this.
Yeah.
In Christian theology, all sins are equal, and they all represent rebellion against God, fall short of perfection, and require salvation.
In that sense, yes. In that
So
sense,
are you
yes.
are you sitting here trying to figure out what the most subjectively moral stance would be for your objective morality right now?
But you don't have any standing. You can claim, and I can be stronger than you and submit you, and that would
I
be
don't know what that
me being
means.
good. It means that if you can claim something to be good, okay, yourself, and I'm not saying that I'm disagreeing with you, okay, I'm saying that you can claim that something is good or bad, and if I can tell you why, you start to tell me things, and I can tell you that God tells me what's good and what's bad,
I
and
don't
I
need
can
a
be breaking
god to
it.
do that. I've never had a
Sorry.
god in my life to do that. I don't need a god to do that. And my parents are religious, and I am more moral than all of them.
So maybe you believe, or you, I don't know, where are you from, where you live.
Texas.
Okay, I live in California. But uh, let's say that I go to your house and I knock on the door and you invite me to come in, and I go and I sit down at your table and I eat like a decent person and I say thank you, and I uh, chew with my mouth closed, and I don't know anything. I wash my hands before I eat, or things like that, and I don't scream in your house. Do you think that how is it that my morals and your morals are kind of like the same, even if you don't believe in God? How
I don't
can that
think.
happen
I think that these are things that you learn as you grow up, subconsciously or consciously. Things that are taught to your
in the society
parents.
that we live, right? We
I'm
grow in a
sorry.
society.
Yeah,
We grow in a
it's from
society.
society. Yeah,
Yeah, but then the fact is that this society was embedded with Judeo-Christian values, and then just because you believe that you have them for a reason, it doesn't mean anything. It means that you were inside a society that holds those values for so long that now they feel like natural. But they come from
I
there.
think that's quite the
Just deny
claim.
it. That
There are
sorry.
plenty of other societies who are not Judeo-Christian societies that
Sure,
have the
sure.
same
Okay.
morale,
Yeah, sure.
and also
I don't know if it's the same
this
moral.
it may be better. But I would
I don't
say
know.
that this society in America, for instance, we started off with y'all bringing slavery here with the slave Bible. You guys brought child marriage here,
Mhm.
and through secular
Yeah.
thought, from growing up as a society against Judeo-Christian values, we got away from those things, right?
Yeah, and then we correct it. And then we correct it, right?
They were corrected by man.
Yeah, we correct them. We
Yeah,
mess and we miss, and then we correct them, and we get
yeah,
better.
yeah.
Is
But
that right?
the Bible gave us that, didn't it?
Yeah, the Bible gives us that the correction.
So I would say that yes, my morality is better than yours.
How you don't have morality without any Bible? When you do without any, but let's change the subject because we're not going to agree with that. I believe that you don't have any standing. If a stronger force comes and submit you, they will be good, and you cannot say anything about it just because they are stronger. You know, period. Right?
Are you talking
If
about?
somebody's strong, let's say that there's an entity that comes to America and they want to impose their morality. We don't
Hmm?
agree with them any, okay? And they come and submit us. And then either we submit or they unalive us. Are they good?
No,
Are they good?
I don't.
How
No.
good? They are the ones that are going to claim that it was good because they conquer and they just put their things on top of
Right.
us. And then you're going to
Right.
have to
And
say
then
that
you
it's
would
good.
still be sitting here cheering, no matter the outcomes of those things, no matter what cultural norms they subscribe to. You would still be standing there saying, "We have the high ground. We have morality."
Yeah, but they will unalive you, and then whoever is alive in your
Isn't that a Christian
morality,
thing?
whoever is stronger.
Isn't that a Christian
Sorry.
thing? Have you heard of the Crusades?
Yeah, sure,
Are
sure.
you saying that the
We
people in
did
your
probably.
scenario are good or bad? I'm trying to figure it out.
Sometimes we do good things, and sometimes we do bad things. Like it's human. Is the human condition,
There's nothing but a
right?
bunch of bad things and lies in that Bible.
It's just bad.
Yes. I think that is
It's
bad
just bad.
because people like
Come on,
you can't tell me why being gay is bad or being trans is bad, but the Bible
because
prescribes
it
it.
doesn't serve society. It doesn't
How does it
serve
not serve
society.
society?
Let's say, okay, let's say that we all are gay. Okay, let's
Hmm.
let's say that one
Hmm.
day we're all gay.
Hmm.
Then we just die.
No.
Humanity
Do you
get
know what
extinguished,
IVF
right?
is?
No, tell me. I don't know the acronym.
In vitro fertilization. It's where we can just make
No, no,
people
no, no,
pregnant.
no, 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 no. Wait. Gay people don't want to have children. Okay, the
Says
gay
who?
guys and the lesbian
Says who?
don't want to have children.
That's not true.
Says who?
They
Okay,
adopt people.
so everyone, you think it's good. That is the problem with you and me. You believe that it's good
Can you tell me why it's bad?
because it doesn't serve society.
Of course it does.
The family union, it doesn't serve it. I
So
don't
all
have
of the
problem with them, it
people,
doesn't serve
all of the people in the foster care system that were taken in by a gay couple, is that not a service to society?
It's the lesser bad. I wish that cannot
That
happen.
is a good
I
thing.
wish that don't happen.
That is good. And every single time it happens, it's good unless
I
those parents
adopted
are
5 children,
abusive.
so I understand what is it. I adopted 5 children, so I know what is it. But
So
I
you
believe that
know exactly why it's good.
I believe that a child has to have a mom and a dad. In
Do you have
the
any
same
good
house in order to
science
be
for
complete.
that? Do you have any good
Yeah,
like?
there's a lot. I'm not gonna quote you.
There's
anything.
not a
You
lot.
do
There's
yourself.
not. There's a lot of stuff on our side too, right? There's a lot of people that
Well,
have great
I know
outcomes.
about couples that I know couples that are. My daughter. One of my daughters, her boyfriend has two fathers, and I have no problem with them. But I don't think that is good for society
I don't know. You'd have to explain why you have to articulate that, and you can't.
because it's not good for society because it doesn't prolong human society, our way of life, humans in the planet. That's it. I believe also that in order to find out who are you, you have to have your mom and your dad. So you have your feminine and your masculine within you. That's what I believe.
And that's just a belief that can't be borne
Come
out
on.
through
You have
science
a
or
mom and a
data.
dad.
That's just a
You
belief.
have a mom and a dad.
I think that your beliefs cause harm. Easily, I could show you how your beliefs cause harm and have caused negative and otherings of these types of people without warrant, without justification. Especially like what you're doing now, you're tripping over yourself. And I have a study pulled up right here that shows the good outcomes of people under same-sex marriages.
So
The children.
you tell me that we have to give the children to gay people, right? Because they're good.
No, I think that it's fine. I think it's not good, bad,
No,
right, or wrong.
It's better. It's better.
No, I think it's fine. I think it fits in our
Is
society.
better or not? Okay.
I don't
which
say
one
it's
is
better or worse.
Oh well, sure. Well, as a matter of fact, I have that
Yeah.
experience in my life, and my daughter's boyfriend has a problem because he doesn't know about femininity. He has 2 dads, and I'm okay. I talk to them, okay, but he doesn't have a part of him that is missing. My daughter said that.
What about the
That I don't
30%
like.
of kids who are homeless because of people like you? Because
I
they've
adopted
ousted.
5 children, dude.
No.
Don't tell me that.
People like you have ousted their children when they come out to them. When they come out of the
I have 3
closet,
of my own. I have 3 of my own.
you have 3
And I
gay
adopted
children?
5. No, I
Okay.
have no gay children.
What you're doing is you're just giving us a bunch of like single experiences.
Well,
This isn't data.
Well, I believe that a mom, okay, if there's, okay, I'm going to ask you this question. There's enough children and there's gay couples and bisexual or whatever you want to call mom and dad. Will you give them first to the mom and dad or you just give them, it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter.
For you, well, for me, it matters.
Okay, but
It
you
matters
can't
because I
articulate
believe
that. And it's
I love my
this.
mom.
What this is called is bigotry. This is called bigotry. You're adhering
Why
to
is it
ideas
bigotry?
without reason. That's what bigotry is, and that's what the Bible does to people.
I love my mom. Do you love your mom?
Yeah.
Okay. What about if you don't have a mom? Do you think that will take something away from you or not? I have no problem with gay people, okay? I have
Yeah,
no
you
problem with
do.
gay
You're
people.
sitting here telling there's a
I'm not
hierarchy
talking about
of types of
I'm
parents.
saying, do you love your mom? You say yes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine your life without a mom?
Yes.
Oh wow. Well, I don't. I know.
You can't imagine your life without a mom?
You're being dishonest at this
You
point.
can't imagine your life without a mom?
I love my mom so much. that I
It would be
don't know.
horrible. It would be horrible, but like if I had
Yeah.
2 dads and then you asked me that question, could you imagine your life without one of your dads? I would be just as troubled, wouldn't I?
But you will not have the complete man and woman that you can follow.
That still
We're
doesn't
kinda like
that still
bipolar.
doesn't do anything for me. So I have all these things such as children's demonstrate similar levels of emotional functioning, self-esteem, social adjustment compared to peers with heterosexual parents. Research shows no significant differences in academic performance and social functioning. Children generally develop normally, and in some studies have been found to feel less pressure to conform to traditional gender stereotypes under same-sex couples. Resilience and social acceptance. Many studies note that children in these families develop high levels of empathy and resilience, unlike you, often navigating social prejudices in support of their family structure. There's nothing but positive things.
I have no problem with gay people.
Wait, so if there was a couple, there were two couples, a gay couple and a straight couple that wanted to adopt children, what would you prescribe these children to? What family?
Men, dad and mom and dad.
Okay, well there you go. There's your prejudice.
What is prejudice?
Prejudice.
I don't think that having just to that is bad, dude.
Yes, you just gave me a 30-minute speech on it. Yeah, you do.
So you believe that? Do you believe that it's the same thing? Two moms or two dads is the same thing?
You just told me that you don't think it's different, but now you're saying it's different.
I believe that if there's a child that has to be adopted, I will always give it to a man and a woman.
That's prejudice.
Because it's better for the child.
Well, in what sense? Can you give me some statistics on this?
I don't have my computer in front of me.
You don't really have any good idea why, but this is in your head already.
Well, it's in your head also. You love your mom, right? Or you love your mom, your dad? Do you love your dad?
Yeah, if I had two dads and you took one of them away from me, I'd be upset.
You don't know about that?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You don't know. Well, you don't know. You said that you were raised by a mom and a dad. You don't know.
I have two sets of parents.
So your mom and dad were divorced and they remarried?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You have mom and dad in one side and mom and dad in the other side.
Okay. But I just have data. I have data that shows that you're wrong and I'm right.
Yeah, well, I think it's you can the data. I can pay whatever. It has been pushed by.
This is a real study. You can't just make them go away by saying they're paid.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
if they're peer reviewed, then you kind of out of luck there.
There's a lot of things that are peer reviewed that are not good. And I
do you see how
science is,
at the beginning of this?
I believe that science is always
at the beginning of this. At the beginning of this, I told you how I think religion neuters people of critical thinking. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, I don't want to think like you. It's not that because you believe something else, I'm bad. You want to believe whatever you want. You believe whatever you want. I don't want to believe that.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
I think society is better off with more love. Instead of forcing your type of love throughout society, I think that people who are allowed to love the way they want to love is a better society.
Depends if it's for why love for animals? No.
I'm sorry?
Is love is love? Is what you're saying?
Correct.
What about you having a sexual relations with your sister?
That's unconsent. The power dynamic would be bad.
It's consent.
The power. It's not truly consent. The power dynamic there would be different.
Are those adults?
Is this stuff in the Bible, by the way? Did people have inner...
No, don't bring
they did do this, right? Sisters and brothers had sex, right? Fathers and daughters had sex in the Bible? They did, right?
I'm asking you a question. Two adults more than 18 years old that are brother and sister that are okay, they're how do you call that how do you call this when they are born together and the one is male and the other one is female? In Spanish is cuates.
Twins?
But different sex. Are they still twins?
They could be, yeah.
Okay. Let's say that those are born the same day. And then it's a brother and sister. And they are 18 years old or 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Can they have incest? Can they commit incest?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That is wrong, right? So incest could have bad outcomes?
No. Tell me why it's wrong.
Because the bad outcomes. So incest could result in a child who is not well, who leads a poor life.
They don't want to reproduce. They just want to have sex.
Okay, then I think it's fine. Can you tell me what's wrong with it?
Do you think it's fine?
What's wrong with it? Who gets hurt? Who gets hurt?
Society gets hurt.
Society gets hurt. How so?
Yes. Well, because it's corrupted. It's disgusting.
That's circular. Bad. You have to tell me why.
because it doesn't produce good results. Again, so you will have sex with your mom, right? Is what you're telling me.
No, the power dynamic is wrong there.
What do you mean?
Do you know what a
What
power
is
dynamic
wrong?
is?
Yeah. What is the power dynamic? You're 30
So
years old and your mom is 50
an
years old.
authoritative
What's the
figure
problem?
that has been over you for most of your life, you're most definitely being coerced if to a certain degree if your mother
You're
is
35. You're 50 years old and your mom is 70.
same. You're being
What?
coerced.
Come on.
You're being coerced. Yeah.
See, it's because you believe that. So love is
Because
love,
that's what the
but
psychology is. There's a thing called psychology and developmental
so
psychology.
these brothers are okay. The brothers are okay, but your mom and
Also,
you,
same thing. Same thing. The
come on.
power dynamic is different. So you grow up in a household where you're a sibling, and you share a space, you share a upbringing, you share parents, and
You believe that you have no problem with that incest.
I
with
just told you
with
that
two
there is a
brothers.
problem with incest, but I don't go around auditing people's love lives, and this is mostly the job of Christians and the
Yeah.
rights.
Yeah, exactly. And the government also. You know, the government has to check out those things, right? Also, make laws.
The people of small government want to go around checking people's bedrooms.
We make laws for things, right? Or not?
In the book 1984 by George Orwell. Have you read that? Have you read George Orwell?
No.
You should. The big damning thing in George Orwell is that they started to legislate cultural norms, much like you're alluding to right now. You're talking about making laws about who gets to love each other, who gets to adopt people, who gets to say I'm a man, who gets to say I'm a woman. All of these things. This is a part of fascism and controlling society.
Who can take drugs, right, or not?
Who can take drugs? That's actually not a cultural norm. That is something that causes harm.
What marijuana causes harm is what you believe, right?
I'm sorry?
Marijuana, how do you call that? How can you say it for TikTok? Like a smoking pot, it's dangerous for you.
No.
Is that a drug or no?
It is a drug, but the only reason that's outlawed is because Christians.
Oh, well, what about mushrooms?
That's actually good. I think mushrooms are great for people.
Yeah, but it's regulated. I think that is okay, but
okay, in 100 years, they'll probably. I mean, and there's certain states where they just sell them over the counter in the form of a candy bar.
Cocaine? What about cocaine?
Cocaine is harmful, and here's the other thing: when liberals throw away these boxed in ideas, we do like legislation that is actually outside of the box thinking, and we do things like harm reduction and legalization and safe injection sites. And this objectively saves lives. It stops people from going to the hospital. It stops people from taking so much that they die. All these things are good, but left up to Christians, you would leave them out on the street to die. You hate them all. And also, you guys, everywhere you have made these drugs illegal, you have empowered the drug cartel and all these other groups. Like you just did this in Texas. You just did this in Texas. Christians just did this in Texas. They made all of the green stuff illegal. Now the drug cartel is back in the loop, baby. They are back in here making all the money. And who's it saving? Who is that fucking saving? Nobody. All of these people who are using that substance to stay away from liquor, which is way worse. Way worse.
You know what happened in Oregon?
Yeah.
Tell me what happened in Oregon.
This was not rolled out very well. This was not rolled out very well, and it
legalized all of them, and then they put this.
Tell me, how's the war on drugs been going for the last 30 years? How's that been doing? Like okay, so that's what I thought.
No, I don't like the drugs on the war on drugs. I don't.
Okay, so which side are you on?
Regulations. We're talking regulations, right? We regulate stuff.
Yeah, I know, and it does nothing but hurt people, mostly.
What do you mean? So you
like I just said,
you an anarchist? Are you an anarchist or something like that?
No.
So we regulate things so we can live together.
Is that in the Bible? Where did you get that morality?
No. We regulate things. Okay. A law, any law, a law, in order to be good, it has to come from the people and to express how people want to live in a society. That is a law. Okay? It has to be standing on the people. So legislate. This is, I don't know if it's an ideal world. Okay, don't. But let's say that we live in a town, and in this town we live like this, and we elect a sheriff, and then there's laws that happens in that town, and then in the city, in the state, and the country. Okay, and then the expression of the laws comes from wherever how the people want to live. Is
Dang,
that
so it's
okay
not
with
from
you?
the Bible?
It doesn't matter if it's from the
You just
Bible or not.
described the way I come up with my morality. Thank you.
Well, your morality, if it doesn't align, let's say that you go to a city, and in that city they want to live somehow religiously.
Hmm.
Do you think like, let's say in the beginning of America, the laws that were prescribed for the people in different places were more, they have the standing in religion, right? In general, right? They were more religious than now.
Yeah. We've been losing about
Okay,
1% of Christianity every year.
so the towns, even today, the towns express themselves in however they want to live, and then they create laws, and
Hmm.
then they pass them, and then people become objective for everybody, right?
Not
It's a law.
objective,
That's how.
but
Well,
sure.
you try to disobey it. Like if you live in a town and they pass laws, and then you want to live in that town, you have to abide by those laws, right? Or not?
Yeah.
Is
What
that
are you getting at?
objective?
That's
That
not
is
objective.
objective.
No.
No? Well, try to disobey them. If it's not objective
I don't think
for
you understand
everybody,
what objective and subjective means.
the objective means it's good for everybody.
No, that's not true.
And it's a ruling. Yes, it's a ruling.
That's not what objective
If
means, bub.
okay, if in front of a school, there's 15 miles an hour, and whoever wants to pass in front of the school is 15 miles an hour. Okay, is that objective or not?
I don't think you understand what objective means, dude.
Okay, is that is that objective or not?
It
I
is
think
it
so.
is subjective. Do people go 16 miles an hour in a 15-mile-an-hour zone and think it's okay?
And they're breaking the law.
Do they think it's okay?
I
Yeah,
don't know what
they
they're
do.
thinking.
They do it every day.
Are they breaking the law?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's objectively.
That's not objective. You don't understand what objective means. Something is true outside of the mind. So subjective
like 15
means
miles an
it's
hour.
true. No, okay, but 15 miles an hour, you can't prescribe that to every roadway, right? Because that would mean it's objective.
We have 25s, 35s, and 80s, right?
Okay, so therefore it's subjective. Somebody took their mind and said, "This is what I think is good."
Uh-huh.
That's subjective.
Yeah,
if it came from someone's mind, that is subjective.
Yes. And then once that they make a law and it's for everybody, everybody has to follow the rules.
That is not what objective means, dude.
So what is objective?
You sound really silly.
Okay, so you don't believe in law then?
What? No, I do believe in law. You guys elected a felon. What are you talking about?
Why do you believe in the rule of law?
Because without it, the fabric of society starts to break apart and we start hurting each other.
Okay, so you believe in the law, right? Do you believe objectively or subjectively?
You don't understand what objective means, dude.
Well, you think that is the truth. So the sun comes out, that's objectively true, right? The sun comes out from the east. That's it. That's objective.
All laws are subjective. They're made by subjective minds, made by opinions, made by people who did their best, who said, this is what my best guess is to doing the correct thing.
So if it's
that
for everybody
itself means it's not objective. What you're talking about is something that whether or not you're breaking the law is an objective truth, but it doesn't mean that the law itself is objective or subjective.
I think when it's proclaimed, it becomes objective for everybody because you have to relate to them. You have a stand to tell somebody, hey, you're breaking the law for everybody.
Okay.
100% of the people that pass in front of that school and they're 16 miles an hour, they're breaking all the rules. And you can say, why? Because the law said that.
Yeah, objectively, you're breaking the law, but that doesn't mean that's an objective law, dude. You really need to learn words, man.
Well, for me, objective is the laws that are written and prescribed for a town, state, or country are objective to everybody. You can relate on those things for everybody. And that for me is objective. It becomes objective once that is prescribed and posted.
Okay, well,
If you post it, it's objective.
how do you feel about sanctuary cities?
I don't like them.
But that's
Let's
the
talk about the
objective
border.
law, dude. You should like them.
Because of what?
It's objective. You should like it.
Well, I have a different opinion. I respect them.
What does the Bible say about following your government's laws?
The Bible says that you have to pray for your rulers.
Your Bible says to follow the laws
and
of your
follow the
government.
rule. Yeah, sure. There's
Isn't
laws
that
that are
objective for
illegal.
you? Isn't that objective?
Yeah, but there are laws that are illegal, right? Or not? Right?
There's some
Like gun
conflicting
control.
laws.
Yeah. It is a conflicting law. Do you believe in the Second Amendment?
So
or not?
therefore, laws like by just that one sentence you just said right there just makes all laws not objective because there can be conflicting laws.
What do you mean? We have the Constitution that is the main law of the land.
And then we have city ordinances. We have all of these things that
every
change. There's a difference between federal laws affect the nation. Do we have a federal law that outlaws all marijuana?
Just in when it comes to crossing from state to state.
No, it's still illegal in every state.
No,
per federal law.
Dude.
Per federal law, it is.
No. It's the crossing. Okay. I'm in California. If you want to grow pot in California, nobody's gonna pay.
What were they doing? What were they doing as soon as when California made it legal? What was the United States FBI doing to Californian shops? They were looting them.
Yeah,
right.
But you check out the people won those lawsuits because it can be federal, but you were not infringing. It didn't become
do you have the same feelings about sanctuary cities?
Yeah, I believe that it's like the same way with the Second Amendment that they make laws to deter people, but I think that we have the right to own any weapon we want and bear it.
So you don't think laws are objective and you don't follow those laws?
What do you mean?
So you don't like some laws and you don't follow them, meaning laws are not objective to you.
I don't like law. I don't like to go 35 miles an hour in when in.
But you like the gun thing.
To go for it. The gun thing. We have the Second Amendment, and that rules on all the country.
Got it.
In all the country. As a matter of fact, I can bear. Well, at this point, I can bear weapons.
Can you bring a gun to a protest?
There's no.
Do you think it's a good idea?
No. No, you cannot go inside with a gun inside a.
What's the law on that one? What's the law?
Well, that's a federal law. That's a federal law.
What's the law against bringing a gun to a protest?
Yes, it's a federal law.
There's no federal law. Can you cite me it?
Right?
No.
It's a federal law.
No. Can you cite me it?
No. Well, you can search for it. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to search forever for a law that doesn't exist.
So you believe that? Do you believe in the Second Amendment?
Yeah.
And with which restrictions?
Do you think we should have nukes?
What do you mean nukes?
Nuclear weapons. Do you think I should be able to have enriched uranium?
In a personal. Well, if you can, I don't know if you can.
You're being so obtuse right now.
You're gonna have to.
You obviously know that people cannot have enriched uranium at home, right?
Well, I don't think nobody can. You know how uranium is enriched or not?
With a centrifuge.
Do you know how uranium is? Well, nobody's gonna enrich uranium in their home.
That's because it's illegal.
No, dude. Nobody. Can you? Do you think that you can?
Hey, man,
uranium
can you show me on Amazon where I can buy some uranium?
No.
Why can't we
Well,
buy it on Amazon?
yes. We don't know. There was a toy. As a matter of fact, okay. There, in the 1960s, there was a toy that had little a chemistry toy that had a little bit of uranium.
Is that
So
toy illegal now?
yes, but it wasn't.
So tell me again how you think 2A is absolute.
Well, if you know what could happen with uranium, right? It's radioactive.
Same thing that could happen with a assault rifle.
Like how?
Uvalde.
I leave my weapons. I leave my weapons inside my closet, and sometimes I open fast the door, like to see if they move, or if they're gonna go and unalive somebody. My rifles haven't moved, not an inch, and I tried many times. I put my weapons inside the closet, and then I open it. So, they have never. I never seen them move, just for a second. Right? Have you?
So in the
Have you
case,
catch your weapons moving?
so no, this is the big fallacy that right wingers think that guns don't kill people, people kill people. We can look at every other country that have gun laws and they don't have gun deaths. It's crazy.
What are you talking about? In Mexico, 150,000 people a year, and it's a gun-free zone. Mexico.
How many mass shootings do they have?
Yesterday, they found 200 dead bodies in near Mexico City. Like
they still don't even come close to us.
150,000 people unalive in a gun-free zone. What are you talking about?
Let's see if this is true. That's not even true.
Year.
That's not true.
Yeah.
So that's since 2006. We have 40,000 a year. They have less.
So whatever, but we have guns and they don't.
Yeah, we see how we still beat them.
Whatever, it's not a contest.
How many gun deaths are in UK?
There's knife killings.
How many knife killings do they have?
The same as if there were guns.
False. They have 200. They had 144 last year. We had 40,000 gun deaths. Do you think that bears out?
No, you're trying to justify something, and don't. How come in a gun-free zone like Mexico, there's so many people that like that?
Because they get their guns from us. They get their guns from us. That's why.
Don't make an excuse. How?
What do you mean excuse? That's how they get it. Because y'all have made guns
I can tell you that the guns
so common.
Most of the guns that I use to commit crimes are illegal.
100% of them are from America.
I'm not talking about that. In the United States, people that commit crimes most likely are buying their guns illegally. Okay, most of the guns. So it's the same thing.
That is
Mexico, they buy them.
So this is called a barrier to entry. So in Australia, for instance, when they outlawed guns, they did a huge buyback program. And now, if you want to buy a gun, if you want to buy a gun, it's $30,000. Do you think that a lot of those like people trying to rob a gun store rob a gas station have 30 grand to buy a gun?
Well, if I'm a criminal, if I'm a criminal, I will find a gun.
No, you won't.
Tell you that much.
So,
what are you talking about?
Again, like I said, in the UK, they had 200 stabbings. What do you think would have happened? What would have happened if all of those people who did a stabbing had a gun? How many more deaths do you think there would be?
I don't know.
Thousands more. Thousands.
So you think loss prevented? They prevent death.
Yes.
The loss.
Yes, easily.
Okay,
yes.
What about drugs?
I think that. I think this is different.
Right? How is different, dude? You're like a bar soap, a wet bar soap. That when I point at something, you jump at something else.
Because I have nuance. You just went from guns to drugs.
If the laws prevent criminals to commit crimes, how come there's so many drugs dealing in the United States and deaths? I think last year was like 100,000 or something like that, just with fentanyl. I think it's higher than that. So if laws prevent the criminals to do the crime, how come there's so many drugs in the U.S.?
Sorry, my dog's crying.
It's okay. What kind of dog do you have?
None of your business. Uh,
Oh, wow! And you a dog owner? Shit, I don't believe you, dude. That you have a dog. Dog owners don't talk like that, dude.
So
Tell me
what?
how laws prevent crime.
So
Tell me.
laws absolutely do prevent crime, even though they don't 100% prevent it. It's sometimes putting a small fence in front of somebody stops them from preventing the crime. For instance, in China, it is illegal to surf the internet outside of China, but with a VPN,
China will kill you. We don't
no,
do
they
that
won't.
here.
Shut
Let's
up.
talk about America.
Stop it.
Let's talk about
I'm
America.
talking about laws and preventing crime. So half the country of China, they use VPNs to get past this. Does the government go around persecuting this? No, they don't. They go around trying to catch everybody to do it. They just know that this will stop X amount of people. That's how laws work.
Okay. What about in America?
Same thing.
The drug problem
So
that we have with fentanyl.
If the
How many deaths from fentanyl happen?
If the F drug was fully legal and you can get it at the store, we would have a ton more deaths. But if we were to do something like,
prevent it.
I'm sorry,
it doesn't prevent it, right? Just criminals.
It does. It does prevent it.
The same way that you said. The same way that you said that when they stop or trying to in Texas that they try to make illegal the marijuana, then the cartels have the power.
Right.
Well, now the cartels have the power. So
the cartels have the power, but will fewer people consume marijuana? Yes or no?
Not in
yes. The answer is yes.
No.
The answer is yes. My parents, my grandparents, who have never touched it in their life, have now tried it because it was illegal for a little bit. It absolutely is the case that the law changes the social perception of it.
So the people that want to try it will not try it because of the law.
And because less access now, people will probably lean on alcohol. Just like alcohol, when we did prohibition, it did nothing but increase organized crime. So they had to legalize it and then just like really limit it. And
you can go and buy a beer in the gas station.
Yeah, I know, but you have to be of age. You can only buy a certain amount after a certain amount of time. You can't buy it on Sundays. You can't buy it after 9. You can't buy it after midnight.
Okay, I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I have many guns. Okay, my guns don't kill anybody. Okay, now how easy that preventing me to have guns will prevent the criminals to have them?
Okay, so
why do you want to take why do you want
if one of your children felt weird and maybe got radicalized by some religious book and then took your gun and then shot a bunch of people, you just told me you don't even lock it up. They would go kill some people. So there you go.
What do you mean? I didn't say that I didn't lock it up. What do you mean?
You just said you leave it in your closet. It doesn't move.
I was making sarcasm. It was sarcasm, okay? It was not that I don't have it under lock.
Do you lock it?
And there's laws. Of course, there's laws for that.
Okay.
But why you want...
That's crazy. So wait, what is that law doing, man? What is that? Is that law stopping people from, like, your children from hurting themselves?
I would do it without a law, to be honest.
Okay, but that would save lives in every instance. If we were to do that in every state, you had to lock up your gun. How many lives would you save? Would it be a non-zero number?
I don't know. There's
all right. Yes, it would. It would absolutely save lives every single time. You're being so obtuse right now.
How come you are preventing me, or you want to prevent me to have guns when the criminals can go and obtain them?
Because
I don't have the right to defend myself.
So nobody wants to take all of your guns, but in the case of like a long barrel semi-auto or fully auto, something with a 30-round mag, something with a high velocity bullet, that could absolutely do something to allow you to create or carry out a more violent act than somebody with just a knife.
Like defending myself, right?
It's not always defense, right? How many people die from self unaliving?
I'm talking about me.
No, I'm talking about data. Myself. I'm talking about data.
I want to, but myself is in the data.
Okay.
If somebody comes,
the truth is,
guys coming to my house and I have 10 bullets in a magazine. Why you want me to prevent to have something that I can repel 3 or 5 or 10 guys coming to my house?
So again, this is never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Happens.
It's more likely. In fact, it's like 7 times more likely that one of your children kills themselves with it.
Well, I don't care. Why do you want to take
I know you
the
don't care.
right to defend myself
It's not the right. I
from
think
bad
this is just
people,
a
from the
fantasy
criminals?
that you have. I'm
Why do
37.
you?
I'm 37. Never had to use one of my guns ever. I have plenty of them.
Yeah, sure. That's perfect, right? So what? Why do you have weapons?
I have handguns. I have a shotgun
Why do you have them?
because my dad gave them to me. Honestly, that's why.
Okay. Why you don't sell them? You don't need them.
Because my dad gave them to me. They were a gift.
Okay, so you're in my side. You just want to say it, right?
Every
I have the
liberal
right.
that I've ever met has guns. You guys are just
Okay, so
hyper
you have the
fixated
right
on the
to defend.
fact.
You have the right to defend yourself, and you are law. I assume that you are a law-abiding citizen. That you're not going to be an unaliving people, and you have the right to have them in case that you have you want to defend yourself. What is wrong
And
about
it will
that?
never happen, right?
What are you talking about?
It will never
It never
happen.
happens.
The CDC actually is not even allowed to
What
study
what do you mean?
this.
What do you mean it never happens? What do you
So,
mean by that?
so it more often,
Often or never?
no, I'm sorry, more often than your self-defense scenario where 100 ninjas attack you in the woods. It's more common. It's like way more common for you just to shoot yourself.
Sure, perfect. And what does have to do with my right to defend myself?
Because you guys are obsessed with gun culture.
Obsessed with what? I have long rifles, 308s. I have shotguns. I have
There you
all
go.
of that thing.
That's why.
I have, yeah, but I don't use them for any bad things. I just have them because I can.
60% of all gun deaths are just
I don't care.
self-unalivings.
Why do you have the right?
Self-unalivings. The
Why
majority
do
of
you
all
have?
people who die just kill themselves with these things.
When do you tell me in which case in the law and one citizen lose their rights because another one infringes the law? Tell me in which case a person
Yes.
lose their rights?
So in every case where you guys talk about abortion, you think everybody's going to get an abortion
Let's talk about
willy-nilly.
guns.
You shut your fucking mouth. I'm telling you my scenario. In every single case you guys talk about abortion, you're talking about women who go around and get abortions willy-nilly and use it as birth control, when the statistics show that 90% of them do it after trying contraception inside of a marriage, all this stuff. You guys don't care. But you're punishing every single woman who wants the freedom of their own body because of the one bad egg you have in your head.
What we're talking about guns, right?
You asked me for a law where one person ruins it for the many. There you go.
We're protecting the child, not the woman. The child that is innocent, not the woman.
Like the kids who die from the guns that you guys love.
No, you're not. No. You okay? One is, what are you talking? You're conflicting everything. A woman doesn't have the right to unalive their own children. Period.
Only your guns can do that. Only you're allowed to do that.
If I choose to, if I need to.
Yeah. Not all of us are superstitious. Not all of us think that fetuses are babies.
Not superstitious. I have my guns, and my guns are on lock in my house, and they haven't jumped outside of the closet. I promise you. They're not gonna do anything to anybody. But if a woman chooses to go and unalive their own children, we have to protect the children that actually doesn't have a voice. I don't think that you want to protect the children, right?
Not all of us think that fetuses are children.
Well, you can believe whatever you want. You believe in science, right? You said that you believe in science. Okay, there you go. What are you going to oppose to that?
I would say that life begins at conception, and your Bible says it begins at first breath. It begins at first breath, right?
Are you sure?
What does your Bible say? First breath?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oops.
I don't know about that. Tell me, if in case that I'm a criminal and I unalive a woman and she's pregnant, they charge me with double murder or not?
In some states they do, some states they don't.
Oh, they don't. Okay. What about if I go into a nest, a bald eagle nest, okay, and I grab one of the eggs, okay? What's the penalty for grabbing one of those eggs?
You guys do value eagles' eggs too, but that is also you're infringing.
Wait,
stop!
Wait a second,
you're infringing on the will of the parent in both of those cases.
What do you mean? If I go and grab a bald eagle egg, I think it's the first.
Did you ask the mom? Did you ask the eagle's mom?
I just grab. Wait a second. Let me talk. If I go and grab one of those, as a matter of fact, I want to respond that. But if I go and grab a bald eagle egg with my hand and I break it, I go to jail
Mm-hmm.
because we value the bald eagle egg and who is inside that egg.
Because
That's
they're
why.
endangered, bro. That's why.
Also, so humans have to be endangered for us to protect the children.
No, but when we're trying to protect a species, and you're not
So you don't
allowing
want
that
to protect
species,
humans. So you don't want to protect
humans are
human
not going
species.
extinct anytime soon.
So you want to unalive them because we're not in danger.
We don't want to unalive anybody, but we want to be able to choose, especially women. They want to be able to choose when they are using their bodies to like raise an
It's
entire
not their
another
body,
human.
dude. It's
Yes,
not
it
their
is.
body.
What
It is
happens?
not their
What
body.
happens if we just leave the baby infant alone outside of the woman's body? What happens?
What do you mean?
What happens to a fetus if we were just remove it from a woman's womb like 2 weeks in? What happens to
It's
that
in
fetus?
developing.
What does it need to
happened?
develop?
Yeah. Wait. What happened if a newborn baby, okay, just newborn, okay, is born, is alive, and we just leave it by itself? What will happen? What will
What would
happen?
happen
On that
by
question.
itself? The baby would die. The baby would die if it was just
Exactly.
left
So
by
why
itself.
you want to prevent that or not?
I'm sorry. This is
Will
my
you prevent
point.
that or not?
I would prevent that in every time that the woman is consensual. But if you were to just leave a woman who is pregnant,
It's
if you were to
baby, dude.
shut up, if you were to leave a woman who is pregnant by herself and the woman does no work to nurture herself in order to nurture the baby would die, wouldn't it?
We have a lot of things to prevent that. A lot of things.
But that's what would happen, right?
A lot.
Okay.
I don't know.
What things are in place to stop a woman from starving herself?
It's so weird that you care so much about life, but not babies. You don't protect babies. You want to kill them all?
No, we want to be able to choose when we can raise
Because
children.
we don't have the choice to unalive anybody.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
do.
a second-class citizen.
Do you believe in the death penalty?
No, I don't.
That's a new one.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. Well, you believe in guns, right? You believe in being judge and jury and executioner.
I don't believe in guns. I believe in the right to defend myself.
Why can't you defend yourself with like a knife?
Because I need to be prepared for somebody that could come with guns to my house. Because guns exist. That's a fact.
And we could change that, can't we?
Respond to the question. Why do you want to kill children?
Nobody wants to kill children. I don't.
They're killing children. As a matter of fact, as a million a year.
It's like 700K, and half of those are DNCs. You know what that is?
I don't know what it is.
It's where they scrape the uterine wall of the remnants of a child because 20% of all pregnancies end up in miscarriage. Okay. And then you guys add those to your numbers.
If it happens natural, it's what problem do I have? If it happens natural, I'm gonna die at some point. Naturally, I guess. Right? But I don't understand why you want to kill children.
I don't think these things are children.
Why you don't protect children?
I do protect children far more than you.
You don't. How can you claim something? How many children do you have adopted? Or how many lives you have saved in your life?
Ooh. I don't really know that number. I haven't adopted anybody. I have a pet dog though.
Yeah. How many people have you saved in your life? Or helped change their lives?
Quite a few actually.
Yeah. How many? How many?
Dozens?
Give me an example.
Yeah, right. So I used to be a substance abuse addiction counselor for kids, by the way, under 18, and I used to mentor them for 2 hours twice a week for a year and a half. And
you saved
plenty of those. Yeah, a lot of them don't use drugs. A lot of them turned a different path. Yeah.
Yeah. Or you changed their path. You help people. You didn't save their lives. You changed their lives. I saved lives.
Thanks, man. Okay.
Yeah. I actually save lives.
You ruin lives. You force women in pregnancy to carry children and do free labor.
I believe I will defend the children by any means necessary. The children are the most precious of them all. More precious than you and me.
I'm sorry?
As a fact.
I think in every turn that you guys have done abortion laws, you've created more abortions. So you, in fact, have made more people abort.
I think that we have to have more morals and values.
that doesn't
people
make
cherish life.
that doesn't change the fact that more abortion laws equal more abortions. It's just what y'all do.
Why women get pregnant?
Because sex feels good.
Exactly. And you obviously it's good, right?
Yeah, humans partake in
Well,
sex.
have money feels good or not?
Yeah,
Why you don't go and rob a bank?
because
It feels
that is
good.
taking from someone else's free agency.
Like, you're taking the life of a baby, dude. You're
I think that
actually
you
taking the
guys
life
just
of a
have a
baby.
small brain reason for this. Do you
No,
believe
it's
in
not a
self?
small.
You believe in self defense, right?
Yes.
If if you invited somebody into your house and they refused to leave and they started eating all of your stuff, would you feel like you had the right to shoot them?
If they want to do what? They want to do what?
If they don't leave, do you feel like you have the right to use
The
your
only
pew pew?
way that I will do something is if my life is in danger.
Okay, what if that person was 6'8" and he was a big burly man and he would not leave your house? He's breaking in through your front window.
Is my life in danger?
You tell me.
No, you tell
When
me.
are
You
you
give
going
me
to
the
pick up your
example.
gun? Are you going to just say, "Hey, stop it! Don't make me! I'm going to wait until you pull out a knife or a gun, and then I'm going to
If
shoot
my
you"?
life, the law is like this: if your life is not in danger or immediate danger, you cannot use your guns.
Incorrect.
That's the law.
That's
No, what
incorrect.
is incorrect about that?
The castle doctrine.
Tell me.
Your life does not have to be in danger. You have to feel like there might be a danger. All you have to say is, "I feel in danger." I feel with a 6'8" man walked
You
into your
have to prove
house,
that.
he would
You
not
have
have
to
to
prove
wield any sort of weapon. He would not have to have anything. He wouldn't even say anything. If he broke
Are you a
into your
lawyer?
house and you shot him on the way in, you were completely protected under the law, right?
Have you take the test to buy a weapon?
Now, I'm in Texas. There is no test to buy a weapon.
You don't. So you just go and buy it. You don't have to
Yeah,
submit or
yeah.
take a test at all.
No,
You don't.
no. It's
Oh,
constitutional carry, dude.
okay. Here in California, we take tests for that.
Dang,
If you want
that's
to buy a
nice.
gun, you have to take a test,
That's nice.
and
It's
it
good.
actually says that the only way that you can use a gun against another human being is if your life is in danger,
Mm-hmm. And
imminent dangers.
if somebody came into my front door and they had no weapon, but they broke the door down and I shot them, I would 100% of the time be within the law. 100% of the time.
Sure. What's wrong about that?
When were they
In your
threatening my life?
Do you feel that it was a threat in your life or not?
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Then there you go.
Okay, so same thing with a woman, right? If a fetus is inside of her womb and at one
Dude,
point
a
she
woman is
doesn't
a
want
baby,
that,
dude.
if the fetus is inside of her womb, stealing her resources, and in 9 months that baby is
Stealing?
going to come out the size of a bowling ball out of one of her
He's not
orifices,
stealing. He's not
he is
stealing
stealing.
anything.
Can she
He's not
stop? Can
stealing.
she throttle that food after she eats it to the baby? Can she throttle that?
Well, then close your legs, dude. If you believe that about a baby,
There you are.
just close your
You guys
legs.
are just sex shaming weirdos, dude.
Steak shaming weirdos.
Sex shaming weirdos. You guys
have
fetishize sex.
you have to be accountable for your actions. And if
They
you
are.
play
Getting an
stupid
abortion
games,
is
you have
responsible.
that is not responsible, dude. You're
Yes, it
killing
is.
a child.
It's a fetus.
Disgusting.
It's a fetus. It's
It
a
is
petri dish. It looks
Please
like I
what
hawked the
fetus
loogie
means.
into a petri dish.
What fetus means?
A human, unborn, pre-infancy child.
Search for it, please, so you don't. It sounds like dumb like that. Please. What is a fetus?
An offspring of a human or other mammal, and
Exactly.
stages of
So
prenatal development.
yeah, exactly. So if I cook a cake and it's in the oven and you open the freaking oven and it collapses, you say, well, that was not a cake. Well, it was going to be a cake. As a matter of fact,
Mm-hmm.
you have been transitioning from your mom and dad, male and female, when they have sex, I guess, if you're not in vitro, okay, then you were there and you're in full developed till this point. You're developing yourself. In the best possible scenario, you get smarter, you grow, and then you live your life. But it's a process, right?
But they
But it
could also
starts
grow up to be the next person who invents the atomic bomb, or Hitler, or you.
yeah,
It could be
sure,
bad potential, right?
or Gandhi, or Buddha, or
Yeah.
whoever, right?
So the potential can go either way. So it cancels itself out.
No, it's not the potential. Always, you try to be good.
It's not true.
You think that humans are evil, right?
I'm sorry. No.
You think that humans are bad.
No.
You see the bad in people.
Isn't that in your Bible that we're all born into sin?
No. Do you
Yes.
believe that all men
You
are
do.
evil?
It's literally in the
Do you
book.
believe? No. We're in the state. Do you believe that all men are evil?
No,
You
I
don't
just
give
said
him-
no.
You don't give in babies a chance to live. How disgusting is that?
I don't care. They don't get
You
to.
don't
They don't have
care.
a right
Obviously,
to
you
the
don't
woman's
care.
body. They don't have a right
You
to a
have-
woman's
you have-
resources. They don't have the right to free labor. They don't have the right.
Okay,
right?
I can. It's incredible. I didn't even want to negotiate that with you.
I'm sorry.
It's incredible, dude. It's incredible that you actually believe that about baby.
Can I come to your house and jab you in the neck and start taking your blood?
You can try.
Why
You
can't
can
I
try.
do that? Would you stop me?
No,
Would you use
you can
self-defense? Would you use self-defense
can-
if I started taking your resources? I needed to
Do
live.
you think?
Think
do
about
you
the
think
potential
that a
you're
baby-
wasting.
You think that of a baby, dude?
Yes.
You know how disgusting sounds?
You're just appealing to emotion. You're not giving me anything.
No, it's not appealing to emotion. A baby is a
At
baby.
Sandra
dude.
Valinden
I know. No, it's not.
2442 super chatted $5.75. You forget our pay, incest, and unborn who will have no chance of living.
They don't.
What?
They don't care. They just say it's 1%.
So you really I believe that people like you are disgusting.
I think you
for
are too.
believing that.
I think
Yeah,
you're
sure.
entrapping women into 9 months of free labor,
I
free
believe-
work,
I
and the most
believe that
dangerous
woman
part of
that-
their
woman that
lifetime.
women have to pay consequences for their actions.
Pay
The same as
consequences.
men, okay? The
Nice.
same as men, okay? Men and women, both of them, they have to. They have to
Pay
take care of that
consequence.
pain.
That's fucking disgusting, dude.
Yeah.
You're just shaming people who have sex.
I'm not shaming. I'm saying that you're disgusting by killing children.
Okay, and you guys kill children every year
No,
with
I
your.
don't kill children.
Yeah, you do.
I don't kill children.
You're bombing right now. You just killed a school full of them.
I'm saying that your kind of people should have the same thing that you wish for those children.
I think
You
that
kind of
children are
people-
great. I think that
No,
people
you
who
don't believe that
want.
children are great.
I think that people who want to have children should have children. I feel like that should be a completely consensual thing every single time. And women who will die if they stay pregnant. Correct. Yeah, 1,200 women die every year from pregnancy, but Henry doesn't care. He thinks that clumps of goo matter more.
If a woman is in danger, yes. If it's incest, yes.
That cannot.
If it's malforming,
We
yes.
cannot write
Okay.
those pieces of legislation that they don't work. They don't work.
I know.
That legislation does not work.
I need to go. I'm disgusted. Okay.
Go pray about it.
Yeah, sure.
Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. If you're friendly in the box, please hop out. I love y'all. I'm sorry I should have brought a woman up for that. We will get to the next guest, though, and if we do another abortion debate, we'll bring one of y'all up. Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Are you a Trump supporter?
Hello. Yeah, I am.
Cool. Why do you like Trump?
Because he doesn't like the drag queens like reading books to kids and stuff like that, and telling boys that they're girls and stuff like that.
So you guys are just social issue identitarian stuff?
You can't say you guys, but
It's mostly what y'all run on.
That's a big reason, though.
How common do you think that is, and what do you think the bad outcomes are of that?
I don't know exactly how common because I don't go to them. But what did you say after that? Like how common it was? What did you say?
Yeah, how common, and what are the bad outcomes of that?
It's just bad because like it's like perverted sort of, and like you're gonna like I don't know. It's like you can't.
You think all drag story hours are perverted?
The actual with. No, I don't think all of them are, but
So
there are cases of them.
I feel like the Republicans and the conservatives have spent years fetishizing drag queens and gay people and trans people without any real evidence, when we can just point to the churches doing most of the kid diddling, right?
Well, they don't like. That's against the rules, though. That's not.
It's against the rules in drag queen story hour.
Well, they can still like read weird books to them and stuff like that.
There's no evidence that the books they're reading are weird.
There's school boards where there's stuff happening and stuff like that.
What about the Bible? How weird is that?
I wouldn't say it's weird, but I don't necessarily like the Bible or dislike the Bible.
They're the only ones trying to put this stuff in front of our children, aren't they?
Yeah, but it's not like perverted or whatever, the Bible.
You don't think a story
It's
about a girl trying to have sex with her father by getting him drunk is weird?
That doesn't happen in the Bible.
It absolutely does happen in the Bible.
No way. What do you think of that as? He wouldn't indulge it though. Like,
Okay. But it's definitely happening. All the weird, grotesque stuff about gay people is happening in classrooms.
it does happen, but not
on a
that's not
systemic
in
level.
relation to the book.
It's not on a systemic level. What is systemic, though, is we see 12% of the people who are in the news for touching kids are religious. So it's the biggest pattern would be keeping kids
that's
away
like
from
millions.
churches would save countless of kids from being essayed.
Well, there's probably like millions of people who are religious, so of course some of them are going to be bad. They're going to do bad acts and stuff like that because there's millions of people. It's
So
not
what you're
the
saying is
religion
there's
causing
so
them.
few drag people that they're not causing problems, and you're still worried about it?
No, I was talking about the religious people.
There's nothing
wasn't saying
inherently
there's so
sexual about Drag Queen Story Hour. Every single Drag Queen Story Hour I've seen for children has been completely appropriate for children. In the instance that it's not, even the people in those communities condemn it.
That's good if they can do it then. The bad
I think
ones,
that this is something that basically just gets a like knee-jerk reaction out of conservatives who've never like met a gay person or something.
okay. And on that, the last guy y'all were talking about pregnancy. Like, I mean, it's kind of weird that you can't. Not weird, but you can't agree that it's like unaliving a baby or whatever, or you call it a fetus or whatever, and you don't call
It
it a
sure is
baby.
killing a fetus, but I don't think I care. I don't give moral consideration to fetuses because they don't have conscious experiences.
Yeah, but
And neither do you.
It will though. It will have a conscious experience.
If there was a 6-year-old baby and then a cup of 600 fetuses sitting in a petri dish in a burning building, which one would you save?
I'd save the alive baby because it's alive, and the petri dish is just in a dish. It's not in the.
But what about all the
It's not
potential?
pregnancy.
That's so many babies. They all have the potential. There's so much potential there.
No, but they're not inside a woman. When they're inside a woman, if we just let it play out, she's gonna have the baby.
Let it play
obviously.
out. It's not
Why is-
free. It's
why
not
is
magic.
Why is punching a pregnant woman
Because
illegal, like, in the belly?
it's against her agency.
It's against her agency.
It's against her wants and it's against her will, right? If she is trying to nurture a baby to full term, that's one thing.
a
But
fetus to full term.
sure, a fetus, yeah. If she's trying to nurture that fetus to full term, that is against her will. But fetuses don't have rights under the Constitution, none of that stuff. So it's not even really a murder.
Why would it be like manslaughter if it's just a punch to her?
Because that's how laws are written. What I'm arguing is how morality works and what is and what ought to be. So I don't think that you should be going around punching pregnant women. I think that in every case where you do that against her will, against the baby's will, that is extra bad. But I also don't think that you should be forcing. But I don't think that. I think that pregnancy is something you should consent to every single second of that pregnancy. Like, I don't think that you should be like, well, you're trapped. You had sex. I don't think that's a thing we should do. I think the whole developed world has already figured this out besides us.
I agree too, but I do agree that it's like a baby, though. Like calling it.
No, you don't think it's a baby.
Is contradictory.
You think
it's considered to be a baby legally.
No, it's not.
If it's a man punching or a woman punching another woman,
there's no law that considers it a baby or a person.
Well, it's treated as such, though.
No, it's not. Do they get Social Security?
The baby itself?
Yeah.
I think only old people get Social Security.
Do they get a number?
Oh no, because they're not born yet. They do when they're born.
There you go.
If it's still a baby, it's gonna be a
How
baby.
old are you?
I'm 23. How old are
How
you?
come you're not 23 in 9 months?
Because time, that's how time works. I already turned 23. It works. Time is
So
always
we don't
progressing
start
forward.
we don't start counting your birth, your age until you're born out of the womb, right?
hmm
Why is that?
That's just the date we choose.
And
Because
it's just as
if we
arbitrary as
chose
your
without the womb, it's like you're part of the
it's
person.
it's just as arbitrary as your thing. Is what I'm pointing to.
It's not arbitrary because people think that there's a difference between a 1-month-old fetus and a 9-month-old fetus.
And there is, and I do too.
If the woman's in labor and she unalives the baby, but it's in her body, then we'd all say a lot of people would say that that's weird. We wouldn't just say, oh well, it's technically a fetus that she unalived at labor. Like I feel like we'd say, well, that's kind of sketchy.
Yeah.
Or when the fetus comes out, it magically becomes a baby. Like
No, I
because
I think that you're just missing some steps in terms of pregnancy. So where I start caring about a fetus or a baby inside of the womb is the point in time in which it could deploy a conscious experience. So I look at a human that thinks and looks the same as I do, and if you were to prod it with like a needle, it would hurt, and I go, oh, I know exactly what that must feel like. I know exactly what that experience is like. But we go on to kill cows, we go on to kill pigs, we go on to kill chickens, even though they're all conscious and they all have minds, some of them smarter than children. And it's because we value human sentience, not because we just value all life, all cellular life, all life that can just bark or chirp or moo. We value things that feel and think the same way we do, and that happens at about 18 to 23 weeks.
Oh, so you care then?
Yes.
Okay, that's reasonable though. I would say that you care about it at that point, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, now that you make that argument, it sounds a lot more. It sounds better, obviously. So.
At Andrew Linden 2442 super chatted $23. I'm Belgian. We had a restaurant with drag queens sourcing food. We even had a drag from Austria winning Eurovision. People are free to be who they are, and it works. We also have abortion and euthanasia. Seems we are more free.
I love that. Thank you so much for the donation, Sandra. I agree. I agree that these types of laws are more harmful than at face value, the way you look at them when we were talking about entrapping women into being pregnant. In every case where we have done these types of laws, whether it just be checking somebody's genitals in the bathroom or something like that.
Has that ever actually been done? Checking them
Now,
in the bathroom? I don't think
they did try to implement a law in like one of the eastern states, and they had to reverse it because it's so problematic.
That sounds really weird.
And this is something that this is a trend, attacking gay people, attacking trans people, attacking drag queens, all this stuff. This is a trend that was started in a lot of like authoritarian countries that gained traction and allowed people like Viktor Orban to maintain control. I don't know if you know anything about Hungary, but this is something that Trump has literally stolen his playbook on. Trump took every single thing that Viktor Orban used to basically hold power for 16 years. He outlawed LGBTQ, he outlawed drag shows, he called all of them pedophiles with the law. And this is the slippery slope we're going down. And this is just basically people virtue signaling to Christianity or saying that all of these things are gross and weird or icky without any real understanding. It's just prejudice and bigotry.
Yeah, I don't agree with criminalizing freedom of speech. Obviously, I think you can take a playbook of someone just because they're a bad person doesn't mean that all their ideas have no merit. Like if you have like an evil guy from World War II, but he made like a really good weapon or whatever, a really good gun. Well, the heck with that bad guy, but the invention that he made could be useful. Or if he made a car, if you know a really bad guy who he wasn't a good guy, but he made a car, he made vehicles, that would be a good.
I'm talking about using these as means of control, not exactly just like these brilliant ideas. None of these ideas bear out in positive outcomes. So I don't think you have really case to make for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about Orban's, but you said you said we were talking about very briefly with the last guy. You were saying like, oh, the incest argument, the power dynamics are like. I don't think just because there's a power dynamic means that it's bad. Just like, do you think most power dynamics are bad in any relationship?
I think there's a level of coercion and a level of manipulation if the power dynamic allows it.
Oh, well, the way I see it, most heterosexual relationships, the man is almost always going to, if it's a heterosexual relationship, men are most likely going to be stronger than the woman. So in that sense, there's almost always going to be a power dynamic. But
correct.
That doesn't mean that the straight relationships are bad.
And what is more common, men raping women or women raping men?
The men raping the women, but
there
that's not. But like, I mean, that's
what's
not
more
like a win. Maybe you'd say it's a win.
It is a win. The power dynamic is bad, and the religion, when paired with something like religion, like Christianity, it absolutely does create a power dynamic where women can't even really think for themselves. Like I always joke when a conservative woman comes up on my panel. Not really. If I have a conservative woman come up on my panel, I just tell her I want to speak to her husband because if I wanted her political opinions, I would just talk to them.
Wait, what? You say you ask if you can speak to her man?
Yeah.
Damn. That sounds like something like something a right wing person would say.
Well, yeah, because that's what they do.
That's who does the right wing people.
Yeah.
You think they should defer to the men? But if you're on the left, you obviously think that that the women should have thoughts. So you're using our logic against us, basically?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying? Damn. But that's not very leftist if you're on the left, which I'm assuming.
I think what I'm doing is I'm prescribing shame where it's deserved and warranted so that they could have resentments and maybe somehow deconstruct those ideas.
Like make them think that they shouldn't defer to men?
Yeah.
You're saying? Oh. Puppy. Well, we disproved the last guy who said you didn't have a dog, because we can see your dog now.
Yeah, so I would just say this is absolutely the case. We even have the elected officials right now in power who are saying that we should move to like a one-vote household, or they basically are pushing the SAVE Act, which would stop tens of millions of women from voting, who 60 to 70% of this country all believe in free abortion or in having a right to abortion. But considering that dynamic, and they don't want women to vote.
Yeah, well, I'd say I know the reason they're doing that is probably because if you take like women off the street, most of them are going to be Democratic or they're going to vote left. I'd say so. That's their reasoning for doing that.
So you agree it's voter suppression?
Code. I agree. Well, the way you're saying women shouldn't vote, they would say that probably secretly because like I agree it would be suppression for what you're using it as, like, because
it's suppression in every, no matter how you look at it. We're saving ourselves from like 200 since 1980, like 200 or 300 accounts, like individual accounts of voter fraud, and then we're exonerating like tens of millions of women's votes. So it is exactly just meant to suppress vote, so that we don't actually get to reflect the will of the people into power.
Yeah, well, that's not good for the leftists then if they do that, I'd say. So it's kind of that would be an unfair cheat code for people on the right. So, but I don't think that would happen. I think obviously they'll. People
do you know where does that bill sit right now? Do you know?
What do you mean? Where does it sit? Like if it's going to go through?
Yeah.
I think you're never going to stop the women from voting because, like, the cat's out of the bag that women can vote. There would be too much of an uproar, I think. So
Where
it's
does
impossible.
it fucking sit,
They're
dude?
like half the population.
It
Where does
passed
what?
Congress already, bud.
Well, the women are going to be able to
Passed
vote.
the
It's
House.
a preposterously.
It passed the House.
Well, the women are going to be able to vote.
What do
One
you
literally
mean?
ran for president. One literally ran
Wait,
for president.
dog,
It's not gonna happen.
it doesn't matter. Have you
They will be
seen?
able to-
Have you seen pictures of Iran or Afghanistan before the like religious revolutions?
Before
You can
the religious
you can
revolutions.
absolutely backslide on rights.
Oh, I agree. You can backslide on rights, but it's in America. It's to the point where we're so liberaled out that I don't think it would happen.
We are the least liberal developed country on earth.
What do you mean by developed? Like, all countries are developed to an extent. Like,
Okay, in the developed world, out of the G7, out of the G9, or the G12, how many of them have abortion laws?
I don't know off the top.
We're like the only one. How many of them have universal health care? All of them, besides us. We are the least progressive country in all of those countries.
Well, I don't think healthcare has to be progressive or not. It's healthcare. Like,
Every single conservative, knowing literally nothing about it, hates it.
universal healthcare.
Yes.
Well, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I'm right. But I'm probably a minority person. So yeah. But still, on the power dynamic front, like, there's always going to be a power dynamic. Even if you have a girl dating a girl, a person dating anyone, you're going to have someone who makes more money. Therefore, they're going to have.
Hey man, why would it be wrong for a 40-year-old man to vote to date an 18-year-old? Being that it's legal, why would it be wrong?
I don't think that would be wrong. I think that would be okay because it's legal. It's completely legal, and I think 18-year-old women have agency. Obviously, like, they have a brain. They can do math.
Are you Christian?
Smart. Trump's more than 40.
Are you
Probably don't
Christian?
think he's smart. I'm not Christian personally, but I was born Christian, so technically I think I am, but I don't follow.
Dude,
Christian.
I think it doesn't take a special type of person to know that 40-year-olds dating 18-year-olds is gross. And in a person who's 18 is not developed in a maturity sense. Their brain's not all the way developed.
Well,
what do you have in common with the 18-year-old? Do you have kids?
No, I'm only 23, so it wouldn't really matter.
Would you date a 60-year-old?
Even if I was 40, would I? It depends how attractive they are. There could be an attractive 60-year-old woman. So yes, I could potentially.
Bro,
and there are good men who are 40 years old who are models and stuff, and women would like them, obviously. So it's
all right. Well, everybody else who has morals in this chat knows that would be gross, and that we make fun of Leonardo DiCaprio for it. We make fun of Trump for it. We make fun of Carolyn Levitt and her husband for it. It's because there's a huge difference in age gap, and it takes extremely predatory, disgusting person to date somebody so low beneath them. You have nothing in common with them. You just want them sexually.
They're beneath them in age, but other than that,
and maturity. Dude, I don't even date people below 30. I'm 37. I think when I look at a 28-year-old, I see a child.
A 28-year-old? Come on. Like, there are 28-year-olds who look older than 28, obviously.
Oh, man.
It's not necessarily moral. They could be both really moral and love each other. Like, so what?
How do you feel about two gay people loving each other?
They can do that. If it's, yeah.
How come you vote for the party that doesn't want that?
I don't think they don't want that. Trump is the president and it's allowed. They can love each other still.
There's states that have tried to use constitutional amendments to reverse it. That's
them. And
it's your party.
With reversing what? The marriage part of it?
You don't like the marriage part?
No, I'm asking you. They tried to prevent it, and I thought what you said was marriage. I thought that's what you were talking about. Okay, what was your question after that? My party. Well, there's always going to be people on the left who do bad things and people on the right who do bad things.
We don't try to legislate cultural norms like y'all do.
Yeah, you do.
Like what?
It like unaliving like a 20-year-old person for sitting on a park bench. Like we socially say, hey, you can't unalive that person for sitting on a bench, and then we make a law out of it. Like it's against the law.
I'm talking about social norms, like what is a man, what is a woman, who can wear a wig and read in front of children.
Well, we do talk about women in law and stuff like that. There are laws about women and about men. I'm pretty sure. So, in that
You're just being
sense,
obtuse.
no, I'm telling you what you're talking about.
How many genders are there?
I think now there's like 1 million, according to liberals, but not 1 million. Obviously.
According to the whole world, there's infinite genders.
What?
The whole world.
You believe that?
I know that.
Infinite?
Yes.
Well, from the right's perspective, there's only like 2, basically, which I think is a lot easier to keep track of. But why do you think there's millions? Why would you say that?
Genders are a social construct, right?
Yeah, but a lot of things are social construct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That doesn't mean there can be infinite. Like,
do you believe in freedom of religion?
Yeah.
So do you think that Judaism prescribing there to be 8 genders should be outlawed?
What? They don't believe that.
Yes, they do.
No, I know religious Jewish people, and they're mostly, well, I don't know them personally, but they're very traditional. They believe in men and women. A lot of them. Hasidic
Okay.
Jews.
Well, the Talmud says there's 8 genders. I'm sorry, you're just not learning.
I didn't
this.
know your interpretation of it. That sounds.
This is not an
impressive. What are their
interpretation.
genders?
It lists them. It lists them. You don't
What
need to
are they?
interpret anything.
What are they? Because I haven't interpreted before this, so I haven't known it before this. So what are they?
There you go. Zakar, Nekava, androgynous, tumtum, Elenit, Elenit Adam, Sarisama, Saris Adam.
Infertile people are. Oh yeah, there's a lot of people who have.
So you believe that they should have the freedom to practice that? You shouldn't have to legislate that away from them, right?
Well, it's not a law to claim you're not a man or a woman or any. You can still claim you're
Trump
any
did
gender.
Trump did a executive order saying that there's 2 genders, and then he made us all female with that law.
What? He made everyone female with what?
Yeah. Did you know that people when
That
they're
sounds-
in the early stages of pregnancy, we're all female, and then we
Oh yeah, I knew that.
yeah.
Start off in the womb.
So his EO says that we
Yeah,
are
at
all
one
what we
time.
were conceived as.
Conceived as. He should have said when we're out of the womb as more so. That's
Yeah, I know,
most
and
people-
this
that's
is why
how people
Republicans don't know anything about this. This is just a social wedge issue, so that you guys feel like,
You're
oh,
making him
liberals
seem
are
like-
crazy. But
You're
the
making
truth
him
is,
seem like an idiot.
he is an idiot.
That does sound pretty stupid. He probably overlooked that, and that's dumb of him to do. if
Because he
did that.
didn't care.
That's-
He didn't care in the first place. He just knew that you would vote for him with this.
Well, I'm also voting for the party. The overall, the better of 2. Like the people who support my interests, really, from what I view.
Okay, what are those?
Why are you confused?
What are those interests?
Like most right people on the right, they claim that they are for like masculinity or whatever. And if you go to the left, like there's like constant masculinity hating and like
I think that the right.
you're so bad. We're
I think-
white, you're so bad. And that's
I don't think that's true. I think that you guys have like the most primal understanding of masculinity. You have the most primal understanding of like what it is to be a man. Like Trump being is like I think Trump's a baby-headed bitch, but he comes around and he's like, oh, I'm a strong man, and he's very insecure, and anybody who attacks him can make him tweet 40 times in one night by hurting his feelings. I think he is less of a man from that, but according to y'all, he's just big,
He's not
strong man. Like, I think he's a
Not
fucking
perfect.
idiot. I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm saying that these are my criticisms of his masculinity. Same thing with like Nick Fuentes. I think that he is a pathetic shell of a human and an incel. But a lot of people think that he's this strong man and he just says whatever he wants, and that's big and strong of him. I think he's just a weak imbecile that has to lash out because he has these harbored resentments.
Yeah, but mm, is that Trump too like reactionary? Yeah, but like I think a lot of people on the right prefer it because it's less than you're putting on a facade than traditional politicians would be like, oh,
Trump,
we're
who
gonna do
decorates
everything.
himself in gold, who has to ride around and tell everybody that how smart he is and how rich he is all the time,
He literally
is not
does
putting on a
It's not.
facade.
It's not a. Well, he doesn't go to his like bed at night and like cry or something.
He's up at 2
that
a.m.
is his genuine
crying.
self.
He's up at 2 a.m. crying because there's a portrait in the Colorado State fucking Capitol that doesn't look good.
What? Wait, they have a portrait of him and he got upset about that?
Yeah, at 2 a.m.
I didn't know.
He was up at 2 a.m. This is what he thought of. Yes, he's a child.
Okay, that. I didn't know that happened. What state was that?
Colorado.
That's a funny thing, though. I think a lot of people like that though because it's funny to laugh at a person.
You have to dismiss it as funny and unserious when it comes time. Yeah.
It does sound unserious, though.
But it is serious. When a president comes out and says this stuff, there's a non-zero chance of people of his cult following will go and attack. It's called stochastic terrorism. So he does this all the time with migrants, with judges' daughters. It doesn't matter. He will send his people.
That happened with Charlie Kirk, and he's on the right. Obviously.
Yeah, I know, but 70% of these domestic violent incidents from terrorists are on the right.
I think
70%.
More so to the left, I would say.
It's not true.
The guy who attacked Trump.
Again, that was people on the right. Both of those incidents were people on the right. Yes, both of them. One of them was a man who was in a rifle club whose parents were Trumpers. All of his classmates said he was a Trumper. The person that, on the golf course was also Republican, but he was very pro-Ukrainian. He went to serve, and he volunteered to serve on the front of Ukraine. And what Trump's actions in regards to Ukraine-Russia radicalized him.
Yeah, well, I'm for Ukraine and stuff like that. And this person's parents doesn't mean lots of people have completely different views on their parents.
I think it's more likely than not that this person was on the right. There's no evidence of this being on the left, and that's why they shut down the investigation so quickly. There was nothing that was very political for them to leverage.
Well, if he was on the right, then it would be political because all the people on the left would say, all right, well, let's dig into this or whatever.
This is one of 3 things I can show you. There's not a single bit of evidence for your side, by the way. I've been asking for it for a year. All of these red bars, that is domestic right-wing terrorism. You guys go around bombing abortion clinics. You guys set police stations on fire.
At the top. The black is the left.
It doesn't mean that whole bar represents them. It means that just that small nudge.
What is on the top axis? What's to the right and what's to the bottom? The bottom's the years.
And it's the amount of criminal cases.
Oh, it's presented in kind of an odd way.
Here, I'll show you the other one. 391 incidents on the right, 65 on the left, and then there's a gap for Islamic.
Oh, this is just one post, but
these are 2. And this is from Cato Institute, which is a libertarian. Cato Institute's a libertarian think tank. Also, we can look at the ADL. We can look at all these other people. ADL is also Jewish-owned, Israeli-owned. They love Trump, but they still cite all of this fact that most of the right-wing domestic terrorism happens. Like, do you know who Melissa Hortman is?
Yeah, didn't she die? Was she that Vance Bolter attack by that guy? Is that the guy?
She was shot in the face by a right-wing extremist who was pro-life, who had a whole list of pro-choice legislatures that he was going to go kill. He assassinated her and her husband. Trump did not bring this up at all. He's only highlighted victims that were done by the left.
Yeah, well, it's bad. It's bad, whichever side does it, obviously.
Yeah, and it's more prevalent on the right. Way more, because the first 15 incidents of domestic terrorism, the 15 most dangerous groups per the FBI database, is all right wing, and the first case of left wing domestic terrorism is PETA, who saves animals. You guys hate Jews. You guys hate black people, brown people. Your side does. They hate all of these people.
Characteristic.
But on the left, we just want to feed and house everybody. That's not something that leads to violence too often.
There's tons of people on the left who hate men because of their unalienable character, because of like they're white or something like that. Like
nobody carries out violence
white.
attacks on white
You're
people.
saying no one cares about it. So
nobody thinks that we can't.
We don't care about white.
Nobody thinks that we can't coexist with white people on the left.
You're saying coexist like we're some we gotta do it like it's a burden and stuff. So I'm just gonna.
That's what the right thinks. You guys are doing mass deportation right now.
Well, that's not coexisting if you're deporting a person.
Yeah, you guys can't bear to stand the idea of coexisting with migrants that you deport them.
No, it's just if they're illegal.
You guys elected a felon.
I don't agree with his felonies, really. A lot of them.
He's literally doing war crimes, breaking the law left and right, but you don't think he did any of that?
I don't think he's doing war crimes left and right. It's not. Obviously, it's not him doing it, but as long as you have war, there's probably going to be war crimes, unfortunately.
I think it's pretty shitty way to write things off. I think that Trump is the least moral person that has ever been our president.
I don't know about that. But he's here now, so he's what we have, sort of. So if we could have like a perfect person, you can't have a perfect person. Obviously.
I think Trump is the antithesis of perfect. I think that nobody expects perfection. I think we just look at like the world's perception and the United States perception of him and see that he falls short in every single poll. With the whole world actually just came out with multiple polls showing that they are more fearful and feel like the earth is less peaceful with Trump at the helm. Far worse than Putin, far worse than Netanyahu, far worse than any of these other people Trump's best friends with. He poses a bigger danger. We are the terrorists.
Well, they've never been our Netanyahu's never been our leader, or Putin's never been our leader. So you have to say opposed to like.
Okay, I'm just saying, out of all the world leaders, they think Trump is the biggest threat.
Well, we've been the biggest. I believe we've been considered the biggest military power. So of course we're going to be considered the
biggest threat to world peace.
But we could also be the biggest savior to it. The biggest savior to.
Nobody thinks that.
There are some Trump lovers who probably think that.
Yeah, I know, because it's a cult of personality.
I mean, yeah, people like personality. They like charismatic people who make them feel good. That's true. That's always going to be true.
I think he's just cultural heroin, just like J.D. Vance says.
What does that mean? He's like...
Cultural heroin.
He claims to be our hero. Like he claims to be our hero. Basically.
He says things that are so bombastic and horrible and disgusting, and he attacks the other side, and it feels good to y'all, but it's harmful to society. That's why he calls it cultural heroin.
Everyone does that to get views and clicks. It's like human nature, you know.
I don't think you can just at both sides this, bro. Trump is the most inflammatory person we've had as president ever.
He sort of has to be to get the love and stuff. He has to be it.
It's called fascism.
The standard has been set, sort of.
No, it's called fascism. It's called fascism when you do so much that nobody can pay attention to the headlines in the news because they move so fast, and he just pumps shotguns bullshit into the media all day, every day. That's what happens. Think about Signalgate.
That's technology.
It's not just technology. It is a strategy. It's a strategy that was championed by Steve Bannon. And he's doing that all across Europe.
Well, technology has accelerated all this stuff. It's accelerated the speed of everything. You know.
That's not what I'm alluding to. I'm saying that we can't have one scandal per 6 months. It's like every other day.
I don't think it's every other day. I don't think there's as many things happening as you're claiming.
Dog, I can literally go bar to bar, dude. Trump is Jesus, calling the Pope weak on crime. We can go to
Jesus is an AI picture. It's not.
yeah, claiming that he wants to
It's AI.
genocide Iran, closing the Strait of Hormuz, crying that they won't open the Strait of Hormuz, lying to us about a pilot being saved, lying to us about Tylenol and giving autism to children. I can go on and on and on and on and on. Calling people vermin, calling people poisoning the blood of our country, saying they have bad genetics, saying that Kamala is not black, saying they're eating the cats and the dogs. Can you name one thing that's just as inflammatory as any of those things from President Biden?
Biden wasn't that inflammatory.
So
He
no.
wasn't- I don't think.
So no.
No, but I don't.
Okay.
I don't think Biden's party was good, really, though.
I
'Cause a lot
think
of
that
the
what y'all
issues-
look for is silly shit like this in the news, the soap opera that plays out. You're not actually interested in real politics. I don't think any of y'all know anything about the economy or the budget or laws being passed. I've asked y'all day in and day out to give me like a list of things that Biden did that you didn't like, or a list of things that Trump did that you did like in his first term. Y'all usually can't answer. You just like to read the crazy shit that he says all the time.
I don't like to read the crazy shit he says, but really, me myself, it's more so just like.
Can you name a law Biden passed? He was the most productive president in recent history. He's the most productive legislative president in recent history in the last 30 years. You can't name one law.
No one on the right knows that because it
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter
Because they
A lot of it's
cried.
are little things.
They watched Trump campaign for 4 years straight like
Trump
a
did like
weirdo.
1,000,000 executive orders. He did all these executive orders, and
Because he
did
can't
that
govern.
for
Yeah, I
that.
know. That's why we call him a dictator.
Executive order is governing, though.
It's not
It's
governing.
a political thing. How is it not governing? If
Because
it's
you have to
what he
work
wants to
together with
execute?
Congress to actually run a government.
Why? Why is that the standard? Why is
Because in
that
order to
what
change
counts?
to change a
If Biden
law,
did that, y'all would love it. So it's just like team sports. Really, it's
that's
all
not
like,
true. Biden did things very effectively through Congress that can't be
yes,
undone.
because he's your side.
No, I'm saying that these things have
If
to
Biden did a
stay.
million executive orders, it's going to be hooray. He did
No,
executive
because
orders.
Trump's ideas are so unpopular that he can't push them through the right way.
He did push it the right way, though. That's legal for him to make an executive order.
Yeah, I know, but they can just be undone the second a new president comes in.
That's anything can be undone legal, like on
No.
paper wise.
You would need to
Like,
do it with a
yes.
huge majority to undo things.
You can do it though. It can be undone.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying he can't govern. He can just run. He just wants to run it like a dictatorship.
He could be a good dictator though. So the word dictatorship is just a negative connotation to it. Like
The word dictatorship means that the people have less of a say.
less of a say doesn't mean no say. The way I hear it.
Yeah, but that's
Less doesn't-
that. Are you
you
guys
can't always
really
have more.
groomed and primed for dictatorship?
No, I'm just saying the way you call it a dictatorship, you can call anything a pejorative. You can say religion and cult. One has a negative connotation, one is positive. You could say Christianity is a cult. That doesn't.
I
mean
do
anything.
maintain
It's
that.
just a negative. It's a negative. It's just a negative pejorative. It doesn't.
I think it's
change
true,
how it's
and the only
material.
reason you don't think that's true is because it's very popular and accepted.
Yeah, that's with a lot of things, but that's why we vote to make the things we want popular.
Oh,
and
so
make
now
things
you
we
like
don't want
voting?
popular.
You don't get to do
Yes,
that
I
with
voted for Trump.
dictatorships.
Well, we're not a dictatorship though. At the end of the day,
I think
prefer
Trump
to have this
absolutely
system,
wants a
the
dictatorship.
current system.
I think Trump has done everything
Well-
he can to do this thing called unitary executive theory, and he's absolutely doing it. And it's the same playbook that Viktor Orban used, same playbook that Putin and Bukele and all those people use to invoke all sorts of laws they wouldn't be able to usually invoke without doing like wartime or invasion law, the things that the courts have had to constantly stop him from doing.
Well, if they've stopped him, then that's
Yeah,
good
he
for you
comes out
guys.
after they
If
stop
he's
him. He
been
says,
stopped.
I can do this anyway. He's right now still controlling the whole world's economy from his desk with no Congress, just
The
from his
whole
desk.
world?
Yeah, with tariffs, right? And the Strait of Hormuz now, he is
They have
literally
agency.
fucked
have
up
agency
the
too.
whole world's economy.
you can't say that because everyone has agency. One man can't do all that.
So
Really.
so
It's
you're telling me that
casting
Trump
all blame on
hasn't
him.
single-handedly, all by himself, decided how all of the countries in the world need to trade?
In his head, he thinks he's the controller of everything, but he's one guy. He is not the controller of everything. They have
Okay,
their
but he
agency
wants
too.
to, right? And he's trying to, right?
Wants is it doesn't really matter to.
It
Is he
does
trying
matter.
to?
It does matter because he only hires loyalists, extremely unqualified loyalists that will do everything he says.
Yeah. That's the goal. You know, you want people who do what you say.
Hmm.
That's with a lot of things. Like
That's not true. I would
You shouldn't
rather
do
have
everything
people
he
that
says.
think for themselves, that would hold the president accountable to taking
Yes,
the
you can
advice
stop.
of his administration. So, like when Kristi Noem or Tulsi Gabbard, the head of intelligence, says, "Hey, Iran poses no immediate threat," and then he goes against what she says and does what he wants anyway. That's bad. That's unprecedented.
She's not necessarily right. She's not necessarily right for saying that they're not a threat, because obviously they
Who
could be a
did he
threat. So
who did he counsel to see if they were a threat?
you could have counseled with JD Vance.
And JD Vance was against this.
I don't know all of his cabinet members, but
Every
he might
single
say he
person
is,
in his
but
cabinet were war hawks, including the Joint Chief of Staff. This is the very first time in history where we've seen such a hawkish.
that means they want war if they're.
Yeah, I know, but they're all
Well, yeah.
billionaires that have stock in Boeing and all that.
I mean, yeah, there might be. Everyone has biases.
You don't see how the war in Iran might be a bad idea?
It could. Everything has pros and cons. You know, you
What's
go for a
what's the best case scenario out of Iran? What do you think is going to happen?
They don't have people massacring their own population because their leaders. They get rid of their leaders.
Aren't we?
So they
We
might have
just
less.
threatened to do that to them. What do you mean?
Well, I didn't. I don't think we did, really.
Trump said that he will
I think that's all
end all civilization in Iran.
I think he took it back. I think
You don't get to just. He first of all didn't take it back, and second of all, you don't get to do that.
Yeah, I don't agree with ending civilization in Iran. But when they killed the Ayatollah, there was a valid reason for that. He was massacring.
It didn't do
people
anything. Now his
tried to-
son, who
It did
is,
something.
it didn't
You
do
obviously think
anything.
It did something.
It didn't do anything.
It didn't do anything bad.
What did it
It must
do?
have done something bad in view.
No, what did it
the
accomplish?
Ayatollah.
It didn't accomplish. Now there's an even more hardliner in charge who just lost his mom and his father and his wife and his kid. You think he's going to be more chill?
He might be. I can't predict the future in that sense. We might get rid of him too.
It doesn't matter. There will be a power vacuum. Somebody's going to take place, and they are every single one of them, regardless of political affiliation in Iran, all hate us more than anybody. They all hate us more than they hate each other. That is what Trump has done.
Really? I don't know if they can't obviously all hate us, but I don't know. I don't know currently.
Aren't you guys the ones all saying they're screaming death to America?
I don't say that, but many people on the right say that they do say that. So I obviously don't want death to America. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, nothing good's gonna happen. We're seeing gas prices skyrocket. Nothing good's gonna happen. Not a single person in the intelligence community in any country on earth says something good's gonna happen. They've all kicked Trump and the United States out of their fucking military bases. None of them want to partake in this. They think Trump is a madman.
Well, when you frame it like that, that's not good. I want us to obviously not be characterized as that. I think.
I think this is probably one of the most unpopular wars in history. There was like a 20% approval rating for this. When we went to war in Iraq, which was also probably one of the worst blunders in Republican history, it was like a 99% approval rating. Everybody in Congress, besides one person, voted to go to war. Nobody wants to do this.
Well, somebody wants to do it because it's happening, so you can't say nobody.
Okay, but Trump, who's also made $4 billion last year being president, gee, I don't know why he would want to do it.
So he's made money. So what's that in relation to him starting the war?
Do you think that he's doing things for our best interest or to make money? Is what question that raises?
He can obviously both enrich himself and the country. They're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, well, the opposite has happened, where he's responsible for 25% of this country's debt. We are now in more debt than we have GDP. I'm sorry?
I don't think you can put that all on him.
Yeah, you can actually.
Dang. Really?
Yeah. Everybody's poorer. Everybody's money is going less farther.
You think everyone's poor? No way.
Yeah, the economy, every single economic metric that you can point to is down.
Well, things can't always get better. So
they were when Biden was in office, and literally all of this was all optional. Everything that has made the economy tank was directly from the president, not from Congress, directly because of Trump and against everybody else's wishes. Everybody has criticisms of this. By the way, he's like the most controversial person to walk the earth. So him doing things alone by itself is bad.
Walk the earth?
Yeah, can you name a person that's more controversial than Trump?
Obviously, I can name a million.
Name one.
1 million people. I don't know if you can say it on TikTok.
He's dead.
He can still be more controversial.
I said walks the earth. He's not walking right now, right?
Oh. Putin, maybe. I didn't know if you said.
We have many polls right now that show Trump being
the
more.
Guy from World War II?
He doesn't live right now. He's not alive.
Okay, but he was. I thought you meant in the history.
Okay, yeah, Putin has more favorability rating than Trump does worldwide.
Damn. Maybe I don't know if I trust that necessarily.
Well,
I know a lot of people hate him though.
There's no Western country would be proud to show this. Everybody should hate Putin, but yeah, this is a thing.
Yeah, if that's true, that sucks for Trump, really. But I don't know. I don't know how he won then. He won the presidency.
He won by lying. Remember when he said that he didn't know what Project 2025 was? Remember when he said that?
I didn't know that much about 2025 either.
I don't care. You heard him say it, right?
No, I didn't hear him say that, actually.
Okay, well, he went around saying it. I had people coming into my comment section and up on my panel saying that I'm a crazy liberal propagandist and that I'm lying and that we're just trying to cancel Trump and we'll do anything and lie about anything to not let him get elected because of Project 2025. And then here we are, 60% done with Project 2025.
I mean, what is it? It didn't seem that impactful.
All right, unitary executive theory was one of the things in Project 2025. Unitary executive theory is exactly what I'm talking about when I say Trump is trying to run the world like a dictator. Basically, it was a step-by-step plan written by the people he hired into his administration, by the way, to control the government without Congress and to gut all of these people and employees. There's a group of employees called Schedule F, and he's fired, 100,000 people? And anybody on his way in, the first thing he did was he fired all the inspectors generals that were the people in charge of investigating fraud and all that kind of stuff. Fired all of them, and now he has a cabinet that just basically yes mans everything, and that's what unitary executive theory is. They also wanted to defund schools to increase birth rates. He did that. They also
How would that increase birth rates.
Uneducated people
Decreasing funding for schools.
Uneducated people have children early. The Bible Belt is the capital of teen pregnancy.
Is that bad having more kids necessarily? Like
Teen
just because you go to
pregnancy?
school doesn't
Teen
mean
pregnancy?
you're necessarily smart or what
They
about
teach dog. It's a fundamental truth that when you decrease education, you have more kids, teen pregnancies.
yeah. Well, I think a lot of what you learn in school is like it's you could learn better things in school than what they teach people in school. A lot of what they teach in school is inefficient. The
I
current
think that
school. Well,
I
when I
think
was in
that
school.
MAGA is an absolute anti-intellectual movement. I think that they spend a lot of time diverting you from hard facts to cultural war issues. I think that you
Those
guys,
are real hard facts, though. Cultural issues, they're facts.
they're really not. Like when you guys thought all these trans people were in sports and then he wrote a law banning them, it took care of a whole 5 in the country. But you guys
I
all
think it
felt very
affected more than
strongly
that.
about this. In the NCAA, at the college level, there were literally 5 athletes. 5.
I don't know about that. Well,
It's
maybe
the truth that the
even
president
just
of
college doesn't matter.
the president of
High school
NCAA.
leads to college.
Yeah. Do you believe in big government?
I don't know what that's such a. It's a silly term, big government, because big or
I
small
agree.
government. I don't care how big or small the government is.
I agree.
But that's
I think it's
relative.
fucking
Big is
stupid.
relative. Big is relative.
But
to
yeah,
how big
when
you
Trump
want
is
it to be.
reaching into our bedrooms and reaching into our colleges and reaching into our local schools to implement what he thinks is correct, I think is
That's
bad.
everyone, though. Everyone wants to implement. Every president wants to implement their view. The left wants to implement their view.
No, the
right
left wants
to implement
more
their view.
freedoms for individuality. The right wants to institutionalize everybody.
I don't believe the left wants it for everyone.
Give me an example how not.
Because there a lot of leftists say, hey, we don't like how men are majority of the, not men, white men are majority of the, they control everything, and then they want to take them down, obviously. Like, so that's an example of how they don't want everyone to prosper.
Okay, this is a thing that is
That's
allowing. So, would you agree that I had this conversation yesterday? I have a grandfather. I would have more alive, but they're not. They died early. But my grandfather, who's alive today, still says the N-word. Still says all the racist slurs.
It's not good.
Sure.
It's not good.
And he is in charge of hiring people. Do you think that when looking at 2 applicants for the same job, both just as qualified, that he would choose the black person over the white person?
If he's saying a bunch of slurs in a not ironic way, I think he would probably choose the white person, and I don't think that's good. Then,
do you think that is something that's present today in almost every every corner of society, that people of that age make those types of decisions with bigotry? The answer is yes.
It depends if they're alive or not. But
okay, those people alive during Jim Crow, people alive. Rosa Parks just died. Like these people are all still very much alive, in charge of everything. How many pilots are black out of all pilots?
Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks is black. That doesn't.
Yeah, and what did she? She was a big historical figure, right?
I know, but she's not like a white person in power or a bad white person.
I'm just
they're gonna die eventually. Like,
the people who Rosa Parks was surrounded with, who she was an activist against, are all still alive. Is what I'm saying.
That's good. That's good if they're still alive and they're good. So what about that then?
I'm saying that the outcomes of having those people in charge result in things such as there only being 3.9% of all pilots are black. Do you think that might spell something out with like racism?
Yeah, you're gonna say. I guess it could make more people racist if there's not more of a black population in the air industry.
No, I'm saying that the people who are responsible for hiring black pilots aren't hiring black pilots. The math ain't mathing.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily because race. I think it's very it's an exclusive industry because it's expensive to learn.
This is
It's
just
really
one
expensive
industry.
from what I've
Okay.
heard.
Do you believe that black people have a 20% higher prison sentence or jail sentence for the same exact crimes white people commit?
It could be, yeah.
This is 100% true? This is just on the FBI database? It's just data?
Yeah,
Why do you think that is?
it could be they committed crimes before that. 'cause the
No.
more
Same
crimes you
same
commit over
exact
your life-
crimes, same amount of crimes, first-time offenders.
Well, every crime's different, so it could be the
You're
manner
being
in
so
which the crime
obtuse
is
and disgusting
used.
right now, dude. Can you not admit
No.
that this is something that bears
Yeah, there
out?
could be racism in it.
There's
There could be racism.
definitely racism.
I
Definitely.
agree there's racism. I agree there's racism.
Okay, what should we do about that?
Not have racism, but you cannot have all not racism. It's an impossible.
I'm not
It's
saying
human nature.
what law.
Human
What do you prescribe to something like that?
You can't have a don't say a slur law where they lock your grandfather in prison for 50 years for saying
That's
a
not
slur.
what I'm saying.
You can maybe fine a person for saying
I'm
that.
alluding to the
you could make a fine.
Bub.
You would have less.
How about we do? Have you ever heard of DEI?
Oh, I have heard of DEI.
Do you think that might be something that would counteract some of that racism we have at the top?
It depends how it's applied, but it could.
Can you name a way
counteract, it could
that's Can you name a way that's bad that's being applied?
a way that's DEI that's being applied badly.
Yeah, after the affirmative action thing was thrown out.
I could say if you have two guys, one's a black guy, one's a white guy. The white guy he's 90% good at flying, and the black gentleman is 50% good at flying. If the white guy's more, if he's more apt to it, and they just we're gonna hire if they hired the black guy just because he's black, opposed to the white guy, and they
So
didn't hire the white
what
guy.
you're spelling out
that.
is exactly what's
That we do.
happening, but the opposite. They're doing that to white people. So if the white person is slightly
Yeah, I think
underqualified
that's
than the
bad.
black person, they're selecting those. So what do you think we should do to
I
fix
think that's
that?
bad.
What do you think we should do?
I think you should probably hire the black guy in that scenario. Obviously,
That's DEI.
that's not how most right wing people. That's not how anybody views DEI.
Yeah, I know, because y'all are propagandized like a motherfucker.
Oh. Yeah, so in that context, I wouldn't disagree with it. I wouldn't call that DEI, though.
That is DEI. That's legitimately all that it is. In fact, every single person,
sanitizing it.
every single person, every single
How it sounds
because
good.
DEI is good. Every company that practices DEI sees a higher productivity and profitability.
Well, if it's applied in a good sense, like you're saying it is, then it's fine. I'm not arguing with that. I agree with that.
Trump has come out all the way against all DEI. Do you think that's good?
Well, from his point of view, he's seeing it as unqualified people being hired over.
That's what he's trying to make you see it as. He knows that this is not the case.
He might not know. We've established he might not be the smartest.
This motherfucker
Einstein person.
has multi-million-dollar campaign that does data and statistics. They don't look at the data that is the most helpful, the most effective way to help society. They look at the most effective way to campaign. And despite the negative
it's a popularity contest, it's like
I know.
it's who can get the most clicks.
I get that.
Not good, but that's human nature.
Yeah, I know. In every race where a fascist runs against somebody who's not fascist, they're going to win.
A fascist runs against a not fascist, they're going to win.
Yeah.
That's not true. Because then the left would just try to be fascist. They're going to try and be fascist because they would win.
We have morals.
Just wants to win.
We have morals, so we don't.
The team wants to win.
No. Now, Trump, there's no line Trump won't cross, and that's just where he lacks morality, and he has that superpower, I guess, where he just doesn't care.
You can't say right people don't have morals, because most of them are the people who do practice religion are probably on the right.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you have morals.
Uh, it could mean it, but
Aren't most of the people that he surrounds himself that are religious getting arrested for diddling kids?
I don't think everyone's diddling kids.
Okay,
but there are a lot of
Pete
SAI
Hegseth,
accusations,
Matt Gates, both of his spiritual advisors, one of which only served 6 months in jail for like a 10-year span of touching a child. His spiritual advisor.
Oh, well, he's held accountable for that. I don't know if he would admit to it. Did he admit to doing it, or
He was guilty.
I don't know the specifics of his case for doing that.
I don't have to know he's a bad guy. I don't have to know any of the specifics to say, hey, that's probably a bad guy. That's the difference between the left and the right.
Yeah, well, the people on the right, they're being painted that way, basically.
How many people has Trump arrested in the Epstein files?
I know Prince. I don't know which Prince.
How many people has Trump? How many people has Trump arrested?
He hasn't. He's not a police officer. So if we're being,
how many people have Trump's DOJ or the United States arrested?
It's not called Trump's DOJ, so nobody. But the DOJ.
It is absolutely his DOJ. It is a partisan hackery version of the DOJ, all filled with loyalists. It is his DOJ.
It's not all filled because there's obviously some left over from the Biden administration.
So no, there's not. He fired every single one of them.
Every single one?
Yes.
How do we know every single DOJ?
Do you want to see the application? Do you want to see the application?
We don't know all their politics?
Yeah, there's actually been whistleblowers who've come out, especially the FBI, where the application to even join makes you swear loyalty to Trump.
That sounds pretty bad, but I wouldn't necessarily. I don't know if I'd believe that because that sounds really bad, honestly. But
okay, well, it's true. How many people has the DOJ arrested for Epstein files?
I don't know the exact amount, but probably not that many.
It rhymes with zero.
It's just a file.
It rhymes with zero.
Oh. Well, what I was saying was the file doesn't prove anything. I can write a file. I can write all the people I don't like did all these bad things, but the file doesn't mean anything. It's just a piece of paper.
All right, there's a picture in there of like 5 old men, faces all redacted for some reason, standing around like a 5-year-old with like fingers covered in blood after they just raped this 5-year-old.
I never.
Pam Bondi has seen this. All of the people in the DOJ have seen this. All the people in Congress have seen this. How come none of those people are even like being arrested or questioned?
Because I don't know if they actually did the thing.
How would we ever know if we didn't question them?
They've probably been questioned, but you're saying they.
We don't have any evidence of that.
If you have no evidence, you maybe they need more evidence for whatever crime you're thinking of.
I'm so glad you don't run our DOJ. If I ran the DOJ, just a thought, if somebody with a brain ran the DOJ, there would be at least one arrest.
You'd have no liberals.
There would be one arrest. Even arrest all of the liberals. How are you so partisan on this? How are
it's TikTok politics?
I don't. If he arrested Bill Clinton, I wouldn't even be able to say this right now. But he hasn't. He hasn't arrested anybody.
Because you need proof to arrest someone. There's other things.
Oh, dog. You just need to question them at the very least. But all he's done is take advantage of this in a political manner.
You need reasonable suspicion of a crime to.
What reasonable suspicion did they have on Bill Clinton? Go ahead and tell me. To bring him in front of the
Monica Lewinsky
the hearing.
Person? Or no.
Yeah.
I don't know about his hearing personally. You're talking about which instance of...
They've brought nothing but people on the left in front of Congress for questioning, for political reasons. No arrest still. No arrest. Howard Letnick?
Were they willingly, or were they there? Were they compelled there? If they were subpoenaed, then they have a reason to subpoena them, really. If they can compel the person, so... I don't agree anyone should do Epstein stuff, though. Like, if they committed a crime, then
there's absolutely no excuse why nobody has been arrested. Absolutely none. Off topic, but I want to let you know I'm on hospice care now. Medical sucks. Anyways, F Trump, keep going. Skyla, I love you so much. What?
Oh,
Skyla, I love you. I hope you're okay. Message me. Damn. Tony Velez, thank you for the 99 cents. Thank you so much, y'all. Guys, if you're trying to have your comments read out on text to speech, you can super chat me more than $5. Otherwise, I have a Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal in the bio. If you guys are trying to kick my guest, it's $40. Or if you're just trying to buy me coffee or my next thing of nicotine.
I'm gonna get kicked. No. It's okay.
Also, this is my alt account, chat. If you guys want to follow this account, that's at the bottom. That is my alt. Yeah, I think that it's very damning that nobody's been arrested, and I think it's very damning that that Pam Bondi has been relieved from her position just days before. I think 2 days ago was when she was supposed to have a hearing in front of Congress, and now she's just not going to show.
You said damning that they haven't been arrested. You see, it creates a situation of you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Because if a person you know is arrested for a crime, that's damning. But you said that they haven't been arrested, that's damning.
Someone needs to be arrested.
So,
there is a mountain of files in which the public has already done more work than the DOJ in finding people and connected to Epstein and connected to his crimes, going to the island. Every single person who stepped foot on the island should be brought in for questioning. They're not. Trump says he wants this all to be done. He wants this to go away. It's time for us to move on.
It's not a crime, though, to be in a file or to be friends with a guy who has an island and go to that guy's island.
So you think Bill Clinton? Do you think Bill Clinton is innocent? 100%.
I don't know the individual what Bill Clinton did with Epstein, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that. But do I think he's innocent? I don't know about him personally.
I think you're just being willfully obtuse.
But a lot of people were friends with him. That doesn't mean they did a crime with him. Like everyone connected to him.
I don't care. It doesn't mean everybody. I'm not saying everyone's guilty, but everyone definitely isn't innocent.
Of course, everyone isn't innocent. Like,
that's what you're alluding to. Like Trump wants this to all go away. He wants us to stop talking about it. Do you think that's the right move?
For him, for his own interests, it could be the right move. If he's connected in a bad way, it could be. Obviously, it could be bad for his interest.
Yeah.
So it could be the right move for him.
Yeah.
For him, obviously.
Dude, look at you critically thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
The reason why nobody's been arrested is because just like any other criminal network, when one person's arrested, they're going to squeal, they're going to unravel, and the next person connected is going to get arrested, and it's going to keep going until it inevitably leads to Trump or one of his friends that he cares about, and that is why nobody's been arrested. That is 100%. You don't have to be a fucking Nostradamus to think this.
You think they're going to be arrested because you think it's going to eventually lead to something, to him or whatever.
There were crimes that took place, right?
I don't know personally. I don't. With
Are you
Epstein,
fucking shitting me?
All those years ago, when he was still alive, yes, there were crimes, but I don't know how many other crimes there were.
Okay, well, it's like in history, the largest child sex trafficking ring in the United States. You don't think there's nobody to go after?
I don't know. Was that Epstein, the largest ring?
Yes.
I didn't know it was the largest ring, but
thousands of children. Thousands.
If a ring happened,
it's not just like 5. It's like thousands of children.
That's what you can prove. I hope they can prove that.
What do you mean if they can prove? There's victims. There's pictures. There's pictures, man. Before AI.
What picture? You need to tell me a picture of what the specific act is and specify. There's always pictures. Like.
This is terrifying, dude.
I know Epstein's not a good guy, probably. He wasn't good. Yeah.
Holy fuck, man.
The world is terrifying. Yeah.
The amount of defense you're running for Trump not doing any
I'm not running Trump. I'm not running anything for. I'm just saying not everyone who went to the island. There's Democrats who went. Jimmy Kimmel went to the island. That doesn't mean
arrest his bitch ass. Question him. Bring him in. Waterboard his motherfucking ass. I know he's a liberal.
Forgetting he's a liberal.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
You're the only one doing partisan
You can't waterboard
politics.
him. You can't waterboard him if he's not doing any. You can't waterboard that.
I'm
Can't
just
waterboard him.
saying I have absolutely
You
no
don't want
mercy in
illegal-
getting to the bottom of this, whether it's left or right. You guys want only the political position.
I want the legal process to take out, obviously, but you can't waterboard a guy, Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, jeez.
For
Oh,
what?
God.
For a past crime. You can't waterboard it.
Oh, believe me, they do waterboarding even though it's against the law. Promise you. Promise you, they still do it.
Well, it's not legal. Like, it's not what I.
Trump does. Has Trump cared about the law ever?
Yeah, he doesn't commit a crime every single day, so he obviously
I think he
constrains
does.
him. We agree laws constrain people. We agree.
Not when he owns the DOJ.
Yeah, he can't do it whatever he wants, obviously.
Yes, he can. Yeah, he's made $4 billion last year. Do you think that's legal?
You can make $4 billion legally.
He's 79 years old. In his
Obviously.
first 78 years of life, he
What
made...
does the age matter? Why are you being
I'm
ageist?
saying in the first 78 years of his life, he didn't know how to make $4 billion a year. And then magically, when he became president, he made $4 billion a year.
It's not magic.
Yeah, I know, it's corruption.
It's not necessarily corruption.
It is absolutely
be
corruption.
Could have made it corruptly, but is corrupt illegal?
I mean, only if you don't care.
I care about corruption. I don't agree with the term corruption.
Dude, you are fucking writing it. You are writing it with cowboy boots on, fucking reverse cowgirl. You are doing all the tricks.
I'm not.
Oh,
I don't
man.
agree with him doing anything illegal. Really.
This is wild.
He was born like a millionaire. He got a small loan of $1 million.
No, he inherited $420 million.
420?
Yes. He lies to you. Yes. He lies to you. It's public record.
I only knew about that clip of him, a small loan of $1 million.
Yeah,
That
I know.
sounded like a lot.
He is a liar and a con
420?
artist. He inherited 420. If you were to take every penny of that and just put it in the S&P 500 and just leave it alone, you'd be richer than Trump. He's the worst businessman ever. The worst.
You can't say the worst because now he's a millionaire, obviously.
He's not a businessman.
Or a billionaire.
He's a con artist.
You're claiming he's a billionaire.
Yeah, he's stealing it from
A con artist
Americans.
is the greatest. How is he stealing it from?
He's suing our government for $10 billion.
Really?
Yeah.
For what? What's his? Okay.
For libel, for being wrongfully indicted.
Well, that's freedom of speech. He shouldn't do that. If for libel, I don't know what they're on about.
Dude. Y'all are crazy. I've had you for an hour and 15 minutes. Do you want to say one more thing before I move to the next person?
One more topic?
No, just one more sentence.
Say a thing.
Yeah, just one more ending.
Thank you for talking to me and whatever. Thank you. You don't seem so bad. But thank you.
All right. Chat, I love you. Skyla, thanks again for the thing. You said you sent me a DM. Thank you for everything. We need more people like you. Get these maggots out. Sent you a DM. All right, Skyla, much love. Thank you, thank you. Chat, tap the screen. Give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. We're almost at 100K. Look it up, y'all. Yellow.
You hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Cool. What do you like about Trump? I can't hear you while you're minimized, by the way.
Yo, what?
There you are. What do you like
I
about
was
Trump?
looking at my phone to look at my notes. My bad. I thought you could still hear me.
Mm-mm.
But in 2017 to 2019, he had pretty low unemployment rates. Right now, he's doing pretty
What did
bad.
he do to do that? What did he do to make unemployment rates low?
Tax cuts in the Job Act.
So, I think this is a little thing called trickle-down economics. And it's It's not real. So, for instance, Trump just redid his tax breaks, right? He just gave the largest tax cuts to billionaires ever, and they turned around and started laying people off still.
Where does it say that?
I believe Cisco did it. Who's the other tech giant that just did it? But unemployment is rising, even though he did all of that. Unemployment's
At
going
the
up.
moment it is. I'm talking about 2017 to 2019.
So if we look
Yeah, I'm
at
seeing
it,
right now,
that's not a
he's doing
thing. For every time y'all have done these giant tax breaks and thought you were making jobs, and then we turned around and did our thing, we've created 50 times more jobs. 50, 50. Not even joking, not exaggerating. Democrats create 50 jobs for every one jobs Republicans make. That's the number.
Okay, I'm gonna go look at my notes real quick. Sorry, it puts me on mute for some reason. I don't know why it does that.
Go ahead.
On CNBC, it said that he lowered unemployment rates during 2017 to 2019.
Again, you're just pointing to tax breaks. He didn't really do anything, did he?
Well, yeah, but they just said on CNBC.
All right. Do you have a critical thinking thing in there to where like you can stop reading like Anchor's versions of what's going on? Like we can just look at the fact that Obama, his unemployment rates were trending down, and Trump simply just inherited that trend. He didn't do anything to add to it.
You think so?
I know so. I'll show you.
Okay.
Okay. Fucking paywalls. God damn it.
Yeah, because I like to compare information.
Okay. So here is the unemployment rates. Here is Obama in the blue. And when it reaches the red, that's Trump. You see how it's just fucking a downhill momentum? And then when it hits Trump, it actually just doesn't really do anything. In fact, that 17 right there, that's when he passed his tax cuts. No meaningful bump, nothing. It just keeps going. Didn't really do anything. Here's wages. Wages stagnated like a motherfucker too. They went down. Labor force participation stagnated. Trade deficit getting worse under Trump. It's not even the one I was wanting to show you. This is actually really good right here. Unemployment. Under Obama, unemployment was cut from a recession peak of 10% to only 4.7. It has continued to drop and now is extremely low, 3.6. Biden got it to 3.5, by the way. Beat Trump. Job growth. By the end of Obama administration, the economy experienced 76 consecutive months of job growth. Since Trump became president, the streak has been extended to 109. Average monthly job growth during the last 33 months of Obama administration, non-farm job growth at averaged 224K. During the first 33 months of administration, it was only 34K less. Or it was 34K less. Average real GDP growth was roughly the same. So all of these enormous tax cuts that made huge deficits in our budget so that Trump can give himself a raise didn't do anything. During the last 2 years of Obama administration, annual median household income increased $4,800. This is 3 times more than the $1,400 during the first 2 years of Trump administration. So this trickle-down thing, it doesn't bear out in the data. He's just giving himself a raise. Every time Republicans do this, they're creating a huge gap in what's called the wealth gap. And this can be seen through Reaganomics. And the first time that some buffoon who was on TV got elected, you can see this. happening the same way.
Okay. Well, I guess I was actually wrong about that.
Here's the chart I'm looking at. If you look at where these two lines divorce each other, it was right after the Reagan tax cuts, 1980. See that?
Yes.
And then they go whoof, and all the top 10% started out earning the bottom 90%. And this gets much, much worse after the Trump tax cuts. This is all that does. So now you have less of a means to earn as much as your boss does.
Well, damn. But currently, I'm kind of actually leaning more, like, recently I've been leaning more left just because of the things that Trump's been doing. Like, I didn't vote for him to do, the things that he's doing right now. I would prefer that America wasn't the peacekeeper around the world that it was. I would prefer just to keep our home country safe and work on immigration. I want to take money out of defense and put it into immigration, actually, so we can actually get more people into the country, so we can create more jobs and we can get more people educated.
I think it's based. I think that immigration helps our country. I think that mass deportation is a huge hindrance to our economy. I think it's the most expensive thing I think we've ever done, that has hurt us and has cost us a lot of money, and it's going to cost us jobs. I think it's just racism. There's no data that shows us that mass deportation is good for us in crime or in the economy or in GDP growth or in unemployment. None of those things get better. It gets worse. It's going to add $300 billion to our deficit before economic feedback, and then $600 billion. That would pay for ending homelessness entirely. We build everyone a house. We could pay for everybody to get higher education. That's $70 billion and $100 billion. Trump has got us down to $300 to $600 billion of a deficit to eject brown people from our country.
Actually, like specifically brown people.
Well, yeah, the Supreme Court gave him a ruling that would allow him to arrest people based on skin color and their language and their job. Yeah.
Would you be able to show me that?
Yeah.
I didn't hear about this.
September 2025, the 6-3 conservative decision allowing federal immigration agents to continue using factors like apparent race or ethnicity, language, locations, and stops. Its decision allows race-based profiling, for example, Noam versus Vasquez Perdomo.
Okay, I see. But I came up here mainly to debate topics like gun violence, religion, the war in Iran, stuff like that.
Sure. Why do you think the war in Iran's good?
The only reason why it's good is because all the oil tankers, as you can see right now, they're coming to the US because we control Venezuela. Right now, it's going to be pretty bad, but in the near future, we're going to be making quite a bit of money off the oil, which is bad at the same time because we're benefiting off of other people.
First of all, it's not we. It's a few of Trump's friends who own oil companies. Second of all, it's not true at all. As a country, we have a capacity in which we can refine and export oil. We are at capacity.
They're working at 95% right now.
Yeah, so if we were to try to export another 5%, that's roughly 2 more oil tankers per week. There's 150 on our shore. That means nothing.
Yeah, we're selling off the reserves.
That will only last X amount of time. Still, there is a global shortage. The oil market is a global market. It's also based on futures. There's 2 markets.
Yeah.
There's a cash market and there's a futures market. Trump has now spent trillions of dollars or emptied trillions of dollars into the oil market just to make it look like oil prices are going down, and they're not. It's a lie. It's not doing anything. You can watch Mr. Global talk about this. He's one of the top leading oil executives. He's been cited by Forbes, been cited by multiple huge publications. He tells us all about this. It is in no way good for anybody. It will eventually pop. It's not going to be. You're not going to see the world just continue to buy oil from us. We pump out roughly like 13.5 million barrels a day, and it could probably go up to 14. That's about it.
Oh, okay. But another thing, do you think we should support Ukraine instead of Israel?
Yes,
I agree with you on that
I think that
wholeheartedly.
there's like a few dozen countries that have all disavowed Israel and are thinking about cutting ties with them, with trade, and even creating sanctions. Turkey has also just stopped allowing Israelis into their country. I think it's very easy to see that if you're not just one-sided, that what the world's opinion is on this war, and it's bad. We are terrorists in the eyes of most of the world, and I don't think it's a good look. I don't want to be part of it.
Oh yeah, out of 196 countries, the Israelis out of history have been kicked out of, I believe, 104.
I don't want to go with that talking point. I think right now we can see and look at the state of Israel and the leadership, and they are leading a fascist government. They have a fascist
Yeah,
government in place,
I
and
agree with
Trump
you.
chooses his friends whether or not they play ball. So they play with Hungary, they play with Putin, they play with um, uh, uh, the leader of El Salvador, Bukele. He's only friends with disgusting, vile leaders, and he even tried to get them reelected. He tried to get the leader of Hungary, Viktor Orban, reelected. The person who's maintained power for 16 years, making it illegal to be gay, outlaw pride. He has basically used the regulatory parts of the government to shut down any sort of media that opposes his regime, much like Trump is doing. Trump is basically passing notes back and forth with this guy and figuring out what he can do here in the United States to do things like Viktor Orban did, or like Bukele did, or like Putin does.
Yeah, I believe anyone over the age of 18 should be able to say whatever they are, believe whatever they want to believe, you know. It's a free world, it's a free country. America was founded on the ideals that everything can be changed. So, yeah, I agree with that facts. In ancient history, when black slaves were being imported into Muslim countries, they would get, um, what's the word? I don't know how to say this without like you getting monetized. Like they would get it cut off, you know, and then they would like basically convert to be a woman instead because they didn't have that anymore. It was forcibly taken away from them.
I think eunuchs or whatever you want to call. I don't know what the thing is.
Yeah,
And I think in every case that is bad. We also have science that shows that we can't just like force somebody to do things like become trans. They end up just unaliving themselves. I don't
yeah,
think that anybody's doing that to children. Nobody wants to. Nobody has a positive position on that on the left. This is something that Trump has used and stolen from those dictators' playbooks to fetishize gay or trans people, and make it look like we're out here touching kids and stuff. And there's no evidence. There's no evidence of it at all. It's just a way to attack minority group, just like Hitler attacked Jewish people, just like Mussolini ran this like ultra masculinity thing and hated all remnants of femininity. It's the same thing, same exact thing.
Okay, I see. But I kind of wanted to pivot over to gun violence, if that's okay.
Okay.
So earlier I heard you talking to someone, I forgot their name, but you told them that gun violence in the UK was considerably small, right?
Yeah.
So in the UK, according to the National Office of Statistics, it stated that for every 100,000 people, there was 6 to 8 people who were victimized by knife violence, and in America, it was, I believe, 2 to 4.
Okay. And what about guns in the United States?
Guns in the United States, I didn't see that one, but in Europe, it's 0.2 to 0.5.
So we have 40,000 gun deaths every year. And if all of the people in the UK were doing the violence with guns instead of knives, we would see an increase, right?
Well, you see, with a knife, you got infinite ammo. You know, you could go out and stab like 20 people, and you can probably, you know, get away with
How
it. Or you
often
could
do you
torture
think that
someone.
people get a KD of 20 with a knife as opposed to a gun? It's not common.
Well, it was just a crazy analogy, but you could especially in the UK. If you're crazy enough, yeah, you could, because their police don't carry guns on them; they carry batons.
You still would have a fair chance between a knife and a baton. But we can see like things like Uvalde, where there were 70 or 300 officers pinned up outside of a school for 72 minutes while one kid with a gun was inside. One.
Yeah, that's where they should regulate it more, because people like that shouldn't have guns. There should be regulations put on things like that, but taking away guns in general, I don't think it's right.
I think that we could do common sense gun laws, and I think the right has been so overly like fetishized, and their gun culture has been so deeply ingrained into them that any idea of voting for a liberal is terrifying to them, and they think we're going to come take all of their pew-pews. And it's not the case. I have pew-pews. All of my liberal friends have pew-pews. We simply think that we should do things like red flag laws. So if you have a history of mental health or illness, that should bring up some more questions. I think that if you have, I think we close the straw loophole where, like in Texas, I could just go buy a pew-pew from someone on Craigslist with no background check with cash. I think that should be done away with. I think that should be a felony. I think that we can do universal background checks so that if I do a crime in Texas and then I move to Massachusetts, I wouldn't be able to buy a gun still. I think all of these things would be great steps. Gun safety, making them lock their guns up. All of these things the right wing will never ever do and will easily, for free, save lives.
Yeah, and in Texas too, there's also a legal loophole where minors can also get guns and use them. I could explain it too.
Wait, you said you're for that or against?
No, I'm against it. Like, there is like a legal loophole in Texas. I live in Texas myself.
They're even starting to make ARs for kids.
They're making ARs for kids.
For kids.
You're telling me a lot of stuff I haven't heard. ARs for kids.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, like they're painted pink or green. They're a little smaller. Yeah.
What caliber does it use? Do you know?
223, 5.56.
How is that even legalized?
Why would it be illegal?
Because why are they making just guns for children? I don't know. That's a little.
The gun culture is that far gone, dude. The gun culture is insane.
Shit. But yeah. Are you religious?
No.
You're not?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I personally don't believe in the Catholic Church and its teachings, but I'm a follower of Christ and his 12 disciples. I'm like what you call a Christ follower. I feel like it's kind of like a cult.
I love you too, RJ. Thank you so much for the $3. Say that one more time. RJ says USA has a higher knife homicide rate than the UK.
Well, yeah, like by a broad term, because it has a larger population, but every 100,000 people, it has more.
No. That's what that is per capita. In fact, USA's crime rate period is worse than the UK. It's like 5 point something versus 3.
Well, yeah, my point there was just kind of like saying like taking away guns isn't going to stop violence in general.
I think that if we could snap a finger and all of the guns were gone, it would absolutely save tens of thousands of lives every year. There's no way around that. But
Yeah,
I don't
but
think that's
then-
a reality we can live in. I don't think we have more guns than people in the United States. And I just think that no one would ever willingly like give up their pew-pews, especially with how deeply ingrained we are with it. I think handguns are fine. I think shotguns are fine. I think long rifles are fine. When we start talking about ARs, start talking about like maximizing the output of death or harm, you're maximizing it. Like you don't need. There's not too many people that encounter a point in time in their life where they need 30 rounds of 5.56 to protect themselves. But there are many more cases of people inflicting violence to school children or to people in a fucking Buffalo Walmart. or walking into a gay club. That's the most prolific instance I've heard of when people use AR. I've never heard of a dude in the middle of the woods being attacked by 100 ninjas and he needed his AR.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
We were talking about religion.
Okay. So you're just a follower of Christ?
Yeah. Right now, Christianity is being used to justify a lot of bad things, especially in like with Putin. He signed a deal with the Eastern Orthodox Church in order to declare a holy war, and Israel did the same thing, except with their Jewish counterpart. And it's being used to justify a lot of other bad things.
Do you know who Pete Hegseth is?
Pete Hegseth, could you elaborate?
He's the defense secretary. He's the Department of War. He's the drunk guy from Fox News that is head of our military.
Yeah, I don't really watch Fox. I feel like it's kind of fake.
So Pete Hegseth has written a few books. In a few of them, he mentions that the U.S. needs to be in a holy war, that we need to use the U.S. military to go after the likes of Iran and all of that stuff, simply for the fact that it's Christianity versus Muslim or Islam. He's also talked about using the military domestically against leftists in his book openly.
Well, that's not very right. And things like that should be condemned, but I can see how being right wings can protect you. There's a lot of very powerful right wing people, which is why the Epstein files aren't being released. If they were released, it would collapse the US economy probably and ruin our credibility with other countries, which is why they're probably not doing it.
What do you think is happening right now?
We're going to war with Iran because Israel told Trump to do it.
Well, yeah, I agree, but I'm saying the economy is collapsing. The world economy is collapsing.
Yeah. And it's mostly because of Trump. Not gonna lie to you. That's why I said, like, I'm trying to, like, lean more, like, left, you know? Like, I was right. That's why I said, like, he did do good things. That's why I think, like, you feel me? Like, he could do good things again. Like it.
I think that Trump came into office his first time and gave himself a huge raise and took credit for all of the metrics that went up in the economy. But when you go and you corner MAGA on any of the things that were good for the economy, they can't really articulate what it was that did those things. And like, furthermore, there's not an instance in history where any of these things were helpful to everybody. And we can also just look at the budget. Are we due for more tax breaks? We are $39 trillion fucking dollars in debt, and we have a credit score, and we have a thing called insolvency. So if we get into so much debt that there's no mathematical way to get ourselves out, the dollar collapses, the nation collapses, and Trump seems to be like speed running us in that direction. But this is what it looks like when Republicans come in office. They come and they fuck up the deficit, which is recurring debt, and then Democrats come in and fix it, and they come in and fuck it up, and then we come back in and fix it, and then they come back in and fuck it up, and then we come back in and fix it. And Trump has done even worse than this. This red bar is touching the sun right now, because it's one more term after that. They are constantly trying to figure out how to get votes by just saying, hey, we're going to give you free money. We're going to give you tax cuts. They never look at the budget. They never look at the economy. They don't give a fuck. They want everyone to get tax cuts. And it just does nothing but hurt us.
So what would you say I should do if I'm leaning more left now? Like, how should I view myself?
I don't know. I don't want to like twist your arm and like force a conversion, but I think that maybe, I don't know, sit with it. Like, sit with it, watch some more debates, watch some more people voice their opinions, and see who sounds smarter to you when it comes to the economy or when it comes to anything. This is what we were looking at before Trump was elected. I'm sorry I have all these scribbles on it, but all of these red lines were the projections of what Trump was going to do to the deficit. And the deficit has exploded, just like they said. Harris was going to reduce the deficit. And Republicans or conservatives don't look at any of this. They don't care. They don't know to look at it. They're obsessed with culture war shit. They're obsessed with abortion and guns or trans people or drag queens. They don't care about the deficit. They don't care about the debt. They're constantly being conned. And our kids are going to have to pay this back. Our kids are going to be poor.
Yeah, someone in the comments just recommended that I take a political compass test. I'm probably going to try that. But yeah, I appreciate you talking to me, bro. I like everything you do. I hope
Thanks,
you do
man.
better. I'll probably be sending some money your way sometime soon because I got some to spare. So,
Bro, appreciate you, man. You have a good night, all right?
yeah, no problem. I'll still be here for the stream. I'll be here listening to people, taking my political compass test.
All right, bro. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, and thank you everyone for listening.
Anytime. Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. What's up, Mr. Bass?
Oh, I don't think you're gonna like me at all, buddy. How much debt did Joe Biden add?
Joe Biden, first of all, I'm going to go through this in depth with you because I got a feeling I'm about to fucking school you, dude.
Oh, I seriously doubt it, but let's go. How much debt did Joe Biden add?
So Joe Biden approved 4.6 trillion.
Not what I asked. I live in reality. How much debt did we add? Because we pay back dollars, not Democrat predictions. We pay back dollars. How much did he add?
4.6.
8.5.
All right, we're going to have to go through definitions.
26.2.
I'm going to help you go through how this is different from
No, you're not.
what he's responsible for and what he added.
We are responsible for paying back $8.5 trillion, not the delusion that you guys have because of one fucking report. In reality, when he took office, the debt was $27.7 trillion. When he left, it was $36.2 trillion.
Okay, all right, I'm going to help you out. Let me help you out.
$8.5 trillion.
Let me help you out. This is I'm going to help you out. All right. When Trump passes a bill in 2017, does 100% of that bill get paid for that year?
USAID?
Yeah, that was $9 billion.
Did Trump defund USAID?
That was $9 billion, dude. You're stupid.
Did Trump defund USAID?
Yes.
Okay, well then to pretend that the president that takes office has to do a single fucking thing that the previous president wants him to do is ridiculous.
Oh God. All right, you don't understand this. Again,
no, you don't understand.
You don't understand
this. Pay back $8.5 trillion because of the man.
Elbass. When Trump passed the TCJA,
it's insane.
When Trump passed it in 2017, what years did that add to the debt?
What years did what add to the debt?
The TCJA. Do you know what that is?
Dude, do you know how much revenue went up after tax cuts?
How many of those years did it add to the debt?
You don't know.
I do know, and it was because of inflation. It's because of inflation. You're not.
Revenue is up 48%.
Can you answer this?
Tax cuts.
Can you answer this? How many years after this, which of the years leading up to 2024 when Biden left, how many years did it add to the debt?
Tax cuts did not add to the debt. I'm literally telling you right now.
Oh
tax cuts paid for themselves instantly.
No, they didn't. There's no evidence of that.
Revenue since the tax cuts.
The revenue jump you're talking about is in 2022, 2023, and is from inflation.
No.
Yes.
Revenue immediately jumped from 2017 on. If you average revenue after 2017, it is 48% higher than before 2017.
Have you looked at any studies that look at this analysis in a 10-year window and say how much of that revenue was from the TCJA?
I don't give a shit.
I know you don't. I know you don't. There's not predictions. These are these are analysis.
Standing on predictions.
I'm not. These aren't predictions. These aren't predictions.
That's the problem. You literally just said a 10-year estimate. It's a fucking prediction.
No, analysis.
It's a 10-year prediction.
Analysis.
You can't fucking accurately guess something 10 years from now because it's a prediction.
All right, Elbass.
My God.
Elbass. The predicted GDP growth. Elbass, I'm sorry y'all are bad at math. How much GDP increase per year do we think the TCJA increased? and I'm going to give you a hint. It's less than 1%. It's less than 1%.
We added $1 trillion.
It's less than 1%.
3%
It's point. It's point. 0.4% GDP growth each year. 0.4.
False.
That's what it says.
False.
And you're still not answering. So when you say Joe Biden,
2016 was 1.6%.
all right, you can come back when I finish explaining this. When Trump passed the TCJA, for instance, that cost us roughly $180 billion each year. So when you're crying about Biden's debt increasing during his term, you're also talking about all of the bills Trump passed as well. Joe Biden approved $4.6 trillion worth of debt and also reduced the deficit, meaning the recurring debt. He reduced that. So if you guys are bad at math, that's your fault. But Trump set Biden up to have spending each year. That's how that works. Biden can't just write an executive order and illegally fire people and reduce the deficit that way, just like Trump did, because first of all, it was illegal, and second of all, it cost us more money than it saved us. What's up, Jonathan?
I gotta debunk something real quick for everybody wondering. It's not the revenue. It's not the amount of revenue that matters. It's revenue as a percentage of the GDP. It's revenue as a percentage of the economy. And as soon as we enacted the TCJA, revenue as a percentage of GDP actually went down, and it continued to stay down for the longest time. It's not the number of revenue that we get. It's revenue as a percentage of GDP. Duh.
All right. By the way, that has decreased, right? GDP versus debt has the debt has outpaced the GDP, right?
19 states. You guys have no clue what you're talking
Elbass,
about. No fucking clue.
The debt has outpaced the GDP, right?
Losers.
The debt has outpaced the GDP.
Inflation because you're too stupid to think that you're fucking wrong. You are.
The debt has outpaced the GDP, and Trump's doing it more
because of Democrats, because of Obama.
Oh, bless your heart.
How much debt did Obama add?
Obama reduced the deficit.
You couldn't tell me how much debt
Obama reduced the deficit.
How much debt? Of course you can't.
You're yelling and it got you banned from TikTok. Sorry, man. Dude, Republicans are literally dumb as fuck when it comes to this. They are seriously dumb. They are seriously mush brain.
I just want to point out the irony real quick, Pickles. When somebody doesn't know the fucking difference between estimate and analysis and they're calling others stupid, it's the fucking kettle calling the pot black right there.
I agree.
Keep doing you, man.
Thank you. Much love. Here's the other damning thing. He wants to allude how much the debt increased. He wants to attribute that to Biden, but you can't. You'd have to point to laws, the things that he passed that approved more debt. And you can't, because he only approved $4.6 trillion worth of more debt. He only approved... How would he add $8 trillion and that be his fault when he only approved 4.6? How is that his fault? Can you guys think for half a second? Trump wrote so many bills that were paid for over the span of 10 years, and you're pointing at Biden because he had to pay those bills, and you're like, look what he spent. That's how fucking dumb you are. You guys are so fucking dumb. You're so fucking dumb, it hurts. You're so stupid. If tax cuts got us out of debt, we wouldn't be in the most debt ever. Oh my God. The market's at an all-time high. That's all they're Pam Bonnie with Tourette's, dude. The stock's 50K. The Dow. Fuck off, dude. $50K, chat. $50K. All right. Here's a cheat sheet for those of you who also just don't know the facts. Here's Trump and Biden. Biden spent less than Trump. This is an objective fact. Biden had a smaller order of wish lists of things he wanted to spend money on than Trump. Trump, again, first year in office, this time around, he did this, the thing at the top, he did it again. But somehow, he's going to push that spending into the next presidency, like he always does. And Biden, or whoever comes next, is going to be paying that, and they're going to go, look how much money Democrats spent. I don't know how to weed. You guys are fucking stupid. Dumb. You guys need to be in education camps. You guys need to be fucking... You guys need some sort of disgusting treatment for your actions. Here's the things Trump bought that Biden had to pay for. These are the things Biden bought that Trump has to pay for. This is how much Trump spent. This is how much he brought in. This is how much Biden spent. This is how much he brought in. It's not that hard. Democrats are the only ones who know how to increase taxes because we're willing to vote for people to increase taxes. Republicans will never increase taxes. It's against their policy. They will never, ever, ever run on increasing taxes. Therefore, they will only increase the deficit every single time. Republicans, conservatives, libertarians, they're all dumb as fuck because they will never, ever balance the budget. They just want free shit, and they will cut all of their state's taxes and have the Democrats pay for them even more. That's all they do. California, come pay my bills. I'm going to cut taxes for all my constituents. I'm going to pray big fucking businesses move here, and you're going to pay all of the rest of my bills. It's exactly what they do. Democrats are always better at the economy. There's no way around it. You have to be so fucking dumb to not know this. It's objectively true. It's objectively true. Republicans will only get your vote with abortions and gun laws and hating trans people. That's all you guys got. And obsessing over the border. That's all you got. That's how you get elected. That's it. In fact, I'll ask every single one of my guests after this, what policies do Republicans use to decrease the deficit? There's not one. There's not one instance of the deficit being decreased. They always point to 2022, 2023 when we had 9% inflation. What happens to revenue when inflation happens? It goes up! It goes up! That's what happens! Please don't call me Hassan Piker. I'll fucking suck your toes. How many bills from Obama did Trump have to pay? Obama decreased the deficit so much, it's insane. Do you see this chart? Look at this. Okay, first of all, this big bill right here was passed under the Bush administration, and it was a huge bailout. Obama paid for it and still reduced the deficit. Still! Meaning the recurring debt was lessened every year. And Trump said, hey, I don't like that. I'm going to fucking... That's what happened. Still! God damn, dude. Love that cap, Pickles. I'm in London, but your debating has got me crying. Gonna follow, bro. Yo, thank you. YouTube, don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you're there. Oh my god, guys, I just hit 18K followers on YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. So I like being called a son? Hey. You could be called worse. You could be called worse. Brett, what's up, Bubbins? Brett, grats on 100K, man. I'll watch my tone next time I'm around you. I didn't know it was that girthy.
What's up, man?
I'll pipe it down around you from now on, dude. I didn't know you had that much going on. 100K.
Oh yeah. What's up, man? What's up, dude?
You got a wheelbarrow for those balls, dude?
No, I do for the heartache though.
Oh no. Oh no.
Sorry, I make every room I go dark. Can't you know? So it is what it is. How you doing, brother? It's early, dude.
I know. All
How long you
Texas.
been on?
3 hours.
Why did you decide to wake up in the middle of the night?
I don't know. Sometimes I just wake up and out of my cold dead sleep, and like some weird urban Johnny Appleseed, I have to go fucking spread my seed on MAGA
Fight fashion.
everywhere.
I love it. I love it.
To go. Am I West or
yeah.
East Coast? I'm in Texas, y'all. I'm in Dallas.
You know what's funny, dude? We are literally close, like so close right now, dude. For over the past year, I moved up into your part last year, dude.
Oh wait, what? Where?
Well, I'll text you
Okay.
because you know I get doxxed and swatted and all that, so I'll text you though.
Okay.
But when I say I'm not far at all.
The fuck?
Well, you would know that if you came into my lives.
You know I have sushi, right? Right here?
Yeah, I don't eat sushi. I don't do that.
We have barbecue, all right.
Burgers? Let's do burgers.
Have you ever had Lockhart's?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't hit up Dallas much, man.
Alright, dude. Alright. We're gonna have to fix that. That's not okay. That's not okay.
I'm a hermit. Like aside from like hitting the Capitol and the federal Capitol and everything, I'm a hermit, dude.
Me too, dude. Me too.
Yeah, but no, yeah, I live close. Hector and Izzy live close too, dude.
What?
Like they're actually closer than I am.
To me?
Yeah.
Are they in the metro?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, dude.
How are Hector and I not best friends, dude?
Dude, it's here's the thing though, and I just realized this. We come into your life. I come into your life a lot. I don't ever see you in mine.
I don't go to anyone's life. I'm such a you think you're a hermit? I'm a fucking born again virgin, dude. I have not stepped outside of my fucking apartment in like a year and a half.
You turn your computer and your phone on, and it's just like I'm doing me. And then as soon as you're done, you just turn it all off.
Yeah. People text me. I'm like, mm-mm.
So, somebody said gonna dox the whole crew. Nah, Izzy and Hector are open about where they're at. They'll tell you they're in the Metroplex.
Yeah. I live stream IRL. I show people where I live. It's Texas. What are you gonna do? Come to my house?
Well, I mean, Pickles, are you asking me that? This is Texas.
Yeah. Are you gonna come to my house?
I'm going to. But yeah, man. Hell yeah, dude. Are you gonna be on for a bit?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
All right, I gotta bounce. I gotta go drop the kids off at school. But if you're on, man, I'll hop back on.
All right, girl. I love you.
All right, love you. Later, brother.
All right. I am antisocial. I'm seriously antisocial, and it's almost like not funny because I have like real trauma. Ooh, thank you, Portland, for that mustache. I have real trauma that makes me antisocial, so it's not really a choice. Yeah, I did that for a while too. I can Uno reverse that. I dare you to. Dude, I'm about to get Hector's number, dude. I'm gonna get Hector's number in the gayest way possible. I designed a lot of restaurants there. What? It's baller. It's awesome. Guys, I do have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to support me, it's the best way to do it. Pickles is trying to up the ante with her food again. And if you guys want to support her through it, that's how you do it. Pie Tap's delish. Little Pickles is doing great now, y'all. She's fine. She's just being extra picky about her freaking food, dude. Hello?
Hello? Sorry, I let a minute do that. That was a mistake. I was just listening to what you were saying and stuff. Um, I got a question. What are your thoughts on the Iran war? Besides, since I'm already up here.
I think that it's a bad idea. I think it's really bad. I think there's no like positive outcome for this. I think no matter what, even if we just pull out right now and say we're sorry and beg for forgiveness on our way home, we're gonna still see the the backlash from this economically for years and years.
I mean, it makes sense, But then, I mean, what would we have to be sorry for? Like, what's so bad about going to war with Iran when they consistently kept saying, you know, beat America? I don't want to get your
Yeah, this is what's so infuriating though. Like we have people like you saying that, and then we have Trump saying that he wants to kill all of them, and then there's no real justification here.
Yeah, nah, that's kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I seen that and I was like, yeah, that's wild. Him saying that because I seen the the Truth Social, I think it was that he posted, and he was like, yeah, there's gonna be something to a whole civilization, and I was like, well, that's just kind of crazy, But I mean, at the same time, I mean, they were working towards, nuclear weapons. So I mean,
That's also debatable. So Trump Trump's own people, the director of national intelligence, the person he appointed to be the person in charge of knowing this for the United States, disagrees with him. Same thing with the director of counterterrorism, Joe Kent. He stepped down because he disagrees with this so much, and he's a hardline Trumper. He's been on podcasts. He has his own podcast. You can see over the past few years, he is a hardcore Trumper, election denier, all this stuff. And he was in charge of knowing this, the fact that Iran posed a threat or not. And he said they also posed no direct threat. And the fact that they were enriching uranium in the first place, even if they were, is Trump's fault. Trump pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal against all of the wishes of the other signatories on the deal. It allowed us to have oversight on all of this. He took that from us. He took that from Iran. Iran had to start enriching uranium if they wanted to get back into a deal.
Okay, so then my thing is this, right? Oh, by the way, I'm the one that said the Hassan Piker thing. It was a joke. I'm a centralist, so like, I don't go left or right. I'm right in the middle. So I could see both sides of like the coin. My thing is, I get it. I I'd rather be America first than be any other country first. Not Israel, not, Iran, not no other country except America. Care about the American people. Let's get people off the streets. Let's get the homeless off the street. Let's, give our people more
Can you
freedom.
can you name a position on the right or a politician on the right that's proposing to help poor people like that?
To be honest with you, no.
That's not really
No.
their thing, right? That's like socialism if you ask them, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much how it is, because I really haven't heard nobody on the right really speak about the homeless vets or people that are homeless in general.
He just
You know what I
made
mean?
10,000 more people homeless that are vets. Out of the 33,000 people that are already homeless vets, Trump's created 10,000 more by kicking them out of their homes. What's up, Kobe?
How did he kick them
Hey,
out of?
Pickles.
Well, he wrote a I think it was an EO canceling some sort of mortgage protection program for vets. There's 10,000 of them that will now lose their homes because their loans weren't protected.
So wait, what's the damn? I don't know if you would know, but do you know what that bill is called?
Yeah, I'll just find it real quick. Kobe, did you want to add something real quick?
Yeah, I wanted to add 2 points. Number one, this is America first, by the way. It's American establishment first. America first has never ever been about American citizens. It was a phrase that was used by the Nativist Party, which were a bunch of white supremacists who wanted only white people, white immigrants to get citizenship. And then it was used by the Triple K, who also did not really believe in all Americans. So this is very much America first, Izzy. This is pro-American corporations like Raytheon, for example, who are getting rich off of this war, right? So all the wars and the military interventions, specifically over 728 military interventions America has engaged in since its inception. About 20% of those have been since 2000 alone, 2001 alone, by the way. The 800 military bases that it has in over 80 countries, that is what America first is. But secondly, when Iran says death to America, it's not talking about American citizens. It's talking about the American establishment, the same American establishment that allowed a person like Epstein and all of his cronies to be able to grape children, SA children, and get away with it. That establishment, the establishment that allowed an essayer like Trump to become president, that is the establishment that Iran wants to get rid of, because that establishment continues to intervene in Iranian politics, by the way. And lastly, they don't have nukes, but so what if they did? Like, who are you to say that? Who are you, by the way, Izzy, respectfully? Who are you to go to another country and tell them what to do with their country? Would you accept it if Russia came to America and told you what to do with your country?
No, not at all. But the thing
Okay.
is, my thing is more the fact that when you consistently say death to America and you chant it, and
Yeah.
then not only that, but you talk about how when you go to another country, right? Because this is pretty much in their Quran and their holy book.
What?
Listen, I'm about to explain it to you real quick. When they say that when you go to another country, or when you go to war with another country, you could take slaves, women slaves, and use them as you want.
This
That's
is
in the
just
Bible.
Islamophobia. Yeah,
Yes,
those
this
kind of
is
stuff are
this
in the
is
Bible. Who are the first Muslims in America, by the way, Izzy?
wait, what was that? Who are the first
Who are the
Muslims in
first
America?
Muslims in America?
Wasn't it Shia?
No, it was Black Americans. The first Muslims who arrived in America were, by the way, were enslaved Black Americans from certain parts of West and Central Africa. So Islam has been a part of America since the beginning, by the way, right? So when you spread Islamophobia, it just goes to show that you don't actually know the history of it. And also, when we talk about like messed up things that are written in books, all 3 Abrahamic religions have messed up things in all 3 of their books. So there is no point of trying to be Islamophobic. Last question.
Well,
There's only
excuse me,
what?
real quick.
How many
Wait,
countries have
wait,
used?
hold on, real
How many
quick, real
countries
quick,
have
real
used
quick. Wait,
nukes,
Krogan.
Izzy?
Wait, hold on, real quick. Let me just let me just ask you a question. Are you trying to call me Islamophobic, or are you just saying people in general are Islamophobic?
I think the statement about using the Quran to justify bombing a sovereign nation is an Islamophobic statement.
So
Yes.
you're trying to say that I'm Islamophobic?
I, I I don't understand why religion has to do with you justifying
No, no,
bombing
no,
a
no.
country.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question because I didn't come in here and saying, oh, right away, just going ahead and just adding labels to you, right? I didn't sit here and say, oh, you're a terrorist
What does
supporter.
religion have to do with
That,
anything?
right? Did I say that?
I
What
think
does
it, I
religion
think
have to do with
I
anything?
think
I'm
she
saying,
put it.
if any,
I think it's undeniable that like a statement can be Islamophobic, and
Yes.
whatever that means about you, we don't have to say all that, but you can stop saying those things, and maybe you wouldn't be considered that. But
Yeah, I didn't put a label on you, by the way. I said specifically that statement of using religion, specifically Islam, to justify bombing and unaliving Muslims is Islamophobic. That statement is Islamophobic because there is no justification. Because if that were the case, there are some messed up verses, Izzy, in the Bible, in the Old Testament, especially about enslaving people, right? Where the Israelites were allowed to enslave everybody around them who was not like an Israelite, right?
in the aftermath
So
of
that
war, by the way,
exactly the
just like you
aftermath of war.
said.
Exactly. So that means that justify people to go around unaliving Christians and also unaliving Jewish people because they believe in the Old Testament? No, it doesn't.
no, not at all.
Okay, good.
Not at
Exactly.
all.
Exactly. I don't know why religion was brought up here to
No.
justify bombing a sovereign nation.
Well, the thing is, it isn't just about the religion. It's just a simple point of fact that when you sit there and you say death to a country, and then you go ahead and you start working towards nukes, right? And not only that, but let's put it like this too. Weren't they going around and unaliving their own people?
America unalives its own people too, has been actually since its inception. And lastly, does America intervene in other countries' politics?
Yes.
Actually,
Yes.
who was
Yes,
the
they do.
country? Okay. Who did Iran ever topple a democratically elected American leader?
No.
Did America ever topple a democratically elected Iranian leader?
Yes.
Did America then install a Shah who was a dictator who unalived his people from 1953 all the way up until 1979 using also the Savak?
Yes.
Okay. So death to America then. They have a right to say that. If they are living within their country, not bothering America, and America comes all the way to their country and continues destabilizing them, they have every right to hate the establishment that is America.
And I would just say, like, imagine Russia coming and installing, I don't know, a leader, whether they have or not is up to you, but imagine Russia blatantly coming over and installing a leader, and we are suffering to that leader's dictatorship for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. You would be saying death to Russia. Would that make it okay for Russia to come bomb us some more?
No, not at all. Not at all. But when you're working towards weapons of mass destruction like a nuke, right? And you consistently have this hatred towards Americans, right?
Wouldn't you want to have a nuke if Russia came and did that to us?
Well, I mean, we got nukes. I mean,
You want to keep you think that's good, right?
And what's the only country that used nukes, Pickles?
Us.
What's the only country? America. So the only country in the world that has ever used. One second,
yes,
is
it
it?
was us.
Okay, so the only country in the world that has ever used nukes is going around telling other countries that are not allowed to have nukes. Also, Israel, the country that also has nukes, by the way, that is not signed to the non-proliferation proliferation treaty, and it doesn't have any inspectors going in there, doesn't have anybody checking it out. Both of those countries are saying that people shouldn't have nukes. Wow.
Well, I
It's
mean,
actually crazy.
isn't
Very hypocritical.
isn't our goal pushing towards getting rid of nukes?
No, it's not.
So what is our goals then?
The goal is to control countries in the global south. That's the goal, to control them and to benefit off of them.
So what you're saying is that pretty much if they got rid of the nukes, we would still have ours.
Yeah.
Yes, and actually, America would use those nukes to dominate over other countries. That's what America and Israel are trying to do.
Fun fact, the only sovereign country to ever relinquish their nukes is Ukraine, and we promised them defense because of that, and then we didn't give them defense when Russia invaded.
Well, defense in what way? Because we did send them weapons.
Defense all the way.
We're having boots on
The
the
same
ground.
defense that nuclear weapons would have given them.
Well, would you want boots on the ground in a country that has nothing to do with us?
Well,
If
when
you
we
send
have treaty obligations to assist them, they do have something to do with us.
Plus, like the sovereignty of their country, like largely affects the whole world's economy. So if Russia controlled the only warm water port that doesn't freeze over during the winter and is the what's called the grain, what's called, they're like the capital of Europe. They create most of the grain. Also nitrogen and helium and oil and tons of natural resources. Russia is just drooling at that, and that would affect all of the trade in that region. So it would be best for us to defend them. It would be cheaper too.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So what you're saying is it's pretty much that we made, because I see people in the comments saying, "Oh, we made a promise to Ukraine that if they got rid of their nukes, that pretty much we would help them." I see it as we helped them by sending them weapons. I would not put boots on the ground in any country. Same thing as what happened in the Iraq War. I wouldn't have put boots on the ground.
We barely gave him anything. We gave them $75 billion worth of like humanitarian aid, and the rest of it was like weapons from the 80s. It was $300 billion worth of weapons from the 80s, like Abrams tanks, and that was, I mean, it was far less than that too, because we evaluated those tanks at full price when in our ledgers depreciated value was like 5% of that. So
What you're saying is we valued them at brand new price instead of valuing them at used price.
mhm.
Okay.
That's where that 300 million
Also,
comes. Billion.
sorry.
Sorry, what's up, Corey?
Also, it turns out that, those tanks require a lot of fuel, and so when we don't provide them the fuel to maintain those tanks, they kind of become pretty useless pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that you got a point on that. See, that's why I feel like I'm more of a centralist, because I can listen to both sides and understand what both sides are coming from, compared to being either left or right, where I just have to either stick to a echo chamber pretty much and listen to just my side, you know what I mean? So that's why I fall right in the middle, where I can listen to both sides and understand both sides. So I'm just trying to figure out more about politics, because I'm 32 years old and I never cared about politics. I never cared to vote, because of the simple point of fact that I always seen it as we vote for somebody and it's the same old, same old. You know what I mean? I'm trying to control my language, because I usually I speak like a sailor, so I'm trying to dial it back. So if you see me kind of like trying to regain what I'm trying to say, is because I'm trying to like readjust myself so I don't get banned and you don't get banned or irritated.
I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to American foreign policy, it's not really like a left or right issue. I think like when it comes to American foreign policy specifically, American imperialism has unfortunately in the past been supported by different presidents from different parties, right? So yeah, but the thing is, Izzy, like you have to understand that right now what Trump did, he created more Iranians who are gonna most likely say death to America. More people, people whose whole neighborhoods were destroyed, people whose whole families were unalived. More than 3,000 Iranians were unalived already. When it comes to Lebanon, more than 2,000 Lebanese people were unalived. There are people who the guy who did the attack in Michigan, I think, that dude was a Lebanese American guy who had lost like a lot of his family members in the airstrikes in Lebanon. You have created like Trump has actively created more people who hate America, by the way.
Well, I mean,
Well,
yes, but then at the same time, a lot of people were chanting, that they wanted us to go to they wanted us to be in Iran and pretty much help them get out of the regime that they were in.
Who's a lot of people? That's not true.
You've seen it all over social media.
A
People in
majority of
20, it was a 20% of Americans, even no, it was 20% of conservatives were for the Iran war before Trump went
No,
in.
I'm not talking about from America. I'm talking about people from Iran.
That's not true. You're talking about the people who are like, first of all, when it comes to people who claim to be Iranian, you have people who are Zionists, number one, who support Israel dominating the region within the West Asia. You also have the people who are the Shah supporters. These are people who supported Pahlavi and they want him to be installed, but he is not necessarily popular when it comes to Iran. Iranian people inside Iran, like Izzy, come on now. You cannot sit here and claim that Iranian people inside Iran want to be bombed. You
I was
like,
gonna
do
say,
you
yeah,
genuinely think, Izzy, that you would support
no,
being
not bomb,
airstriked?
not
Okay,
bomb.
cool.
But they
Then of
want to be
course they're not gonna want to be
liberated from the
airstriked.
regime.
They're not gonna want to be airstrike. It doesn't mean that like Iranian people like don't want to change up their government. They have every right to have grievances towards their government, have every right to want to do regime change, right?
Yeah.
But them wanting to remove their government doesn't mean that they want to be occupied by a foreign entity. And that's what it is right now. America and Israel are trying to occupy them.
Well,
on top of the
didn't
foreign
Trump
entity, it's not like we created a new regime. I mean, the person in charge is literally the son of the previous Ayatollah. So there was no regime change. It's the same regime.
Well, from what I heard so far, the son of the Ayatollah was pretty much injured or something like that. I'm not sure, not quite sure what I heard, but I'm pretty sure it was
He's in
something.
power. He had a speech. He had a whole speech. He's in power.
Was
He
he?
also is looking towards developing nukes, by the way, and he also said that he's gonna enact revenge. He's gonna avenge all the people who are unalived, including his wife, his mother,
His
the
father,
current leader. Yeah, the current Ayatollah right now. By the way, American Israel unalived his mother, his father, his wife, and I think his child. If I'm not mistaken.
daughter.
Yeah, daughter or something like that. This is literally like a whole villain origin story, by the way. That's what America achieved. And this guy also said he wants nukes, by the way. He also actively said that he's going to avenge Iranian martyrs.
Think about you and I right now, or me and the one of my last guests who are on the opposite side of the political aisle. Imagine if we got hit by Russia. What if we got bombed? We would instantly be united. We would instantly both hate, Putin together. We would be united on the front against a common enemy, and that's what we've done to them. So everybody who felt like they were a victim of the regime, they are now looking up at the sky and they see Israel, they see United States bombing them. They see dead children from a school. They see all the collateral damage. They see what we're doing to the economy. We're got ship presence or naval presence outside. They hate us. They're scared. That is not going to change. They're not looking at this with nuance, especially if the regime in power is as good at propaganda as they seem with the Lego videos. They're absolutely uniting those people against us.
Nah, yeah, it's true. They really are. I mean, at the same time, I mean, I feel like because I seen the war between Israel and Gaza and Palestine. I seen all of that, and I could sit there and say that I never support Israel bombing places where children sleep or where children go to school at, which could it have happened during the Iran when we bombed Iran the first time? Could it have happened? Yes. Did it happen? I don't know because
Yes, it did. But children were unalived.
see, you're not letting
10.
me finish speaking. Jesus, let me finish. Jeez, I was gonna say if it happened is a shame, is a real big shame. We should have done more due diligence before we bombed a compound where there was a school right next to it. Yes.
We bombed the school, not a compound. We bombed a school twice.
Which was in a
It's 3.
compound, wasn't it?
No,
Izzy,
it was near a military base, which, as someone who served in the military, there are schools in and near military bases because that's where the families of military members
yeah,
live.
every one of our military bases have schools. Every one of them.
Yeah, for sure. There is schools with the military bases, but from what I seen, I thought it was in the compound. I didn't know that it was on a military base.
It's same thing.
So a compound of a dictator's or a leader's compound is a military base?
So in every one of our compounds, whatever the difference is between a compound and a military base, every single one of our military bases have schools for the children of the people who are in that military base. They're in the base.
Oh, okay. So there's a military base in the White House, which would be the compound of.
That's the leader of Iran doesn't live in Minab. It wasn't in Tehran. The leader of Iran is in Tehran. The school was bombed in Minab, which is not in Tehran.
Okay. See, I didn't know that. That's why I was saying it was in the compound, because I thought it was where he was living. I didn't know that it was an actual military base. From the way that the news portrayed it, it was in the compound, like where he lives.
Here's the one thing that I've heard that would make this less evil, but still evil, is that this was just 10-year-old intelligence. So they didn't have the new intelligence that said this was a school at this point, which, I mean, what happens when you just fire all the generals that don't agree with you, which is what he did.
As well as overly rely on AI, which doesn't do a great job of parsing data.
Wait, how were we relying on AI?
We've had multiple instances where Trump has blatantly used AI for his policy.
Wait. He has?
Yeah, remember the tariff rates that he proposed for all those countries?
Yeah.
Someone pulled up how he did that. He came up with those numbers by plugging into AI. Hey, make a retaliatory tariff rates based on trade deficits, and it spat out the exact same numbers. He used AI for it.
By the way, Izzy, I just checked. Minab is 842 miles away from where the Ayatollah lives. So it's about 678 to 842 miles away. It's a completely different city.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good whatsoever. Yeah, no, that's just crazy. To bomb a school, yeah, that's crazy. I ain't gonna lie. That's wild.
Think of all of the people right now in Cuba that are starving and dying of thirst and disease because he's put a chokehold on them for the last few weeks. He doesn't let any oil go through. There was a night where every single person in the ICU in a hospital died because of the power outage. That was Trump.
Just real quick for those that didn't hear what I said. I'm a centralist. I'm more towards the central, which is why I never voted and I never will vote. And I always see the bad that previous and current presidents have done. And yes, I do not vote. I just want to understand more about politics, which is why I came up here. I'm not saying that I voted for Trump.
Okay, no. Izzy, so if you want to understand more about politics, let me help you out real quick. First of all, it's called a centrist.
Yeah, there we go.
And second of all, a centrist still votes. Like, plenty of centrists participate in politics.
Okay. So, all right, so because I'm central, because I see myself in the middle, it means that I see myself in the middle. I don't see how would I say that?
Have you ever heard of the Overton window?
No. What is that?
So Overton windows kind of like a peer into what our politics are relative to the rest of the world or to each other. So we'll pretend like this line is capitalism. So this is anything left of capitalism would be like socialism, and communism would be way to the left. Then we have fascism all the way over here to the right.
Yeah.
Here's where the US sits. I think we're closer to fascism than ever. Here's where fucking like Europe sits. Canada, all these people with socialized medicine, a lot more social safety nets. Norway, we even have some like social programs or like some state-owned gas in Norway. So we'll put them left of capitalism. They still practice capitalism though. This is where you are. You are here. This is the center. You are right of center. So are liberals. We are right of center. In the U.S., we're not even center. We're to the right. So if you want to be more center, you would move a little more left.
Okay. So where does Hassan fall into this? That's my question. Does he fall on the far left, or does he fall on the far? Oh, okay. So he falls right on the socialist side.
If you don't believe in capitalism, then you're a leftist. That's a distinction. The moment that you stop believing in capitalism and you want the dismantlement of capitalism, that's when you are considered to be a leftist. By the way,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So is communism closer to socialism? Because from what I
you would
see,
need socialism to be a communist. Like
Yeah,
you
depending on
need
how, like Marx writes about basically socialism being a stepping stone towards communism
yes.
and a piece on the way there. But like communism is also a much, it's hard. Communism essentially leads to a position of potentially even removing the concept of the state, which just gets into a whole different conversation.
okay. So what's the difference between fascism and socialism?
So many things. Fascism is a far right ideology that believes in, or that is very pro nationalism. And so essentially it leads to a high authoritarian autocratic system that kind of pushes itself on the basis of nationalism, whereas socialism is an economic policy that believes that the workers should receive the fruits of their labor.
Okay, let me ask you one question real quick. Can you dumb it down a little bit? Like just a little bit.
Yes.
Fascism believes in hierarchies. It believes in upholding a hierarchy, especially a racial one or an ethnic hierarchy. It believes in domination, and it uses religion or nationalism or militarism to achieve this upholding of a hierarchy or to justify it as well. Whereas leftists believe in dismantling hierarchies and creating a more egalitarian society. Leftists don't believe in supremacy. Fascism does believe in some form of supremacy.
Typically, the supremacy of the state or a nation group within the state. It establishes that one group should be dominant over all, both internally and externally.
Yes.
Oh,
People who say things about isolationism and I don't know, cutting off your nose in spite of your face for some of these things, like Trump is saying, America first, which means everything and nothing. America first when it comes to funding Ukraine, but when it comes to sending money abroad, like they just say it as an excuse. You're just like this ultra nationalist, like fuck your feelings behavior. Communism, stateless, moneyless, classless society. So no money, no government, no anything. We're all in this utopia. We have farm animals and it's Minecraft or something. And then social.
That's communism?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily utopia, to be fair. Like it can be, but continue.
And socialism, workers own the means of production. And there's actually a few things you could add or remove from this, but socialism is basically like, instead of Nike having a CEO that makes 90% of all of the profits, they would have whatever their 100,000 employees all getting like 1% of the profits and having a vote and a say so in every big or small action they take as a company. Like if you want to start selling a new type of shoe, they would all have a vote and a say.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see. See, that's why I come onto these panels, like either be left or right. You know, how do I say it? From the political spectrum, like how politics is being shown to us now. I go to panels like this to get myself more informed because I would say I'm not as informed as I should be. And I appreciate you guys going ahead and teaching me a couple things. You know what I mean? And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I really do.
For sure,
Well,
man. I just encourage you, like, some people don't know what they don't know. And, like, that might be I mean, it's still the case for me. So I tune into a lot of these talks too. I always want to see people fighting. Otherwise, I feel like I'm in a bubble. I want to see people talking.
yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys, giving me a better understanding on socialism, fascism, and communism. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys having me up here and, speaking just to speak. And, you know, that's pretty much it.
No problem. Convert to Democrat, you infidel.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good day, guys.
All right. You guys are welcome to stay up. I think it's that part of the night where I'm ready to hang out with y'all. Y'all down?
Did you say part of the night?
Oh, it is morning, isn't it?
It is. It's 7:30 my time.
I just cracked my 5th Celsius. Sorry.
How many energy drinks do you drink?
I cannot
Oh,
confirm that.
Oh,
I-
boy.
When I was in my early 20s, this would make so much sense, and now I'm just like, oh, I don't think I would be dead.
Yeah, I'm 37. I don't look it, but I still have my fair share.
I mean, I take pre-workout like it's, I suppose I can't say the substance on TikTok, but yeah, no, I get it.
I'm actually 60. I just look young because I bathe in the blood of my enemies. But yeah.
Ooh, share me your routine.
Yeah, I also have a 20-step Korean skincare routine. So
I'm 22, but the hatred has aged me. It's just kind of a whole thing.
Really?
oh my goodness, hatred for who?
Mostly the American right. Just, constantly.
You said I look 37? Get out of here, dude. Get out of here. No, I don't.
They're lying to you. You do not look a day over 50.
Stop it. For real, stop it.
On a serious note, though, I think like more people on the left should be having these conversations around like leftism and socialism and communism. I think there's a lot of Red Scare propaganda going around, or has been going around, and a lot of people also don't really understand what like leftism is, other than that what they've been fed. And so I do think that these are conversations that should be had. A lot of people think that capitalism has existed since the beginning of humanity, and this is how it has always been, and this is how it's always going to be, and there's no alternative system. And I think that is a form of capitalist realism. And I do think that people really need to engage more with Black radical thought. So.
I agree. The amount of people I see on the right that are just foaming at the mouth hatred towards like socialism, like, look at, name one socialist country that's worked and all this stuff, like, they really don't know. I'm not even just making fun of them. They really don't know. They really don't know what they hate. And the fact that we already have parts of those things already in our economy. We are already a mixed economy. So is every other fucking developed country on earth. They all have parts of socialism and capitalism, almost all of them. In fact, I don't know if there is one that doesn't have like a social safety net, which is what most MAGA talks about when they say socialism.
Well, not only that, but they love the military, and the military is probably the largest example of like a socialist group in this country. I mean, the U.S. military is a social welfare program.
Y'all are gonna hate me, but I disagree.
Tell me.
Socialism and capitalism cannot be combined. These are fundamentally, at their core, antagonistic systems, right? So I don't think social programs mean socialism. These are fundamental. They just cannot be mixed at all. Socialism strives to get rid of hierarchies. Capitalism strives to continue upholding hierarchies, because you cannot have capitalism without an exploited class, and also you cannot have capitalism without Black Death. That's it. Like, capitalism necessitates Black Death. You cannot have a capitalist system without some Black people anywhere around the world dying. So those are just fundamentally antagonistic systems that cannot be merged together.
See, and I wasn't going to say this when the other guest was up there. I think that social democrats could be included as part of the left, or like leftist. And I think the actual, like, I want to get to a point where the political landscape is a discussion between social democracies and like democratic socialism, which I think are the achievable in our lifetime political goals, at least in the United States. But I do think that, like, yeah, I think social democrats could be considered as part of the left. That's I think a fundamental disagreement.
Wait, but don't you still believe in capitalism?
As a social, well, and again, I disagree with the idea that the left, that you cannot hold some view of capitalism and also be as a part of the left.
Yeah, but you understand that capitalism necessitates Black Death, right? Like, at its foundation, at its core,
I've heard you explain this before, and I 1000% agree. And I don't think I'm smart enough to debate this with you, Kobe, because you're smarter in every way.
I'm not. I recognize that capitalism, as we have like done it over the past centuries, has always been exploitative, and in our case, exploitation has been at the behest of marginalized groups, including people of color. I'm not denying that. I'm saying that I think you can look for a way to mitigate exploitation and harm through a capitalist framework. I'm not even saying I agree with that.
How?
I'm saying, hold on. I'm not even saying I agree with that position. I can see how other people would hold it. And I think that's the interesting conversation that I want to get to, rather than it being a fight against fascists.
Mm-hmm. But how can you do that? How can you have capitalism while mitigating exploitation?
Oh, I mean, you invest in heavy social welfare programs, create heavy regulation that addresses income inequality, that forces people to pay back into the system in order to franchise individuals who otherwise are taken advantage of, stuff like that. And again, will there be some exploitation? I think there will be, but there's also an argument to be made that exploitation is inherent to every system, and that there will always be some level of exploitation in every society.
No, I disagree. So like, you still are gonna have exploitation, though, because the reason as to why you are in need of these social programs is because there are people who are being disenfranchised, right? Who need a social safety net to be able to survive. But let's say, for example, we're sitting on our phones. Those phones are dependent on Congolese people dying. We all have the Congolese genocide in our hands. How do you prevent that from happening while living in a capitalist system? Because, for example, Norway, Sweden, these countries are DemSocs, right? They're social like democratically socialist countries, but they also participate in the death of Africans and Black people. So how can you? Because who were the first capital when capitalism was emerging?
Who were the first capitalists?
No,
who were the
who was
slaves?
The capital?
Yeah.
Oh, the capital.
Black slaves.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah. No, it's okay. So Black slaves were the first capital. So from its foundation, capitalism was literally built on the death of Black people. And racism, which is like, it's not just a tool that it uses to determine who gets to be genocided and who gets to be exploited, but racism is literally like the foundation of capitalism. It's not a feature that you can just remove. It's the foundation of it. So how can you have capitalism without Black people dying?
Again, I'm looking at it from a position of looking to reduce the exploitation that occurs, and also looking to enfranchise others. I recognize the failures of capitalism, but I also recognize I see, and this is where I'm more of a what's the word? Shit, I'm blanking on the word for it. Pessimist. I think every single system is going to be at some point exploitative of other individuals around the world, and that needs to be mitigated and addressed. But that's a fundamental flaw with how everything has worked out from the world that we live in currently.
Yeah, Corey. But I'm not coming at you, by the way, Corey. We're just having a
I know.
conversation.
This is a conversation more on the political theory and disagreement.
Exactly. So the question is, yeah. So I'm not for reduction though. I'm for the stopping of Black people dying, because I don't think that should be normalized, and I think we live within a society where it is normalized for Black people to die in order for civil society to function. And I rebuke that system. I don't agree with that society. So I'm not okay even with a little Black death as long as Black people are dying.
No,
right?
that's fair.
So
I guess
yeah.
Are we engaging in theory, or are we engaging in practice? In praxis, that's kind of where I would ask, because
it can be praxis too.
Okay, because I think in praxis, I'm not going to say Black Death. I think in praxis there will always be some level of exploitation, and that's just inherent to the systems that we've already set up through history that are going to continue to affect us in our lifetimes. In theory, I would like to move to a system that ceases all exploitation, that utilizes, that goes with how Marx wrote about it, right? More developed countries actually use their privilege to franchise and help other countries develop, working together with them instead of exploiting them, and going towards that system, right? I think that needs to be what happens.
But I don't really necessarily quote Marx, because I feel like Marx was heavily emphasized class reductionism, and he didn't implement the racial aspect. That's why I listen to Black radical thinkers, right? Like, for example, Cedric Johnson, was it Robinson Johnson, Frantz Fanon, Aimé Césaire. These are all Black thinkers, people like Thomas Sankara, who believed in racial capitalism because they realized that always at the bottom of that hierarchy were Black people, right? And so I would say that it was praxis for a person like Thomas Sankara, who did implement socialist policies and was switching up Burkina Faso to become more socialist, and he kicked out all the capitalists, right? Whether it was the Western capitalists, the Russian capitalists, the Chinese capitalists, he kicked them out of Burkina Faso, and within 4 years alone, transformed Burkina society completely to the point where he had to get assassinated, right? So my point is, I listen to Black radical thinkers because they're the ones who know what capitalism looks like, how it operates, because we are at the bottom of a capitalist hierarchy, regardless of who we are as Black people. So we know how to dismantle said system. So my point is, there isn't a single economy in this world right now that is not dependent on Black death. Not a single economy. That's just how capitalism functions. And
Sure.
the moment that Black people stop dying, the global economy would collapse. So why would, if we know that, why would we want to continue having this system and pretending as if reform or regulation would function instead of working towards dismantling this system?
And that's fair. Obviously, the people who are the most exploited are going to have that view on that. Also, not trying to snitch, you had a question.
Yeah, I had a question. So I'm just kind of curious by what your view on what socialism would look like to you, because from what I've been hearing, I feel like a lot of this is discussing on, as Corey said, the current practice in society today. I personally, I view the methodology of various I guess economic or societal setups, if you will, for communism, socialism, and capitalism as not the same as institutions that resulted in racism. Because if we look very far back into things for example, very ancient societies that back then, when race was not fully a recognized source, yes, there were exploited groups, but as Corey said, I feel like regardless of what group you, or I guess regardless of what societal construct you decide to go by, there's going to be exploitation, especially in a world where there's 8 billion people, and you're going to end up in, if you're trying to make things equal or equal footing for everyone without any exploitation whatsoever, whether that be race related or not, there's going to be like certain populations who get the short end of the stick. So like, to give an example, in China with the one-child policy, that was meant to reduce the population to equal out resources for everyone else. On face value, that sounds like a good thing because you're distributing the resources more fairly, but then you're also disregarding the societal views of, like, for example, gender. And a lot of women, including one of my best friends, was completely abandoned as a child because she was born a girl with her sister, and she ended up having to be like adopted basically out of a trash can. So like, I just struggle to comprehend what a socialist society would look like with 8 billion people on the planet.
Yeah, so first of all, China is not communist. A lot of people think that China is a communist country just because the party is called the CCP. But
I'm not assuming that.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just wanted to say that, like, China is also a state-run capitalist. And when it comes to exploitation always exists, I think if we're talking about just specific unfair treatment or power imbalance, yes, that is going to exist. But when I'm talking about capitalist exploitation, I'm talking about extracting surplus labor value under unequal ownership of production. And that is not something that has always existed, right? Because people are treating a historically specific structure as if it's a permanent feature of human nature. And capitalism is not a permanent feature within our human nature. The systematic exploitation and genocide of people is not a permanent feature of our human nature. So yes, can some inequality exist? Can conflict exist? I don't believe in a utopic society which is not going to be, which is devoid of any type of exploitation, unequal treatment or inequality. I don't believe in that. Of course, those things existed. But race has not always existed in the ancient world. Race was specifically created in the 1400s to justify capitalist exploitation. And yes, if capitalism was created during colonialism and slavery to justify systematic, and you saying there will always be people who have the short end of the stick, the issue here is that it's not arbitrary in the current world we live in. The people who always have the shortest end of the stick are Black people. Black people are the ones being so Black people are the ones being genocided, right? Black people are the ones being systematically enslaved. Black people are the ones being exploited everywhere you go. And that's what we're talking about. It's not about just exploitation or unequal treatment. No, this is about genocide that we're talking about. And that shouldn't be normalized, right? And when we talk about like a socialism, right? I would say that initially, like for a transitionary period, the state would still exist, right? The state would be managing redistribution. It would be managing planning, right? But then slowly but surely, I think that the workers do need more control over the means of production. I don't necessarily think that there should be a ruling class. I don't think that there needs to be a separate state. I don't think that billionaires need to exist. I don't think that millionaires need to exist, right? I think that society needs to be able to collectively self-manage production and also distribution. And that is something that happened in Burkina Faso. Thomas Sankara successfully was implementing that system, and within 4 years he pulled out so many people out of poverty. He vaccinated like 2.5 million children. He boosted the literacy rate from like 13% to like 70 something percent. I would highly recommend to look into what Thomas Sankara was doing in Burkina Faso and how successful he was. And that's precisely why he got assassinated just 4 years later. And this happened in the 1980s, by the way. He got assassinated in 1987 immediately because they realized that he was completely shifting his society, right? So I do think that it is possible, and I don't think that a global-based systematic exploitation of people should be normalized.
I agree. I don't think that there should be exploitation of people. The point that I was trying to make is I'm separating, I guess, I don't think that capitalism and socialism are entirely at odds, in the sense that I do think that we're looking at systems that have been corrupted by constructs like race, because I don't believe that they're one and the same thing. I do think that the people who initially instituted capitalism used race to justify the exploitation of one specific group, which I believe that that is a separate construct than what at the root capitalism as a society thing is. And I don't think that a society should be fully capitalist, and I don't think that a society should be fully anything, because at some point, with enough people on the planet, there's going to be a time where there has to be restrictions on how many people get born, how many people are being basically capable of being fed, and enough money to go around, which I do think that's a problem in and of itself, because there's so many people on this planet, and there's so many things that each person needs, from a car to like just generally like having access to a place can be very expensive.
But the issue that I have is how are capitalism and socialism not antagonistic to one another when they have completely different fundamental, like, core tenets? Capitalism believes in private ownership, right? It believes in producing that is organized around profit, right? It believes in like wage labor. It believes around coordinating only through markets. But when it comes to socialism, it believes in collective ownership. It believes in production not for profit, but for use, for social need. It believes in coordinating not through markets, but coordinating through planning, right? And also, capitalism was not corrupted. Capitalism is working exactly how it was designed. The prior to capitalism, we had commerce, which I don't have an issue with commerce, just simply trading and all that stuff. There's no issue with that. But capitalism itself was designed to work this way from the get-go, from its inception.
So would there be restrictions on how many people could be born under a fully socialist society where we are trying to distribute resources effectively and have it so that way people don't need to basically work for profit?
Why would there be restrictions of how many people are born? I'm confused. That's not a tenet of socialism.
Well, I'm asking this because if we're to distribute resources equally and provide everybody with every single vaccine, medication, everything they require, and also make new discoveries on top of that, that is a lot of resources to be expending on 8 billion people.
We already have those resources, though. You have the Walmart family. They're sitting on $500 billion. We have the Nahyan family in the UAE. They're sitting over $313 billion. Like, if poverty, if the rich, the ultra, when I'm saying the rich, I mean the ultra rich. There is no justification for a single family, what are they called, the Waltons, to be sitting on $500 billion. How many issues could be solved with that? So yes, the resources are there, by the way. All the resources are there. The problem is not that we have a lack of resources. The problem is that we have a minority of people who are hoarding these resources. And when we look at the racial demographics of these people, 60% of 60 to 70% of millionaires and billionaires are white. They're white people. So racially, white people on a global scale have created a system that benefits their demographic, and that's precisely why they're disproportionately represented when it comes to how many millionaires and billionaires they are. So the resources are there, but it's just a demographic of people keep hoarding these resources.
And again, I point out then that, like, how is it not a leftist view then to also believe, okay, yeah, you're right, there is disproportionate wealth inequality that's held together by these individuals, right? How is it then that, okay, cool, heavy taxation, heavy regulation, and we're making it basically impossible for people to exist with that immense amount of wealth? How is that not a leftist ideology?
Also, just wanted to say that I completely agree with that. And I think that after we do distribute like those kinds of resources where we have like these families and companies with billions upon billions of dollars, I worry for the, I guess, health of our planet at that point, just because of the way that like climate change and everything else has been going. I'm very skeptical on how quickly we can turn that around, even if we were to distribute all funds equally. So that's my point of view. I guess I'm more of a pessimist like Corey, but that's, I would want that to occur. I'm just skeptical that it would actually go around so equally to the extent across 8 billion people that there would be complete like harmony inside of the in the world. But I guess that just kind of depends on like the hypothetical situation of like we were able to force these companies to distribute their funds.
So I don't believe in harmony. Like the idea that the world wasn't fighting, all that stuff prior to that's just not true. People have always been fighting. There has always been like tribalism and all these different things and wars. The point here is the scale, right? So when we're talking about when we're talking about the scale of the destruction, that is very unique, right? The amount of people who were wiped out, like for example, so many indigenous people were wiped out in the Americas that it caused a little ice age, right? And the system that we live in today, by the way, it not only is about exploitation of labor, but it's also about differential exposure to suffering and death, which means certain groups of people, depending on what geography they live in, have a differential treatment or exposure to suffering, to death, to genocide, to exploitation. That is the issue. And Corey, to answer your question, if you are anti-capitalist, that's when you become a leftist. That's the bar for leftism. For a person to be considered a leftist, they need to be anti-capitalism because they realize that capitalism was birthed through colonialism and capitalism continues upholding, by the way. It's not because capitalism became corrupt. By design, it produces and stabilizes inequalities, and those racial categories that we're talking about are structuring who bears the harshest costs. That is how capitalism functions.
It seems to me that the whole, then you're not a leftist unless you completely believe in dismantling the capitalist system in every form is just creating barriers where there need not be one. Again, because like the way I look at leftism, it is not just, basically we're just saying any anti-capitalist ideology is going to be leftist, which I see as problematic. And I think if we start with, oh, that must be the basis there, I just don't agree. I'll just say that. Because like you can make the claim that like the National Socialists, by that logic, were also leftists.
No, they were not.
I know the fuck they weren't.
No, they were not because they were fascists. And
I agree with you.
Exactly, just because they labeled them, because Hitler himself did not care about workers' unions. He did not care about workers' rights. He actually actively dismantled all of these things. He took away the rights of workers, right? But capitalism is inherently hierarchical. And leftism is about anti-hierarchies. You cannot believe in hierarchies and claim that you are anti-hierarchies. A capitalist system functions only with hierarchy. You can never, ever have capitalism without hierarchies, because the moment that you think that certain classes can be exploited, that is fundamentally hierarchical in thinking. And if leftism is all about removing hierarchies, you can't be both. It's like saying, I'm hot and cold at the same time, or I'm wet and dry at the same time. These are fundamentally antagonistic. And I'm not saying this to be divisive, by the way, but I'm just recognizing that capitalism is dangerous for Black people. And I'm a Black woman, right? Capitalism is dangerous for Black people. It's not beneficial at all. There cannot be a single example of where capitalism could ever be beneficial for a Black person at all. So when we're sitting here and we're lying to Black people, telling them that you can be a capitalist and it can benefit you, or you can reform capitalism, that is us convincing Black people to support their own death and exploitation. That's the issue that I have, Corey. So I'm not coming at you, by the way. I'm just saying that. Yeah, I'm not coming at you. I'm not trying to be divisive, but I'm just saying, in order for capitalism to function, Black people need to die. Regardless of if it's Black people in the West or if it's Black people in Africa, Black people need to die. We're all sitting here with Congo in our hands. How many Congolese people had to die in order for us to sit here, 800 of us, on our phones? We have Congo in our pockets, literally everywhere we go. You eat gum. You use medication. Pharmaceutical companies use a lot of Arabic gum. About 80 to 90% of Arabic gum comes from Sudan. If you buy gold, any type of gold, a lot of it probably came from Sudan. Sudan is currently experiencing the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. It has about 10 famines. This is being funded by capitalist structures on a global scale. So if you look at how Black people are being treated, whether it is Black Americans experiencing domestic imperialism within the US context, whether it is Black people in Brazil, every 23 minutes, a Black Brazilian person gets unalived. Black people in Sudan, 60,000 Black people were unalived in 3 weeks in one city, El Fasher. 60,000 snuffed. All of this is because of capitalism, right? And the reason as to why I'm telling you this, Corey, is it's dangerous to try to convince Black people that they can believe in capitalism, because that is telling them that they have to believe in their own death.
Kobe, you'll never catch me arguing with you ever.
I guess I'm curious. Let's say, this is completely in theory, Kobe. So I do want to recognize this is like a massive fucking hypothetical. Let's say that the United States, in some fucking miraculous turn of phrase, gets, the progressive leftists into power. So obviously, progressive leftists from the perspective of the United States, still going to be more or less social democrats. We see heavy implementation of like regulation, taxation, reduction of income inequality, all this fun stuff. And the funds taken from like higher taxation on the wealthy are used to begin enfranchising marginalized groups in the United States, and also begin to working on the global issues, including the famines caused in Sudan, including the atrocious human rights violations taking place in order to maintain our current status as a developed nation, right? Let's say that starts happening, and it's still under the guise of some level of private ownership of industry. Are you saying that is still a right-wing system inherently?
Capitalism as an economic system is right-wing, yes.
Okay, that's and that's going to be
because how can you have capitalism without hierarchies?
Again, I see mitigation of. I see a goal of mitigating hierarchy as still a left-wing.
No, but how can you have capitalism without hierarchies, though?
I think that. I don't think you can. I think
you can't. Okay, you can't. Okay, then how is that leftist? Because leftism believes in.
Oh, sorry.
No problem, Corey. I'm just saying, like, we've both established that in order for capitalism to exist, somebody needs to get exploited. And if somebody is getting exploited, how do you determine who gets exploited? In the current world that we live in, race gets to determine who gets exploited. We're not seeing Western Europeans being genocided. We're seeing a specific type of people always being genocided for resources, right? So race determines who gets genocided, right? And these are all hierarchical features. You can't have a more of an egalitarian society with hierarchies. And if leftism believes in egalitarianism and capitalism believes in hierarchies, which is fundamentally right wing, by the way, how can you be a leftist but also right winger?
Oh, I'm saying, I disagree on a couple of things. I think that that mitigation minimalization and mitigation of hierarchy is still a leftist goal, even if one does not believe in total elimination of hierarchy. Because again, I think where I stand is you will never fully eliminate the concept of hierarchies. I just don't think that is something that is possible. So that's where I stand there. But I also think a more egalitarian system can still be the goal while not leading to a total egalitarian system.
But capitalism believes in, I'm so sorry, Sandeep. Capitalism functions around racial hierarchies, though. That's the thing I'm trying to tell you. And racial hierarchies are not something that has always existed. Literally, race came into existence because Prince Henry the Navigator asked Gomez de Zurara to come up with a BS, like bullshit concept to justify the expansion of the Portuguese Empire in like 1452 or something like that, right? And then Gomez de Zurara wrote the Chronicles of the discovery of Guinea, and he there justified, okay, Africans, they need to be civilized, they need to be Christianized, and they can do that if they are enslaved by Europeans. And then later on, you had people like Johann Blumenbach, who was German, you had Carlinius, who was Swedish, you had Francois Bernier, who was French. All of these people were like, oh yeah, you know what? White people, Europeans, they're the norm, they're the default, they are on the top of the hierarchy. Black people, Africans, they're at the bottom of the hierarchy. They're not human. There was literally a full debate on this, by the way. The Valladolid debate between Bartolomé de las Casas and Sepulveda, where they both were saying, should we enslave indigenous people in the Americas or not? They then came to the conclusion, indigenous people and Americans are subhuman, but at least they can be civilized. Therefore, we're not going to focus on enslaving them. We're going to focus on enslaving the West Africans, who are not even human, right? So capitalism stripped Black people of humanity. We're not considered even human in the current world that we live in. Not subhuman, not uncivilized. We're not even human. And that, like, we have experienced a social death, is what Orlando Patterson refers to it as, right? And Frank B. Wilderson III in Afro-Pessimism. We have experienced a social death because capitalism necessitates us to physically actually die. And we have to be dehumanized to physically die for exploitation. That is what capitalism does. It like, racial hierarchies have not always existed. The ancient world did not categorize people based on race. This was a purposeful categorization system that was created to justify exploitation. And that is what capitalism does. And as long as capitalism exists, Black people will continue dying. That's how violent capitalism is.
Wait, so
wait, I really need to go soon, but I do see, I see exactly what Cody is saying now. And I do kind of, like, I'm leaning more towards agreeing with that, actually. But I just wanted to ask, like, if we were to go back in time and make it so that way there was some kind of a hierarchy not based off of race or gender, but based off of, let's say, contribution to society or something of that sort, where it wasn't based off of race or gender, would that still be constant? Like, would that still be considered unfair? Like, what would the, like, if the amount that you contribute to society was maybe like half replaced back and then the other half distributed among everybody else, would that still be considered like a bad ideology?
So I would say that for me, like, a hierarchy, in order for it to be more acceptable, it would have to depend on functionality. It would have to be temporarily, and it would have to be democratically accountable, right? So, for example, is there consent amongst that population? Is there an active participation? So, do people who live within that hierarchy, do they have a say in it, right? Is there accountability? There shouldn't be ownership, again, because nobody's supposed to control the means of production, right? There is not going to be extraction. There is not going to be coercion. There is not going to be surplus through coercion. So yes, I would say that a hierarchy could be acceptable if it's functional and if it's temporary and not permanent.
I agree with that, and now I have to go to class because I have grad school. But yeah, no, that's where I stand. Oh my god, I almost fell off my treadmill. Okay, bye.
Take care.
Thanks for coming up. I'm sorry, chat. I'm here to learn on this one, just like y'all. So I'm staying quiet. But
Actually, I'm glad Snitch asked that question, because that was going to be my question too. Because I guess my question is, if you eliminate exploitation on the basis of race and you go into this idea of like, well, yeah, Snitch asked it pretty well, so I appreciated her asking that. I guess I'm wondering now, because there has been that debate on TikTok, Kovi. I'm sure you've seen it, where there's been a disagreement between leftism starts at the elimination of racial hierarchies versus the elimination of capitalism. It seems that you're on the side of it starts at the elimination of capitalism.
Well, I think capitalism is inherently racial, so it's both.
Again, so if you did, new person.
these are both friendlies.
Okay. So, and again, just if the elimination of the racial element is there, but you still maintain the idea of private ownership of industry.
No, I don't believe in private ownership.
Okay. That was kind of where I was going with that. Cool.
Wait, hello?
Hello, new people.
Hello? Wait, hello?
I can hear you.
I'm not opposition. I was hoping I could just ask one question to Kovi. Like I love her talks and her perspective. And just real quick, like, so MAGA's fed all this propaganda, right? And I personally feel, I don't know how you feel, like words are spells. You can go up to somebody and, I love you, you're amazing, have a great day. You can make that person have an amazing day. I don't think they understand that. So, and what that leads to is the fairness doctrine. I've brought it up on Pickles Live before as a question. What are your thoughts, Kovi, on like, so in 1933, like everything needed to be told fairly so that we didn't have so much of this misinformation, this hatred, this religious, political propaganda. Are you for it? Would you like something like that back? Would that help us? Is that just more of the same that has failed us already? Like, I guess, just what are your thoughts on the fairness doctrine? If you have that area.
Who gets to determine what's fair, though? That would be like the question that I would ask. Like, who gets to determine what is a fair way or a balanced way of explaining things?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I guess it's just telling all sides. Tell everything, and don't guide people like Fox Entertainment, or
Yes.
if it's just MS, whatever it is. Like I get like there's two sides, and they like, hey, we can make more money if we sell a story to each side, which I'm Democrat. If anything, after listening to you, I'm a leftist. Like, I don't think, since I was in high school, I think capitalism is, I don't want to say slavery, but it is, with a few extra steps involved. And I don't think people realize like how they're in a hamster wheel or a rat race just until they die. And I guess I want the most accurate information to be sent. Parker Santana, especially. I love Santana. Like, I just feel like there's so many creators out there, and it's not being broadcasted wide enough because we all have our own little sects and our own little like circles where we can't get the message out.
Is he cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah, he's cutting out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I think you're cutting out, Lucy. I think your internet. Could you
Am I better
repeat?
now?
Yes, it's much better. Can you repeat the last 40 or 50 seconds that you spoke?
I feel like that people have been misguided with the whole. We've had Fox News, and I'm on the left. I think CNN and MSNBC, a lot of them report it accurately from their point of view. I just don't understand, how do we move beyond a point where people are being fed misinformation, and you have people like Jesse Waters or Laura Ingraham just saying like, or Alex Jones saying like the most outrageous things, and as soon as people hear them, they believe it. Do you feel like the fairness doctrine, like we should bring that back so we can call that? Because these words are dangerous. They lead to incitement.
Yeah. So I think the difference with me is I do not believe certain perspectives need to be heard. Stay with me, right, on this. For example, I don't think a neo-Yahtzee deserves to be heard. I don't
I
think a
agree.
fascist deserves to be heard, right? It doesn't mean that I don't believe in like an exchange of ideas at the marketplace of ideas. I do believe in that 100%, but I don't believe a person who disputes human rights, for example. I don't think that type of person needs to be heard, because I believe in the tolerance paradox, you know?
Yes.
If you just accept all points of views, including the intolerant ones, eventually they're going to make society intolerant. Kind of like, you know, when in Germany, German society tolerated the NSDAP, then they came into power and they made society intolerant, right? So
I agree. We can never tolerate the intolerable.
exactly.
I totally agree.
Exactly. And I do agree with what you are saying, in that you have to encourage people to be critical thinkers. I think that's the issue that we
But
have.
won't that help them though? Like
Yes,
the issue I feel
100%.
like is Fox Entertainment feeds them this bullshit
100%.
one-sided
I
story.
agree with you. 100%. I actually agree with you, Lucy. I think 100%. I don't think that people should just be zombified and believe whatever they're fed. I think there has to be an encouragement for people to be critical thinkers, to do the deep dives themselves, to educate themselves, right? And I think that radical ideas should be normalized. I think the issue that we have is that certain like Black radical thought tends to be demonized, and it tends to be made to seem more abstract, right? So we need to be talking about, so what I do is we need to be talking about the wages, the cost of living. We need to be talking about housing stability, job security. We need to be talking about fairness. We need to be talking about dignity. We need to be talking about what these capitalist systems are doing. So talk about the genocides that are being caused, the level of exploitation that is being caused. And I fundamentally, genuinely think that your average human being wants to live in a fair and productive society. I'm not talking about the Elon Musks. I'm not talking about the Waltons. I'm talking about like your average person does not want to be living paycheck to paycheck. Your average person does not want to be exploited. Your average person wants to at least be able to enjoy life, to achieve their dreams, to be a bit comfortable, to live within a productive society that functions. And you tell people that. You tell people that society can function. This doesn't have to be normalized. But unfortunately, when we're raised within societies where we're told it is normal for people to be exploited, it's normal for people not to afford rent, it's normal for workers not to have any bargaining power, it's normal for people not to have accessible health care, right? So I genuinely think that the more people talk about radical ideas, the less scary it becomes. But we're conditioned because of Red Scare propaganda, because of McCarthyism, because of all of these
Yes.
different things. People are scared of radical thought. They think, oh, the radical left. Oh my God, the far right. Oh, these people
And
want.
that's exactly, I guess that's why I bring this all up is, and that's why I led with like words are spells. Like and this is anecdotal for me. Like I just remember like my dad forced me to listen to like Rush Limbaugh on our family trips up to see the rest of the family in Michigan. And I just remember asking him when I was like 8, like, if you don't believe a word he says, why do you listen to him? And he's like, because unfortunately, there are a lot of people out there who are going to listen to this and believe every word he says. And we're seeing like the evolution of that with Alex Jones and now even Donald Trump. Like as soon as Trump says something, they're all parroting it like literally half hour later. Like on your live, same channel. It doesn't matter whose live you're on. They all say the same thing. And I just like, is it not like we need to get the messaging out? Like, hey, I know you guys are seeing liberals or Democrats or whatever you want to label them or us, like you want to label us as the bad guy. We're the demons. We're the evil people that are spreading the negativity. Doesn't the messaging like have a huge part in it? Like if you just have people spreading racism or sexism or hatred of, you know, whether it's Muslim or Christianity or Judaism, like any of the Abrahamic like religions, how do we move beyond that if we have people constantly casting spells like Nick Fuentes and Sneeko and all these Andrew Wilson? Like these people are horrible. Like it makes my stomach turn every time a video comes up. I'm like, but I just remember what my dad told me.
Yeah.
People are going to see this and listen to it and they're going to believe every fucking word. And you
100%.
hear it. And I feel like we need to change that messaging. And I guess that's why I'm just referring to the fairness doctrine is
Do
like,
you?
sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Sorry, Lucy. Have you ever heard of Dr. Thomas Musweiler?
I
So,
have not.
yeah, Dr. Thomas Musweiler is a psychologist, right? So he decided to conduct an experiment on 2 groups of participants by basically asking them to rate their athletic prowess, right? But before he asked them to rate their athletic prowess, with regards to like the athletic abilities, they were both given in different rooms, separate rooms, a minute to reflect on their own like sporting aptitude, right?
Oh,
But
boy.
what he did not tell them, right? Within that minute, they were going to be shown names, 2 names, Pope John Paul and Michael Jordan. So to one group, he showed them Pope John Paul for 15 thousandths of a second. To the other group, he showed them Michael Jordan, right? Just the name, not even the face, just the name plastered on the wall. And it was so quick that even their eyes couldn't register it, right? So it was impossible for them to even consciously register, like with their eyes, what they had subconsciously kind of like viewed, right? So the group of participants who were subconsciously exposed to Michael Jordan's name, they rated their athletic prowess less than the study participants who were shown the Pope John Paul's name. Why? Because they were able, without even their eyes registering it, their brain was able to internalize the image that they associate with those names and the athletic prowess that they associate with those names. They were able to compartmentalize it, and then also, without consciously perceiving the whole process, were able to compare their athletic prowess with what they associate with Michael Jordan and what they associate with the Pope. The ones who viewed the Pope, they rated their athletic prowess higher, above average. The ones who were exposed to Michael Jordan, they rated their athletic prowess below average, right? So what does this show? Our brain is like a sponge. We
Absolutely.
consistently, kind of like when you're making like sangria and you put like berries or pineapple in there, and then after a while the pineapple becomes red and it soaks everything up. That's what our brain does. Our brain soaks everything up. So I do think people like Nick Fuentes do not deserve a platform because they are normalizing and radicalizing people and normalizing these types of ideas. And people, you can't even choose it, Lucy. Like
I guess
you
that's
just,
where
yeah.
I'm getting at is like, I don't think Nick Fuentes, like, I get freedom of speech, First Amendment, but like it's like how we say we can't tolerate the intolerable. And it's crazy because like now he flipped and he's like, yeah, if you care about this country, you should vote Democrat. And I'm just like, well, that's interesting of a flip, but it's like at the same time, you spewed the hatred that got us here. If you just weren't allowed to spew hatred and you can only spew the facts that everybody else has at hand, would it not help prevent a lot of this, I don't know, this disgusting hatred? And mine is more so like, I know the racism won't go away, like, and that's what I hate most, but I feel like step at a time, we need to educate people, explain to them what, like, these communities are not bad, these people are not bad. I get they're villainized, but how do we move on that if we're not changing the messaging and people are allowed to be Rush Limbaugh's, Alex Jones, like, hey, they're putting stuff in the water that makes frogs gay. And it's like,
Yep.
okay, like,
Can I add
how do
into
you
that,
respond to
Kobe,
that?
if possible? I know it's the conversation
But
between you, but maybe just to offer a perspective on my side.
yeah, please.
So, thank you, appreciate that. So I work for an organization that provides food to food banks. Is kind of my daily job. I'm a firm believer in the idea that you can help change people's perspective on life if their material conditions are met, right? If they're given access to things such as fresh food, clean water, breathable air, what have you, and obviously livable wages that can actually sustain that lifestyle. I think then you change a lot of the hearts and minds of some of these people that have been with, for lack of a better term, brain poisoned by conservative propaganda, right? The idea if people feel like they are at least living well, I think they tend to not vote with their own anger and hatred. And I could be well off base there, but that's kind of just my perspective on things.
And what I'm
I
trying to,
totally agree with you.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
no problem. But the issue that I have is that with capitalism, those types of people will always exist. And I think that's what people are not understanding.
Yeah,
That there
no, I
will
think capitalism needs to go away.
exactly, Lucy.
Making money off of somebody else's sweat, blood, and tears is not the right way. Like, and that's, I guess, especially after how you explained it recently, like being a leftist, I'd rather be a socialist leftist and where everybody can go to work hard, make a good living, and have a retirement. And they think like, oh, well, if everybody's paid well, nobody wants to work. It's like, no, if you're paid well, you want to work. Like, you want to make that money for your family. That's what I just don't understand is like how they're so brainwashed. Like, they think the same way in capitalism, but they won't think the same way in socialism. And I just feel like that's a messaging error where everybody's being told socialism bad, capitalism good. Even though they're experiencing bad capitalism, they're still like, it's good, it's good, it's good. And it feels like a cope. And I'm like, how do we get across to these people? We can't re-educate. We can't send them back to school. School already failed them, or they failed school, however you want to look at it. Like, how do we re-educate these people without like, and I hate to go back to it, but yeah, the fairness doctrine. I just feel like, yeah, we got the Tom Brokaws who reported both sides, the left and the right and the middle, just like, all right, well, you're educated enough, make your own decision from that. You've been informed. Nowadays, it's like, well, no, short-term pain for long-term gain. I'm like, you're just reciting right-wing like think tank propaganda. Like, you're not even thinking for yourself. You're just regurgitating exactly what you heard. And I want to get back to the point where people were like, actually, like, if you said something stupid, it's because it was stupid, not because
And what the thing is as
somebody
well,
told you
Lucy.
to say something stupid.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but everybody thinks they're a capitalist. That's the issue that I have. Everybody, but you're not a capitalist. If you're working for somebody, you're not a capitalist, right? The only capitalists out there are the Elon Musks, the Jeff Bezoses, like the billionaires. Those are the ones who are actually capitalists. But People are willing to defend capitalism with their lives because they think that everyone who has a job or owns a small business is considered capitalism. No, you're not. You're still a part of the working class, right? So I think that's also a problem that I've noticed.
After this conversation, I do have a question because you guys brought up something interesting, but I just wanted to cue that up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, likewise as well.
Go for it. Whoever wants to go
It's big.
first.
You've been waiting so much longer. Go ahead, man.
Thanks, Corey. I appreciate it. Kobe,
I love that you go first, by the way.
I absolutely love the conversations that you give to a lot of these people and help us to try to learn a little bit more about your perspective. Honestly, I thought you actually disappeared for a while because I hadn't seen you on TikTok in God knows how long. So good to see that you're back, or never left and I just wasn't following the correct account. Either way, I do have because the reason why I hopped up, aside from the conversation that we already had, is what Corey was mentioning about the idea of capitalism existing still within society and compounds. My question to you is, do you feel that you can still have a successful social hierarchy that exists still within the confines of capitalism? And by that, I mean the idea of having strong labor unions, worker co-ops, DEI to a certain extent in this, because I still feel like that's a term that's gotten bastardized over the years, thanks to conservative propaganda. But the point still remains, like, can you still have robust working systems where the working class still owns the means of production and yet still has the ability for capitalism still to exist in some sort of way, shape, or form?
And no. So no.
Okay.
So as I just mentioned, for capitalism to function, like Black people need to die. That's just the bottom of it. Like Black people just need to die. That's just how it's built. Like
Sure.
Even if you have the labor unions and all those different things, there is still going to be income inequality. There's still going to be wealth inequality. That's precisely why you're trying to like help people who are disenfranchised, because they are being disenfranchised, and them being disenfranchised and overexploited and in need of these safety nets is because we live within a system that operates in hierarchies and upholds and stabilizes these hierarchies. It's kind of like when you have like a runny nose and you keep trying to fix the runny nose instead of trying to get rid of the cold or the flu or whatever you have, like the core issue of it. What is causing this runny nose to happen, right? What's causing the inequalities to exist is capitalism. Me specifically focusing on getting like, I don't know, treating the runny nose is still not going to solve the core root issue of what's causing the runny nose. And you cannot have capitalism without exploitation. Somebody somewhere needs to die, needs to get exploited in order for capitalism to function. And unfortunately, because of how capitalism was set up, racism is the foundation of it.
No, I completely
Anti-Black
agree with you.
racism specifically. Yeah.
Yep. No, I completely agree with you. I guess where I struggle to find an answer here is, what do we do if we were to completely eliminate capitalism? And not saying that I'm against the idea, of course. I mean, I am, being someone on the left, but I would say, do we turn that into like a pure worker co-op sort of situation? Is it more like I wouldn't say bartering system, because I feel like that's more communist than socialist. But what do you think is the ultimate solution there, or do you think that there is one?
Oh, I would say, first of all, I would say that you would have to restructure everything. It wouldn't be like a single policy, of course. That's impossible to be able to get rid of it through a single policy. But I think that everything needs to be restructured when we talk about the key industries. Who owns these key industries? Who we have to implement more cooperative ownership, right? So workers have to be able to own these key industries. They have to be able to own firms collectively. We have to have social wealth funds, right? Like the public or workers would have to own shares of the industries, right? They'd be able to pay citizens dividends and all that stuff, right? The cities have to own like housing and transport and not necessarily companies. So I think like everything needs to be restructured. Everything, and I mean everything. The ownership needs to be restructured. The production needs to be restructured. The political power needs to be restructured. Resources need to be nationalized, and especially the global south. I think that the only way that the West can be restructured is if the global south is able to nationalize their resources and basically kick out all these foreign entities.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. I'm not saying it's a lofty goal, but I am saying that it's something that you have to get people's buy-in, like hook, line, and
Yes.
sinker, right?
Yes, 100%.
And I think that we have run ourselves into a situation, though, especially in the era of Trump, the past decade or so, that we unfortunately are in a position where now you have more or less, depending on who you listen to in terms of polling data, 50%, 40%, whatever the number it boils down to, of individuals that have bought into this propaganda, that the idea that if a black person is succeeding more than they are, and I mean, and from the sense of from a position of white privilege, of course, is how I'm framing this lens, is that if a black person is able to succeed, then therefore they don't deserve it, and I think you won't have that buy-in.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Yeah, but
BRB.
oh, sorry, Pickles. Yeah, but the things that you're saying, by the way, the things that you're saying, by the way,
You can say big. That's fine.
big. Okay, these are things that the Black Panther Party were implementing already, right? By creating
yeah.
like double, like they were building basically like institutions within the community, right? So when we're talking about mutual aid, when we're talking about these survival systems that are created to help your community, when they were providing meals, right? To children, when they were running churches, community centers. Oh my lord.
Blowing up, girl.
Okay. When they were feeding children, when they had mutual aid, when they were running community centers, and clinics and all these different things, that is a way of creating like a dual structure.
Mhm.
That's like you're creating a dual structure to actively, slowly but surely. It's kind of like a survival pending revolution in a way, and that's why they were even the FBI really hated them and they wanted to destroy them completely, because they knew that they were creating these structures. It was institution building, and I think that more people need to be encouraged to create that within their communities and create these dual structures as well, and slowly but surely create alternative systems, if
I
that
think
makes
we've
sense.
No, it makes total sense. I think we've seen glimmers of that, and like I know this is somewhat anecdotal, so bear with me. But I think we've seen glimmers of that with Zoran Mandami being elected to New York City. I think we're seeing more and more socialist politicians that are running for office and succeeding. Like I think that, I mean, this might be a little bit pie in the sky, but I feel like with Dr. Abdul El Sayed running here in Michigan, my home state, I think there is an opportunity there to challenge those power structures. Obviously, not completely eliminate them because we still live in a capitalistic society, unfortunately. But we can still challenge those power structures through good legislation to help undo that. But I think it's also one of those things that, and back to my previous point, is the idea of you have to get people to buy into it. And to your point, if you have more grassroots on the ground, actual community building, regardless of where you live, you can help to elevate those politicians to get to positions of power where they can help to challenge the systems that have been built for decades.
Yeah, and the systems that you're creating are delegitimizing the state, right? So what the Black Panther Party was doing was, by creating these community-run institutions and structures, right? They were delegitimizing the state by meeting people's needs themselves, right? You're basically building an alternative system, and also you are how do I put this? you you are teaching the community to govern itself and not to depend on the state, because the state is run already on destabilizing the community. And when you know that the state is not going to listen to you, so what you do instead is you train your own community to govern itself by building this alternative system within the system. And in doing that, you're delegitimizing the state within itself, right? And that is what I ask you to look into, like dual power structure, right? That's also in Black Radical Thought. So I think like within the imperial core, more dual power structures need to be built. And when it comes to the global south, more countries need to be able to nationalize their resources. And that's how you do it. I mean, how did apartheid South Africa crumble? It crumbled because the economy couldn't handle it anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's the solution.
I agree. Can I ask just, and this might be from a position of ignorance, so I apologize in advance, but can you give me some examples of what you think some of those dual power structures could look like in terms of like a practical application?
Oh yeah, like mutual aid. Exactly what the Black Panther Party were doing, right? Like when they
Yeah.
were doing
Okay.
mutual aid, when they were doing like community-run clinics, when they were providing meals for children who came from exploited families or underprivileged families, when they were like running churches or community centers, and they had local chapters, and political education. That is so important. Political education, because there is a rise of anti-intellectualism, unfortunately, political education is not something that is encouraged. And so that is something that also really needs to be encouraged. But these community-run programs are important. And to the people who say that my way of thinking is utopic, implementing this system is much more realistic than reforming capitalism. I just wanted to say that, because people sit here and they say that they want to reform capitalism to not fund genocide and to create more equality. That is utopic. That within itself is unrealistic. And implementing these types of systems for survival of communities is much, much more realistic and plausible than reforming capitalism.
Do you also think that also the idea of mutual aid can also be used as a tool, or and I hate using the word tool, but bear with me, used as a tool to help kind of restructure government so that way it can be more egalitarian and more equitable amongst everyone?
Yes.
It's kind of a question I had too.
Sorry to ask your question, Lucy.
No, you're good.
Okay, that's kind of where I was trying to get at is the idea of, I mean, and like I said, just from my position of work and labor and what I do, I always feel that that while the organization I work for obviously pays me a paycheck and therefore I am part of capitalism, that sort of aspect, my end goal and job is to feed people, and that's kind of where I feel like while it's not a true mutual aid, I'm using air quotes here, system, it still is a system that is still helping people as opposed to exploiting resources from them in order to function as an organization.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't unmute.
You're
Yeah,
good.
100%. I do think that what you just said makes complete sense. I do think that it can do that by building like an alternative institution that meets people's basic needs, right? So I
Yeah.
think that these food distribution networks that you basically talked about, especially if you expand the mutual aid to help people when it comes to like housing support, when it comes to especially mutual aid healthcare or childcare, I do think that people slowly start relying more on the community than they exclusively rely on like these market systems or state systems for survival. I do think that you can restructure these institutions 100% through mutual aid. Mutual aid goes such a long way. This is why I'm telling people, like, look into Black radical thought. Like, I don't care about Marx. I'm so sorry. Like, Marx was some rando European dude who believed in class reductionism, and he didn't implement like racial capitalism into his analysis. I would highly recommend like listening to people like Cedric Robinson, like Huey P. Newton, Frantz Fanon, Aimé Césaire, Thomas Sankara, and look into how all of these groups of people, whether it was Black people in the diaspora, like the Black Panther Party, who experienced domestic imperialism and decided to build dual power structures there, or whether it was people like Thomas Sankara who implemented these systems within Burkina Faso. Like, those are the people that I highly recommend to look into. And for me, as like a Black woman, I think any form of Black death is unacceptable. And I think we live within a society that has normalized that. Today, within American society, Black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white newborns. Black women are up to 5 times more likely to die during childbirth than white women. Black men are 3.23 times more likely to be unalived by the police than white men. Black men receive 20.1% longer sentences than white men who commit the same federal crimes. If you go to Brazil, every 23 minutes, an Afro-Brazilian youth is unalived. If you go to the African continent, there are multiple genocides happening on the African continent currently. All of this is unacceptable. It should never be normalized, and it has been normalized. And as long
I'm
as
sorry to
capitalism
interrupt,
exists, that
but
continues.
isn't that like so? And that's I'm not trying to bring it back to fairness doctrine, but that's like what I'm trying to say is like there are so many people out there who are being taught hatred from the time their birth. It's like when you look at a kid, most kids are just like they're just love and peace filled. Like they want to just go play and have fun. That's what life was meant to like. Go play, have fun. The whole like, hey, you need to hate this group or hate this religion is taught to them. And that's why I feel like words are spells. Like we are like, I'm not trying to make an excuse for white people, like, but yeah, white people, like they are so susceptible. They're so ignorant to being taught this hatred. They take it as like, it's almost like the word of God. It's like this is what God ordained. White good, black bad, light good, dark bad. Like it's like this whole religious fanaticism, and it's been preached for years. We've seen it for decades. I mean, I'm a millennial, so I've seen it throughout my entire lifetime. It's just hatred. It didn't matter how many friends I had that were of a different race. It's like I was ignorant to it. I was just like, what are people talking about? And it's like, oh, I see what they're talking about now. It's like it's crazy to see like this is a very real problem. And it's a messaging problem. When people just grow up with other races, it's not an issue. Nobody cares. But when you're told like, hey, these are the people that are making your life horrible, like that's a problem. We gotta like nip that in the butt somewhere because like otherwise, yeah, these white people are stupid. My dad told me, he's like, don't drive yourself crazy thinking you can change their minds because they're stupid as fuck. And they
Lucy,
are.
Speaking of which, we have an
can
op
I
in the box.
can I ask him a question before the op goes, though, before I forget? Because you know that I have a
Yeah.
memory capacity of a potato. So before I forget,
Same.
Lucy, do you like The Lion King?
I do. I
Mm.
know it. I know where you're going.
Do you know the
That's a good
song
point.
that in the
Hakuna Matata.
jungle? No, not Hakuna Matata. That in the jungle, the mighty
The
jungle, the
jungle, the
lion
lion
sleeps
sleeps
tonight.
tonight.
Isn't
Yeah,
it an
I know.
awesome song?
Elton John, and that's
It's a
about
banger.
black people.
That's an awesome song. That's a banger, isn't it? Do you know the origin of that song, though, Lucy? Oh, where did Lucy go?
They got restriction.
The
Oh
Lion King.
no,
Bummer.
that's so sad. That's actually so sad. But because I wanted to ask Lucy or any of you guys, do you guys know the origin of that song?
I would have to imagine it's founded in racism, but
Yeah, I actually don't.
So, yeah. So the first person who actually wrote that song was a South African man called Solomon Linda, right? And it's called Mbube, so which means lion in Zulu. And it was written in the 1930s. And when he was singing that song, him and his band, I forgot the band's name, but if you look up Solomon Linda Mbube, oh, CIA almost got me, y'all. So if you look up like Solomon Linda, The Lion Sleeps Tonight, you'll find the original song, right? So the original song, The Lion Who's Sleeping, was Shaka Zulu. Now, they sang that song hoping that Shaka Zulu would be a lion that is sleeping, and one day they will wake up and free them from colonization. That's the origin of that song. And
today I learned.
exactly, that's the origin of that song, right? And then that song was stolen from him practically. He only got like $1 or something like that. And he ended up dying homeless. He didn't benefit off of it. And Disney is literally benefiting off of it. And now you watch a child's movie, like a cartoon. You sing "A Lion Sleeps Tonight," it's like really fun. It's really nice. You listen to it all the time. Everybody knows the song, but nobody knows the original meaning of it, which was it was a bunch of South African people who sang that song because it represented a person who they wanted to save them from colonization. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this because of what Lucy was saying with regards to conditioning. Racism is deeply baked and embedded into every single aspect of our lives, that even when we're watching a cartoon like Lion King and listening to The Lion Sleeps Tonight, that within itself has a history that is rooted in colonization and racism, and we don't even know it, but we're conditioned into it. So I agree with Lucy. We are all we are conditioned into these things.
Wow. Learn something every 30 seconds with Kobe on the platform.
Yep. Fuck. That's wild.
I feel like I need to go sit down and read like a bunch of books now, Kobe. Thanks.
All right. I'm going to move on to opposition. I'm going to slim it down. Shakuna, you mind if I drop you?
Oh, by all means, yeah. Thanks as always for bringing me up, Pickles. I appreciate you as always.
Anytime, bro.
And thank you for the conversation, Kobe.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Nick. Why do you like Trump?
I don't.
You're just a pro-lifer?
Yeah, so I am opposition, but it's okay. I'm friends with Corey.
We're not. No, the fuck we aren't. I don't like you.
We're
I'm
best
staying
buddies,
silent
dude.
because I hate
all
you.
right. Okay. All right. That was a joke. I'm sorry. I did just have a question. I don't want to debate anybody or anything. Because I would agree to an extent about capitalism. I'm not a huge fan of capitalism either. But I think a lot of the problems that I heard you guys talking about with capitalism were the existence of hierarchies, and I think if we get rid of capitalism, I don't think that's going to stop natural hierarchies from still occurring. And I think a lot of the times when communism fails, or a lot of people starve to the point of unalivement.
Are you a conservative?
I wouldn't say I'm a conservative. I'm right wing, yeah.
How are you not conservative and right wing?
Well, I'm pretty economically left. I just said I'm not a huge fan of capitalism, and I'm not really interested in conserving the system that we have at the moment.
You're an accelerationist?
No.
You're just an incoherent contrarian?
I'm kind of contrarian, but I think I'm pretty coherent most of the time.
You have a lot of work to do to convince me of that.
I'm very sympathetic to fascism.
Oh my god.
It always makes Corey mad.
What? How are you sympathetic to fascism? Are you a fan of Peter Thiel and
No.
Curtis
No.
Yarwin?
No. Those guys are evil.
All right. What are your beliefs?
Mm. What do you mean?
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Trump. I realized that was not a great idea.
Oh God. All right.
I'm still not.
After listening to this panel, where do you think you rank yourself on like intelligence between Covey, Corey, and then we'll just name rich poor in the thing as like a baseline for dumbness?
Probably about equal. I don't think I'm like super smart. I have some humility in that regard.
Sorry, rich poor. Okay.
Yeah, Autumn equal to Covey. Like I said, like the only question that I had is like, what are we gonna do about like the natural hierarchies that are going to form if you succeed in like just getting rid of capitalism?
What natural hierarchies?
Any of them, like the patriarchy, the hierarchy between classes.
Wait, you think the patriarchy is a natural hierarchy?
Yeah.
If it's so natural, why is it actively being implemented?
What do you mean actively?
As in, why are men trying so hard to continue upholding the patriarchy if it just exists within nature?
Because women have feminism and they're opposing it.
Wait, what? You think the patriarchy is being upheld because of feminism and it's not the other way around, that feminism is a response to the patriarchy being upheld?
I mean, feminism can be a response to the patriarchy. I'd say it's a response to if it is a response to the patriarchy, it's a response to like a naturally occurring hierarchy.
You understand when we're talking about natural, we're talking about like your heart beating or like some kind of biological process or something that exists within nature that is not man-made. The patriarchy doesn't exist within nature.
Humans exist within nature. We are, to an extent, we are animals. We're special animals, but we are animals.
Yeah, no, you're addressing something
being man-made doesn't make it. So being man-made and within human society doesn't make it necessarily unnatural.
I think the word natural is relative.
Yeah, but the point when it becomes man-made, it stops being natural though. Like this isn't something that like the world was just born with. What are you talking about? The world wasn't born with patriarchy. It was implemented.
Yeah, well, I mean, the world wasn't born with people either.
But we were not implemented or made by somebody. We came to exist naturally.
That's debatable.
Who implemented? Child, this guy got me like I became an owl. Who implemented that?
God.
Oh God.
Right, but again, this
well,
isn't,
without using superstition.
Right, this is besides the question that I'm asking. I'm not here to have an argument. There are going to be, even if we get rid of capitalism and artificially equalize everybody, there's still going to be hierarchies within society. And I don't think that communism really has an effective way.
The hierarchies that capitalism created are artificial. They're not natural. That's what you're not getting.
Some
So
of
it's not going to
some
be
of them are.
artificially. One second. Which ones are? Because the patriarchy is not a natural hierarchy. It is something that human beings had to implement. The racial hierarchy is not a natural hierarchy. It's something that people had to implement. So which
I disagree with the first one.
hierarchies?
Agree with the second one.
Are you telling me that the patriarchy existed since the beginning of mankind?
Yeah, but the racial hierarchy didn't. Like
No,
the
it
racial
didn't.
hierarchy
The
is like
patriarchy
a
didn't exist since the beginning of mankind. What are you talking about?
okay, but again, like again, this doesn't really matter. Like
It does
This is
matter.
exactly the origin story of what you're saying is not true.
Literally,
Yeah.
your claim is that there are natural social hierarchies. If you're saying, oh,
right,
hey, this thing that is clearly not a natural social hierarchy has existed since the beginning of time, and it fucking hasn't, then your point is moot.
okay, but like, do you think if we got rid of capitalism entirely, all of a sudden, like people would stop trying to implement the patriarchy?
No, that's not what I said.
Right.
You'd
So,
have to work on all
well,
these
right.
other
So,
isms.
okay,
But
right. So,
I'm
what are you
sorry,
gonna?
Nick, did you want me
What
to
are you?
answer the question, or do you just want to have a conversation yourself? Because if you want to have the conversation yourself, I could just stay on mute. You could look at yourself in the mirror and shadow box. But if you wanted to have a conversation, you'd have to, let the person
Right.
respond
Okay.
to you.
So without arguing about the origins of the patriarchy, let's say the patriarchy is totally artificial,
Not
and we
let's
get rid
say
of
it is
capitalism.
man-made.
Yeah. Let's say we get rid of capitalism, and if you agree that people are still going to try and implement the patriarchy without capitalism being a system that we're like living in,
I'm anti
what
the
are you going to?
patriarchy. What are you talking about?
Right.
Like, why would I, as a woman, support the patriarchy?
I'm not saying you have to. I'm just
Okay.
saying that like you're saying that like this is like a result of capitalism. Getting rid of capitalism would contribute to getting
No,
rid
I
of
don't
these
think patriarchy.
hierarchies.
I never said patriarchy is a result of capitalism.
But the mechanism that that the patriarchy uses in capitalism would not be there, and it would be a different battle, wouldn't it? Like, and they would have to be they would be
So
stuck with the same resources on a level playing field.
but the oppression of women has existed like prior to capitalism. I said racism was created as the foundation of capitalism, right? But the oppression of women, albeit it might not have been as rigid, and like the gender bound like identities and categories were not as rigid. So it did get worsened by capitalism, but it has existed prior to capitalism as well.
Well, maybe the racism hierarchy is a better one to frame the question in, because I think we agree that like that's not a real thing. That's totally artificial.
Yes.
Right. So like if we get rid of capitalism,
Stuff is a friend of mine.
Okay, good. I was about to ban or something. All right, thank you.
They're just trying to they're just trying to yeah. What's with the racial hierarchy you said?
I would agree that it's mostly artificial, but I would also say that like even if we got rid of capitalism and like the systems that that cause people to implement it, people would still like self-segregate and differentiate themselves based on race.
No, that's not true.
Why not?
It wouldn't be. So first of all, I'm not a class reductionist, right? So I don't think that we need to only hyper focus on capitalism. I think capitalism is inherently racial as well, right? So when we are talking about capitalism, we can't only talk about from an economic class perspective. We also have to talk about like the racialized perspective too. But I don't think we're naturally inclined to divide ourselves in races. That's not real, because it didn't exist prior to the 1400s. Race didn't exist.
You think everybody looked the same and acted the same before the 1400s?
No, but I didn't say everybody looked the same and acted the same. I'm saying people differentiate themselves based on ethnicity, based on religion, based on empire. But the Vikings, which is an occupation, by the way, it's not a race. But anyways, the Vikings, when they were Bjorn, Jörn, and Hans, when they were going around pillaging some Eastern European regions because they wanted to enslave Slavic people, they weren't saying, "Oh, we're going to go and enslave other white people." They didn't see themselves they didn't see each other in like one category. because whiteness wasn't a thing. Like Alexander the Great wasn't going around saying, I'm a white emperor. The Trojans, when they were being attacked by the Greeks, were not saying like, oh yeah, you know, these white people are attacking us. It's white on white crime. That thing didn't exist. People were not categorizing themselves based on purely phenotypical characteristics. They had other tools or to categorize themselves.
Just like the Irish and Italians, when they first showed up in America, they weren't white. They weren't white.
It's not. Yeah, they've always been white. They
Nope.
were discriminated against because they're Catholic.
They didn't call them white though. They said, "You're not white.
Right.
You're Italian."
Because they were Catholic. They were different.
Exactly. So it's
They were
not
others.
just so that same idea would not have arisen if we erased all of these ideas. If we erased them all and burn them all to the ground, and everything came back, they would not just be like, "Yeah, those are white people, not Italians." They wouldn't do that.
Right, so I agree that, like, for the most part, especially in the past, before, like, the Industrial Revolution, people did identify primarily with, like, culture and ethnicity and, like, the region they were from. But I would also say that, like, the phenotypical differences do definitely correlate to that. And just, like, before white people showed up in... Yeah, they do.
No, you could just say, like, the most, like, it's a very low IQ take, just be, like, looking at, like, a tone of skin and be like, that's white. Because that's not how it worked. That's not how it worked. Dark hair, dark coarse hair.
I'm agreeing.
That made you not white. Dark coarse hair made you not white.
Yeah, it's not really how that worked.
That's exactly how it worked. I'm sorry this is happening to you.
It's the same, right? It's the same thing. Like before white people.
Based off of bullshit.
You're not even close to Athena's level. I'm just gonna say I'm not smart as her. You're not even close, dude. You could throw a rock down a hill and it still wouldn't be as close as. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would say
No,
the same
but
thing about
also,
like
Nick,
the native,
I'm so sorry
the
to
Native
interrupt
Americans
you.
before the.
Wait, hold on, Nick. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to clarify. Race is not your phenotypical characteristics. Race is how the society you live in classifies your phenotypical characteristics. Race is an
Sorry, but the
arbitrary
phenotypical
grouping.
characteristics definitely correlate.
No. But I'm saying race is how society decides to classify your phenotypical characteristics. For example, Tyla within South Africa is racially categorized as colored. That's her racial she's not categorized as black, she's categorized as colored. But if she were to leave South Africa and go to the West, she would be categorized as black.
Yeah, Nick
So race is about how the society that you live in tends to categorize your phenotypical characteristics.
And Nick, if you think that this is mostly phenotypical, tell me, is Kamala black or is she not?
I don't think it's mostly phenotypical.
So, do you believe Kamala is black or no?
Maybe, I don't know. I would defer to black people on that.
Not Trump?
No, I wouldn't defer to Trump on anything. Not a fan of that guy, quite frankly.
And to the person in the chat who said, why is race important? Race is very important because it literally determines your outcome in life, right? Your race, your geographic your geographic location can even determine your mobility. If a person is born in the global south, they're less likely to be able to be mobile. They're less likely to be able to apply for a visa and get accepted. They can't even move, right? So race is incredibly important. Race determines like the fact that a black newborn has a higher infant mortality rate before it even knows its own name goes to show how important race is in the world that we live in today on a global scale, because I believe we live in a global apartheid system that was created and implemented by Western European colonialism. That's why race is important.
I wouldn't totally disagree with that.
Okay, so then if you know that an apartheid system based on race came to exist after European colonialism, why do you think race is natural? It's not.
Well, because I think that, like, just like with like the Native Americans, before white people got to North America, the Native Americans existed here, and they weren't like a monolith. They weren't all of the same ethnic group or of the same culture. They were like distinct nations within the continent.
Exactly.
And then white people got here, and then we took over the continent, and now like everyone thinks of like Native Americans or American Indians, and like we kind of like have this like image in our mind, and they all kind of like fit into the same sort of category. They all identify with each other, as opposed to
Yeah, so the
so
racial
much just
categorization wasn't natural. It was something that was implemented and created. Prior to colonialism, like indigenous people were not going around saying, yeah, we're the same people, we're in the same racial categorization. No, they differentiated themselves based on their region, based on like their like ethnic affiliation, right? And that's what I'm saying.
right.
Like,
So and I
yeah,
would say like sort of not obviously not exactly the same thing, but a similar thing is happening to white people because like when you guys are talking about like how like 100 years ago we would distinguish between like Irish and Italian and English, and like Irish wouldn't be considered white or whatever. White people were like 30% of the global population. Now we're like 6% of the global population.
but you weren't actively G-sided.
Eh,
Can we who G-sided white people based on whiteness? Can you please tell me that? Who is G-siding you based on your whiteness?
the white government.
No.
Who, oh God.
People just started having offspring with each other. That's
Nick,
it.
respectfully, you you watching too much Nick Fuentes and then being stuck in like your
I don't
mother's
really.
basement and like not maybe being able to procreate because no woman would touch you with a 10-foot flagpole is not genocide. Nick,
I don't even look. I wouldn't. I didn't call it genocide. You did. Um,
you
but I
said
will
white
say
people
that
were being G-sided.
you're the one that brought up the term genocide.
Yeah, because you tried to make it seem as if there was an active outside influence as to why that number is smaller.
Are white people
So there
victims
is
according to you with that number?
victims of what?
That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah,
What are they
like
victims
I
of?
wouldn't necessarily ethnic replacement in their own countries.
You mean they
What
had
country?
kids?
And
No, I
what's
mean
your
like
country? I'm confused.
America is my country.
Why is America a white country? I'm confused. What? Why do you think you're entitled to make America? Listen, do you know Black
I didn't.
Swan Pickles?
Who?
Black Swan?
The movie?
No, not the movie. She's a creator on TikTok.
Mm-mm.
She's an amazing creator. She has a topic that she debates that says like white men need white supremacy to survive or something like that. I think Nick is like the perfect example of that because the
I don't think
audacity
I
that
need
you
white
have,
supremacy to
Nick.
survive.
You do need white supremacy because you came to a foreign
How?
country because you
No,
just
I
said
didn't.
America was a white country, bro.
Yeah, I
Why
was
is
born here. I'm
America a
native to
white
this country.
country? What?
Because because white people wrote the Constitution, like founded the country,
They fucking based
and
it
up
off of.
until
Wait, hold on, because even our constitution
and up
had
until like
bases
and
in
up until like the 80s, we were like 90% of the population.
fucking Christ. Even our own constitution had bases outside of like white people, including basing considerable portions of it off of the Iroquois Confederation. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
This
Do you
is
know
the
nothing about the history of your
Are
own
you?
country?
Are you kidding me? You think the Iroquois Confederation had more to do with the Constitution than like post-Enlightenment philosophy?
Do you think
Post
that
Enlightenment.
if we just included the word white or the race white to include people that had one drop of blood that wasn't white, would that just bring them all back to life for you? Because that's as easy as it is. Like we could just say, "Hey, we're all white now." Would you feel better? Because that's how stupid you are. Just because we don't call ourselves white, because in like 100 years, when we have offspring with people who aren't 100% white, we can just call those people white, and then we're back in the green for you, right?
Calling me stupid and then arguing with me, like in presupposing that I'm operating on some sort of like one drop rule, like I'm in the Klan, is like kind of silly.
You're talking about white people becoming a minority?
They are a minority, yeah.
Becoming a minority, not in America.
It's debated. It depends on where you get your
It's
numbers.
not
We're
debated.
almost
It's like
a minority.
60% right now, right?
It's like 55 tops, if you believe those numbers. If you
If
just
you
look at Gen
believe
Z,
those
it's
numbers,
less than half.
and what are you worried is happening? What are you worried is happening when that number goes down? What's happening to you?
To me,
To the white race?
their numbers are diminishing. I think that's not great.
Does that mean people are dying, or does that just mean they're commingling?
It means both.
What is sacred about people having pure white blood? Now that we can get back to that, since one drop of non-white blood is what you're worried about, right? Because like if I go
No, it
date
isn't.
somebody,
You just said it wasn't.
I know you can't say that and then say the next thing you said and have it make sense. You can't do that.
What's sacred about being black? Would you have the same issue with a black person that came up here and said that they disowned their daughter for marrying a white man?
Yes.
Blackness
I know
is
a lot
not
of
rooted. Blackness is
I know a
not
lot of
rooted in
black
a
people that do that.
Nick.
and no one
Blackness
questions
is
that.
blackness is not rooted in oppression. Whiteness is. Blackness was not created to oppress other people. It wasn't created to exclude people. Blackness was actually created to dehumanize us as black people. Whiteness was created to oppress. You cannot have
Yeah,
whiteness
I
without
would say
having
that
racism.
statement. I would say that very statement serves to dehumanize white people.
Listen, if you feel, listen, Nick, if you feel dehumanized as a white person that I told you about whiteness, what you need to do, Nick, is you need to go to like your local pawn shop or like, I don't know, go to your local like small business, get yourself a Ouija board and contact your ancestors and ask them why they decided to create race, right? Because I didn't create race. The people who created race were Europeans, Western Europeans, specifically in the 1400s, right? And they created
I would
race
still
for what
contend-
reason? What reason was race created for, Nick? What was the purpose
I
of
would
race?
still contend. I would still contend that race was not created.
It was
What?
absolutely
It's a silly
created.
thing to say.
Do you think race is
there's a-
biological?
Yeah.
Oh my
What
god.
what is a gene that makes you white?
The gene for like lack of melanin. The gene that evolved in Europe.
What about
Lack of
Irish
melanin?
people?
Wait, what about South Koreans? I've seen some South Koreans who are really white. I've seen
Mhm.
South Koreans who are whiter than
China-
Beagles. How come those people are considered Asian
South
but not
Koreans are-
white?
Because they're Asian. They're from
Why
Asia.
are they Asian though? But they lack melanin. They're very white. I've seen some really white South Koreans.
Ever been
Yeah,
to
but they're from
Kazakhstan?
Asia.
Like a lot of people I know from Kazakhstan have very light
Literally,
eyes, like-
100% of all conservatives, especially the racist ones, don't know the difference between ethnicity, nationality, race. They don't know any of that. It's all the same. But the problem with what you're saying is,
I would say literally all of you only see the difference if it's not white people.
that's not true. We know this in more nuance than you, I think 100 times over, right? Because we're describing it to you in and out. You are worried that people like white people in the US are becoming a minority, when the truth is the population has been growing of white people, but the percentage has gone down. So no one's dying,
Right.
no one's being erased. You're just bad at math.
But also, I've literally seen Sicilians, like white
Right, so, like,
Sicilians, who were darker than Zendaya, and yet they are still categorized as white, and Zendaya is still categorized as black. Can you explain that to me, Nick?
I would like you guys to explain how, like, I came up here to ask, like, what you guys were going to do about, like, naturally occurring hierarchies, and we had to, like, derail the conversation.
They're not natural, though. You're trying to say that racial hierarchies are somehow natural. They're not.
I wouldn't say, like, a racial hierarchy is natural, but, like, a person seeing themselves identifying with, like, their in-group and perceiving an out-group as an enemy, that is 100% natural.
How are you similar to a white South African? What cultural aspect of, let's say, a white South African, or let's say a white Brazilian person, or a white person from New Zealand, what exact culture do you guys share other than the fact that you're just white racially?
Christian, we probably eat similar food.
What food?
Oh,
Corey. What
European
food?
food, so... European food, so I
What's
guess you would
European
say
food? I'm
unseasoned-
confused. What exact food? Because whiteness doesn't mean European, by the way. European isn't equal white. African doesn't equal black, right?
He's talking about all the spices Europeans stole from those countries. that they put in
Yeah,
those
and
foods.
all the
and
spice, all,
didn't
all the spices
use
we stole to not use on chicken
to not
and soup
use. Yeah.
and
So what
porridge.
food similarities do you have with a white South African person without googling it, Nick? Just tell me. What is your
Tacos,
cultural similarity? Did you just say tacos?
tacos and Calvinism. Yeah.
Tacos are
You think
not
white
white.
South Africans eat taco?
Do you think they don't?
You just said white South Africans culturally eat tacos. No, I don't think that a bunch of Dutch people who directly went to Africa, I don't think tacos are like part of their cultural heritage as a
Good
descendants
guess
of like
though.
Dutch colonizers, please.
It was a good guess though. You gotta give me
That
that.
was a bad guess, man. I'm trying my best to be nice to you, but I don't like you. Be honest,
That's fine.
dude.
But again, just like generally speaking, naturally occurring hierarchies are going to exist without capitalism. I don't think we've addressed how you're going to handle that without
We've
starving people
determined,
to
by the
death.
way, that you don't have cultural similarities with a white South African person, Nick. So if you
Fine.
don't have cultural similarities, if you don't have biological similarities, then clearly it's a social construct.
Is it a social construct?
Literally, yes. That's what it leads us to, which brings us back to the topic that you wanted to bring up, which is this idea of natural social hierarchies, which there is no such thing. They are all artificial. That's the whole thing that you don't seem to understand. We are establishing how this is an artificial hierarchy that you are attempting to establish that has no basis in just like being human. Or sorry, in
I
like
think it does.
in what makes it in the natural state of being human. I apologize. And so your entire point that you came up here doesn't work because you can't demonstrate some sort of natural social hierarchy that exists.
Class is a natural social hierarchy.
No, the fuck it's
Dude,
See, I told you.
what? Oh, hold on. What makes somebody middle class in America right now?
Their income, their tax bracket.
Exactly. And doesn't that number fucking change every year?
Yeah. What do you think determines their like a person's income? Do you think it's entirely predetermined by society?
I think that it has a lot of roots in being somewhat predetermined. I think that you could have a disposition.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Also, the money thing is also a social construct. Like money entirely is all fake, right?
Yes,
I would agree.
we
Like
give value to money.
American money, yeah, it's definitely fake. But like the idea of like having a
general
placeholder
money,
for like your
money is literally fake. We are the ones who give value to money.
Not if we.
You like the
Okay,
gold
but,
standard,
like,
don't you?
Not particularly. I'm like not opposed to a debt-based economy. But like we give value to money because it stands in for our labor.
What's the advantage of fiat currency versus like what you want?
The advantage of a fiat currency it would be the fact that we can just print money if we need it. I would say that we do print money too often.
No. What exactly does printing the money do? What is It's not just that we are out of money, we need to print some.
It produces money.
It's not just that. What's the mechanism that serves?
To devalue the currency.
God. Okay. The reason fiat currency is really good because we can manipulate ourselves out of a recession. It's not just when we run out we get to print more.
Well, sure, but like manipulating ourselves out of the recession is still going to devalue the currency. So like,
Yeah, I know, but that's way better than like 100 years of a recession. That's why it's good.
Okay, so like in the short term, sure, that's better than 100 years of recession, but like we're still going to wind up in 100 years of recession.
Not true.
Eventually.
No.
You can't
as long as you print money, Yes, you
just
can.
infinitely devalue the currency.
Yes,
No,
you can.
can't.
Yes, you can. You don't know economics, do you? I
Then why is gas
I do this
$12
all
a
day.
gallon?
As long as your debt and the amount of currency you have scales to your GDP, it's all good. That's why we are still the richest country on earth after World War II. It's been like 80 years. And we've printed all the
You
money.
think that's sustainable?
Yeah, as long as people like y'all don't get in charge, people in Trump doesn't get in charge. People on the right never, ever, ever do anything to balance the budget. So as long as that keeps happening, then yeah, we're going to be fucked.
So, Nick, did God tell you the value of gold as well? Is that how, like, the value of gold is also natural? You know, it's not a social construct. Because
Like
did
the
we end up
monetary
knowing the
value,
value of it through divine
the
intervention?
the monetary value of gold is a social construct, sure, but like it is valuable because it's scarce.
Something can be scarce and also hold no value. Like, that's just dumb.
I think its most useful use is being a
Bro, like
the most conductive metal.
yeah, also that like thousands of years before all these social constructs that you're talking about, like people valued gold.
Yeah, just because it's shiny.
Maybe
It
that's
is
just the reason. I
subjectively
don't know.
valuable because some people like the color of it and it sparkled a cool kind of way. And it was able to be worked into certain things. That is so silly.
It's not silly. That is the case. I'm not making like some sort of like value
Before we
argument for
learned
gold
that
here.
we needed it to make computer chips, it really didn't have much of a practical use. It's malleable, it's soft, it's shitty. Doesn't do anything.
It was practical for making money.
Yeah, and then they figured out that people were clipping them and then creating more money out of those little monies, and then they found out that when you devalue money and it's worth less, the people holding it. That whole system was a bad idea. Poor people, rich people, scammers, con artists, they would take the edge of a coin, they'd cut little pieces off, and then melt it down into another coin.
Sure, that was the British people. I do actually have to go get my dog, so I'm gonna hop off. But you guys have a good day, okay?
All right, tell your girlfriend I said hi.
I will.
Sorry, that was a dig at his dog. Chat. Follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. I think I might quit soon. I think I might get off a little bit and play some video games and then maybe go live again in a few hours.
Pickles, have you heard of this really new invention? It's called sleep.
For suckers. I heard Trump likes sleep, so I hate it. His girlfriend's name is Righty. Oh. Playing Discord? I can do that.
Oh, can I say, by the way, Georgia, thank you so much for the $22. And Christopher, thank you so much for the $22.44. I just checked my pay links, so thank you. I wasn't checking them. So thank you to Christopher and Georgia. But yeah, if you've consumed like 20 energy drinks like you usually do, you probably are not gonna sleep anytime soon.
No, that's why continuing his current health decisions, he just downs about 100 milligrams of melatonin. That should offset.
Plug a few of these bad boys.
What do you think is did you hear Trump saying that the Iran war was over, by the way?
Which time?
Like yesterday or before yesterday? Do you believe him?
Of course not. Iran war. Hex, that's Pentagon officials speak on U.S. is poised to resume combat if talks fail. That's 24 minutes ago. Choose wisely, and has threatened more attacks, even as the war economic toll puts pressure on Trump. So, like, I think Trump put pressure on himself, and he's on the only deadline here, because I don't think Iran's running out of oil anytime soon, right? I think they're good.
I mean, the handful of sales Iran has been able to make after we lifted sanctions for a brief amount of time literally could refund their entire war effort.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh man.
But
Also,
also,
I'm
oh
sorry.
yeah, continue, Corey.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
We're prepping to go to Cuba. Yeah, he quietly told Pentagon officials to get ready for military action in Cuba yesterday.
Yeah, there was a sorry, Corey. There was a conference, by the way, in Berlin yesterday. There was kind of like a conference that was organized by the United Kingdom, France, Germany, the United States, the European Union, and the African Union. The primary focus of the conference in Berlin was to raise humanitarian funding for Sudan. And I think they pledged 1.5 billion euros, if I'm not mistaken. And they not only wanted to pledge that amount of money because they claim that, according to the United Nations, what's happening in Sudan is the worst humanitarian crisis in the world currently, but also because they wanted to pressure both the Sudanese government and the RSF to not only allow humanitarian access, but also to negotiate, which, by the way, is the worst decision ever, because the current government of Sudan is saying that it does not want to negotiate with the RSF, which the RSF is basically a terrorist militia that is being funded by the UAE to genocide Sudanese people, and it has already created like a parallel government, and it wants to kind of govern Western Sudan. And the people in Western Sudan do not want to be governed by them, of course, because they unalived like 60,000 people at least in 3 weeks in one city in Al Fashir. But also the Sudanese government, which is currently the military, is the SAF, the Sudanese Armed Forces. They do not want to negotiate with the RSF. They do not want to sit on the negotiation table. They do not want peace. They want to basically eradicate the RSF or kick them out of Sudan. And this conference was at the same time trying to pledge or kind of try to raise humanitarian funding, but also trying to pressure the Sudanese government to negotiate with the RSF, basically. So that was also something huge that happened yesterday.
Holy shit. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, the Quad was there, so the representatives from the US were there, and from France and from the European Union and all that stuff. There was about like 61 delegations from like 55 different countries were at the conference yesterday. But there were no representatives from the Sudanese government, by the way. So yeah, but and like they basically were like, oh, this is a civil war, yada yada yada. They made it seem as if it were like a power struggle when that's not the case. This isn't a civil war. This isn't a power struggle. Like the Sudan is actively being invaded by proxy, the RSF, because the RSF is literally just a UAE proxy. And instead, I think the Trump administration authorized the sale of more weapons to the UAE just recently. I know that last year they authorized the sale of $1.4 billion worth of weapons. And then this year it was like $2 billion worth of weapons, if I'm not mistaken. I have to check. So there was also a bill called the Save Sudan Act that was supposed to be passed, but it was blocked by the GOP.
We're on every fucking side mission besides one that matters. By the way, we're strangling Cuba. Someone was asking, why are we doing that? I don't fucking know. No one knows.
Corey, did you say $7 billion to the UAE?
Yeah, 7 billion more in weapons for the UAE.
Oh my god, that's a freaking disaster. That is a disaster. Like, and like, I'm actually currently doing this, by the way. Pickles. I'm gonna try to hold on. I have it here. I'm gonna try to get it done until next week. But wait, where is it? So I'm doing this. Hold on. Wait a damn minute. I'm gonna post it on my link tree. After I'm done. But I'm currently like getting a table ready, which is the UAE involved. Oh, I missed Africa. Sorry, my bad, y'all. Oh, there we go. So UAE involvement in Africa. And this is just one agency, which is the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development in just a couple East African countries. So in Burundi, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, and Somalia. Only these countries, and look at this, it's one agency and only these countries, and already look how much investment they have. And what I mean by investment, like the UAE is doing exactly what European countries did back in the day through like their corporations, in that they would invest and then own stakes. For example, the craziest one I saw was, where is it? Hold on. This one. So they invested in a port in Djibouti, 100 million US dollars. And now they own 90% stakes there. 90%. Right? So it says here it's an oil and liquid storage terminal. They basically secured a strategic fuel like logistics at Dorala Port and Djibouti, and now they have 90% stake. And that's what they've been doing, by the way. And this is just like, this is only the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, right? And the guy who's heading it, he's Sheikh Mansour. He's like the owner of the Manchester United Club. He's the vice president of the UAE. And it's a disaster, Pickle. Like, if you look into what the UAE is currently doing, I personally think they're worse than Israel. Yeah, I personally think they're worse than Israel in that they are buying up so much land. They are investing and controlling so many ports. They're, I think, the largest investor into Africa currently. And they're also investing so much into the US too. And they're controlling so much. And that's why they're getting away with the fact that they're literally they have created the worst humanitarian crisis in the world currently, and they're genociding people. And they're completely getting away with it. They weren't even mentioned at the conference yesterday. They weren't mentioned at all. Instead, they are a part of the Quad group that is meant to negotiate peace between the RSF and the SAF when they're the ones who are funding the genocide. And it's their proxy. So, and this is Marco Rubio even recognizes, by the way. Even Marco Rubio himself said that the UAE was responsible for funding the RSF. But they're still a part of the Quad group for some reason.
I've heard Marco Rubio say things acknowledging the exact opposite side of politics he's enacting right now. Like he's talked about why we should defend Ukraine, and then he's gone on to defund and talk shit about Ukraine under Trump's presidency.
Exactly.
He's completely full of shit.
Did you hear his speech at the Munich Security Conference?
Mm-mm.
Hold on, I have to play this for you. Because he basically said that Western imperialism, like recolonization, needs to happen again. And this was at the Munich Security Conference. It happened in like a couple of weeks ago. Hold on. I'll show you this particular clip. Here in Europe. Wait. Hold on. Okay, here.
Europe to join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again.
Oh, by the way, he's speaking to like delegations from like European countries, by the way. So yeah.
Upon. It is the path we ask you here in Europe to join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now.
He said we did that before and we want to do it again now. It's a 19-minute speech. You could watch the whole speech. It's so important for everybody to watch, but yeah, he's basically saying, yeah, we colonized in the past, we're going to recolonize again. That's basically the crux of what he's saying. So, yeah. And once again, the communists were mentioned. Woo, 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 woo.
Hearing you talk about this stuff is reminding me about how vegans. I have no argument against veganism. There's no way I could defend myself against a vegan, and I choose to continue feeding on things because I don't know. It's the way of survival for me. I don't know. I'm just scared to acknowledge my own shortcomings when it comes to being a capitalist. Every time somebody asks me I'm a capitalist from now on, I know that you're in the fucking comments going...
Yeah. No,
Got
but I
torches
think...
and pitchforks.
what did he say, Corey?
I was gonna say they're there with their torches and pitchforks, ready for you, pickles.
No, but this is what I mean, right? I feel like people need to be aware of what is happening, and I don't think this war with Iran is gonna stop anytime soon, and I don't think it's gonna be any easier or better. I think it's just gonna be worse, and eventually, I think we are on the brink of a new scramble for Africa and a new Sykes-Picot. So that's what Trump is doing actively right now, He's redrawing the lines of exploitation, and I think more people need to be paying attention. And I think just hyper focusing on these one or two politicians instead of understanding where the whole system is taking people helps people understand the system and then come with more meaningful solutions to it. But yeah. And I am vegan too, by the way.
Are you? Of course you are.
I am.
Of course you fucking are.
Dang, am I a typical leftist? I have a septum. I'm vegan.
WWW.
Yeah.
Septums are dude, I can't stand when I see those people comment septum theory. Ooh, I want to... Anyway. Should I turn on a movie in Discord, y'all? Because I'm getting tired.
I mean, I think the debates are probably done for the day, so that might be a nice way to relax and just decompress, and I don't know, let your body enter REM.
I heard the new Pennywise series was really good for that.
Is there a second season yet? It's just one
Welcome
season,
to
right?
Derry?
Yeah.
You watched it?
Yeah. It's
Oh
great.
my goodness. I watched it for the first time. I binge watched it in like 2 or 3 days when it was like Easter weekend.
hmm
Wow. That first episode, the ending, that was like my Red Wedding. It was like Red Wedding 2.0.
I wouldn't mind rewatching it. Have you watched The Boys?
No, I haven't watched The Boys actually.
You need to watch that. Oh my god, it's so political. Have you heard the gist of it?
No, I have not. I don't know anything
So
about The Boys.
think of like superheroes,
Mhm.
or if people had superpowers, but make it like very gritty, very real, and like imagine capitalism taking a hold of it. So like
Mhm.
imagine a country where like the United States has a contract with Superman, and they pay him X amount for defense every year, and then we trade with other nations and states our superheroes for defense contracts. Think about the corruption. Think about like the world's largest company owning a bunch of them, and like evil actors, and a lot of it parallels our politics exactly. Like the biggest bad guys who try to portray themselves as the good guys have a lot of Trump parallels. But it's
Ooh.
also very like whoa, like Game of Thrones, Red Wedding shit. Like the first episode, the equivalent of the Flash accidentally runs through a girl standing who steps off of the sidewalk. He accidentally runs through and just makes her explode. And he's like, "Oh fuck!" And then he just keeps going, and it like
Oh.
devastates. It like devastates her boyfriend. He's just sitting there holding her two bloody arms, like with no body attached, and that's
Oh
like
my goodness.
that's like his hero arch, and it launches him into this badass character. It's crazy.
Basically, a Cold War between like a CIA group and a disavowed CIA group and like a corporate superhero, the most popular corporate superhero group.
Oh no, 5 seasons. I hate y'all.
Oh, season
I
1's so
hate
good.
y'all.
You'll be hooked.
But I binge watch shows. You can't do this to me, Pickles. It's 5 seasons.
Here's another crazy episode. It's the second season. I won't ruin it for you entirely, but there's one episode where there's like two gay lovers. They have superpowers, and they're doing blow, and they're making love. Two dudes, and one of them shrinks down to the size of an ant and goes into his, you know what hole? His wiener hole. He goes in there and he's like, here you go, feel good. And then he sneezes and he actually turns back into his normal size and explodes his lover. And just like, it's crazy. It's crazy. So gritty.
That reminds me of a fanfic I once read of like the Monopoly Man and Mr. Peanut, where like Mr. Peanut was like inserted into like the Monopoly Man, but the Monopoly Man had like a peanut allergy.
Oh.
And then they like both died at the same time. Oh my goodness. Yes, fanfic. That fanfic was interesting. But 5 seasons, I'm not gonna have a life now for like the next week or two.
I've only watched like the first 3. I got like 2 seasons to catch up on.
Okay. Have you heard of Severance? Severance is also really good.
Yes.
I love Severance. Yes. Oh,
My dating profile,
season 2 though.
my little dating profile, my job says that I'm a macro data refinement at Lumen.
Ooh.
Same as Mysterious.
I love Severance. Oh my god, there's a 3rd season?
Is there?
Somebody just said a new one just started.
Oh shit! Not your
I haven't watched season 2 yet. Yeah. But okay, yeah, wow. So I'm not gonna have a life. I'm probably gonna try to watch one episode of The Boys.
Get on in there.
And I'm gonna start it. Yeah, I'm gonna
Steal
start
it. Steal it too. Steal it.
Yeah, but I'm literally gonna blame you, and it's all your fault and Corey's fault as well because now I have to binge watch 5 seasons.
Well,
How many episodes are per season? That's a difference.
they're hour-long episodes. I think it's like 10 or 12. It's good. It's so good.
No. I know it's gonna be good, but that's the problem. I don't do cliffhangers. I hate cliffhangers, and that's why I usually just binge watch everything.
Oh shit.
And and like
Dude, I have been in this channel live the whole time, Waffles. What's up, baby? Say hi to my audience. I'll be right back. I love you, Waffles. I was sitting in Discord the whole time, my gaming server.
help. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start watching the show, and then I'll definitely keep you guys updated.
Yeah, please do. Let me know how it goes. Chat, I'm going to go to my Discord and throw on something while I take a few of these bad boys and try to fall asleep.
Yeah, and if anybody's bored, I'm probably gonna go live. So feel free to come hang out with me for an hour or two.
That's first priority. Go give him love. Follow him. And if you haven't followed Covey, you're literally stupid. Follow them. Give them love. I will see you guys maybe later tonight or tomorrow. So, join my Discord. Corey.
Oh yeah.
It's good to see you.
Oh, you too. Have a great day. Bye.
All right. You too. Guys, also, follow my alt account, please. Please follow my alt account. It's not Pickles GGS. I'm gonna join really quick one more time. We're at 5,400 followers on there. We need 10K to get all the good access for the streaming stuff. So give me some love. Give me a few more follows on there. And follow me on YouTube as well. YouTube will give you a notification every time I go live. If you guys ever want to watch my replays, if you ever miss one of my lives, you can go rewatch them. They're all there. But yeah, chat, I love you. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye.